Most of you aren't subscribed. Make sure to subscribe, as it helps out the channel. Without further ado, the series starts with our MC, Mao Mao, hearing her father call out to her, asking Mao Mao to deliver some medicine to the Verdigris house, but to be careful of kidnappers. As Mao Mao heads into town, we see a gorgeous woman, Perrin, renowned as one of the 3 famous princesses of the Verdigris houses, catch the attention of all the men in town. Having dropped off the medicine at the Verdigris house, Mao Mao begins writing up some notes on her most recent experiment, but is interrupted by Perrin, worried that Mao Mao's experiments are harming her. Just then, the granny of the Verdigris house greets Mao Mao, reminding Mao Mao to not perform any risky experiments, wondering if Mao Mao would like to serve his people and earn a little bit of cash as a courtesan. Not wanting any part of the offer, Mao Mao swiftly leaves, telling Granny that she had left her medicine. But right as Mao Mao leaves, the other 2 princesses appear, sad to not see Mao Mao. As Mao Mao heads home, she passes by a herb field, ecstatic to be collecting such luscious herbs, but suddenly is interrupted by some thieves. Kidnapped and taken away. Mao Mao gets worried that her father will be stressed about her disappearance, but at the same time, we see a blue-haired lady, Lady Lihua, give birth to a boy, and a red-haired lady, Lady Gyoyu, give birth to a girl, both at the same time. As 3 months pass by, we follow Mao Mao, now working in the rear of the emperor's palace, where women are raised with the intention of giving birth to the emperor's children. The rear palace forbids any ordinary men, only allowing relatives of the emperor or eunuchs, male workers that have lost limbs and are unable to work normal jobs. The overall location houses 2,000 concubines and servants combined along with 1,000 eunuchs. But Mao Mao knows that since she is a serving girl, her life is expendable. Mao Mao also notes how there are shut-in concubines. But Mao Mao can't really complain about her current job, as she at least gets paid. Running into a fellow service girl, Xiaolan, Mao Mao helps guide Xiaolan to her delivery location. Sad to see that girls are taught the bare minimum to work here, knowing that even servants like her have the opportunity to become low-ranking concubines. But due to her childlike body, Mao Mao brushes that thought aside. That evening, Mao Mao chats with Xiaolan, learning that there have been rumors of a very handsome eunuch that had been spotted in the rear palace. That night, we see a very handsome man, Jinshi, checking up on Lady Lihua and Lady Gyokyu. Sad to see that Lady Lihua is losing weight and growing ill, but is also terrified that both ladies' children are mysteriously falling ill. The next day, Xiaolan reveals to Mao Mao that there have been rumors of a curse plaguing the rear palace, as all 3 of the emperor's children have mysteriously passed away. Apparently, this curse is also occurring to the blue-haired lady, Lady Lihua, and the red-haired lady, Lady Gyokyu as well. Mao Mao states that since Lady Lihua gave birth to a boy, she would be considered the empress consort and the higher ranking of the 2 women. But there are rumors that the emperor favors Lady Gyokyu, meaning a power struggle is inevitable. Whilst eating, Mao Mao also hears Xiaolan mention how Lady Lihua is getting sick as well, exhibiting symptoms of headache, stomachache, and nausea. Having worked as an apothecary back in her village, Mao Mao begins deducing possible causes that may have led to the symptoms, suspecting that someone must have poisoned Lady Lihua, but rules that thought out after some more thinking. Wondering if the cause is something passed down hereditarily, Mao Mao wonders why she cares so much about rumors, but cheekily remarks that she should at least go and see if the rumors are true. Upon entering a more high-ranking area of the palace, Mao Mao spots a crowd forming around the malnourished Lihua, who is accusing Gyokyu of cursing her child. Not wanting things to get out of hand, Jinshi is called to stop the fight, but as Mao Mao gets a closer look at Lihua, she manages to pinpoint the cause of this supposed curse, passing by Jinshi as Mao Mao wonders how she can help without exposing herself. Choosing to tie a note onto a mysterious flower, Mao Mao's message is ultimately ignored, leading to Lady Lihua's boy sadly passing away. Cutting to Gyokyu, she is seen having a private meeting with Jinshi, revealing that she had received a mysterious message a while ago, telling everyone that the rhododendron flower that the message was tied to had a white part that was poisonous. Sadly, the palace physicians had ignored the message, but Gyokyu would like to know who was the genius that gave them the message, asking Jinshi to track down the genius. Having suspicions of who this person could be, we cut to Xiaolan and Mao Mao on their break, gossiping about any new updates regarding the emperor, but suddenly one of the eunuchs asks for the girls to head to a part of the palace. Upon entering the assigned room, Jinshi appears, greeting the girls and introducing himself as the manager of the rear palace. Without saying another word, Jinshi writes a message on a piece of paper, asking only girls with freckles to remain in the room. Afterwards, Jinshi asks everyone to leave, shocking Mao Mao, as she realizes she was the only one that can read, meaning Jinshi has found his target. Asking Mao Mao to come quietly, Jinshi and Mao Mao begin heading through the palace, with Jinshi revealing that he had looked into Mao Mao, and records said Mao Mao couldn't read, but wanting to not stand out, Mao Mao feigns ignorance. As they enter a different part of the palace, Mao Mao prays that she doesn't get punished for anything, but upon entering Gyokyu's room, Mao Mao shows relief, seeing Gyokyu's daughter, Xiaoling, is alive and healthy. Not wanting to take credit for saving Lingli's life, Mao Mao tries to feign ignorance once again, but Jinshi pulls out the message received a while ago, stating that he knows the cloth used to write on was most likely from the skirt from a girl working with clothes. With no other reason to hide, Mao Mao reveals that she had figured out that the white powder concubines used to appear paler is poisonous, having seen various women in her village continue to use the white powder, but at the cost of their lives. Mao Mao also adds that she was able to identify the poison due to being an apothecary, having knowledge in medicine overall. Hearing this, Gyokyu states that a while ago, she was given the same white powder, but upon discovering that her child along with the nurse that provided the white powder was getting ill, Gyokyu had stopped using it entirely, ultimately sparing her baby's life. Apparently, Gyokyu had tried to warn Lihua about the white powder, but Lihua wouldn't listen. Fearing what is to come next, Mao Mao asks what Gyokyu plans to do with her, but with a cheerful smile, Gyokyu states that Mao Mao from today will be Gyokyu's lady-in-waiting, just like an assistant. As Mao Mao walks through the rear palace, Mao Mao wonders if her being discovered is a good or bad thing. But at the same time, we see several soldiers suddenly collapse, suspecting that they've been poisoned. Seeing their men get poisoned, the leader of the soldiers accused the village leader for assisting the enemies. But just then we cut back to Jinshi, who has just learnt of the poisoning to their soldiers. Changing topics for a bit, one of the eunuchs asks Jinshi about Gyokyu's new attendant, but Jinshi states that compared to Lihua's 10 attendants, Gyokyu only has 4. But Jinshi reiterates that Gyokyu is quite smart, only choosing attendants that she can trust, which explains why Mao Mao is a candidate, as her knowledge of medicine is too valuable. Hearing the eunuch fear that Mao Mao may abuse her new positions as Gyokyu's attendant, Jinshi reasons that he should seduce Mao Mao a bit. The next morning, Mao Mao is seen packed up, chatting to Xiaolan, as she begins making her way to the Jade Pavilion, where Gyokyu lives. Just then, Mao Mao spots Jinshi flirting with several women, only to turn to greet Mao Mao, following up by grazing Mao Mao's hair in an attempt to seduce her. But this only weirds Mao Mao out. Upon arriving at the Jade Pavilion, Mao Mao is greeted by Hong Yang, the head lady in waiting for Gyokyu, who offers to show Mao Mao around the Jade Pavilion. First visiting Gyokyu, who warmly welcomes Mao Mao to her new home, remarking that her child Xiaoling also is happy to see her. Next, Hong Yang shows Mao Mao the guest waiting room, the kitchen and living room where all the ladies in waiting are cleaning, introducing themselves as Inghua, Good Yuan, Ailin. But when Mao Mao introduces herself, all the girls notice Mao Mao's wrapped up arm. Hong Yang states that there are no service girls in the Jade Pavilion, meaning that the 5 of them will have to do all of the work around here. But when Mao Mao offers to help them clean up, the ladies stop Mao Mao asking that she rest up for now, alluding to a special job that Mao Mao will have to do later on. As Mao Mao leaves, the 3 girls begin speculating on Mao Mao's tragic past, collectively shedding a tear for Mao Mao. Showing Mao Mao to her room, Hong Yang instructs Mao Mao to rest until she is summoned. Amazed at the spacious room, Mao Mao is amazed at the promotion, knowing that only elites are normally hired to attend to such royals. That evening, it's revealed that Mao Mao's special role is poison tasting, but Mao Mao can't help but get excited at tasting such luxurious food. Jinshi reveals it is a serious role, as when Gyokyu was pregnant, people had tried to poison her twice, with the food tester being paralyzed after tasting the poisoned food. Starting with the first dish, Mao Mao checks for any distinct marks or scents, only to finally taste the food, noting no numbness and concluding that the first dish is fine. As Mao Mao makes her way through other dishes, Mao Mao thinks about how she would run various experiments using poison when she lived with her father, meaning that she has grown immune to most poisons. That night, Mao Mao advises Hongyang to switch the ceramic dishes for silver, as silver will react with most poisons. Amazed, Hongyang reveals that they had purposely used ceramic dishes to test Mao Mao's logic, wondering why Mao Mao doesn't reveal that she can read, write, and has knowledge in medicine and poisons. Mao Mao states that her kidnappers take most of the money she makes, intriguing Hongyang as she knows Mao Mao doesn't want to give the kidnappers any more money. Turning to Mao Mao, Hongyang hands Mao Mao a large teapot, dropping it before Mao Mao can grab a hold of it, only to wink at Mao Mao as Hongyang states that she'll have to deduct damages out of her normal pay. But since she helped with poison testing earlier, Hongyang hands Mao Mao a payment equal to her regular salary that can't be touched by the kidnappers, impressing Mao Mao as it's a loophole that Hongyang is using to help her. The next day, Mao Mao is told to once again rest, only called to test meals that may be poisoned, but easily gets bored. Just then, Mao Mao is called by Gyukyu and Jinshi, who once again tries to seduce Mao Mao, but no luck. Showing Mao Mao a case of baozi buns, Jinshi asks for Mao Mao to check the authenticity of the food, but upon smelling the buns, Mao Mao detects an aphrodisiac in the food. Amazed, Jinshi admits that he knew of the aphrodisiac in the food, which weirds Mao Mao out, believing that Jinshi wanted her to eat it, making Gyokyu laugh. Getting serious, Jinshi reveals that a group of soldiers had reported being poisoned not so long ago, exhibiting signs of nausea, difficulty breathing, and other ailments. Due to suspicions, the soldiers had planned to punish the head of the village, but luckily one of the officers convinced them otherwise, putting the punishment on hold. Asking if the soldiers ate outside, Mao Mao realizes the cause of the issue, heading to a nearby rhododendron flower to explain. Chewing on one of the flower petals, Mao Mao states that the flower gives the same symptoms listed, but in some cases, wood from trees can cause the same symptoms when burnt, making Jinshi realize that the soldiers did indeed use wood to start a fire. Relieved that the soldiers didn't harm the innocent villagers, Jinshi wonders if Mao Mao can make him an aphrodisiac. Hearing this, Mao Mao gets excited, knowing that she'll finally get to experiment with making various drugs, replying that she can try given the proper equipment. That night, as Jinshi returns to his office, a random concubine attempts to seduce Jinshi, but Jinshi blatantly rejects her offer. Chatting with an eunuch, Jinshi reveals that he has been stationed here by the emperor to test the loyalty of his concubines, but it's sad to see that most concubines end up betraying the emperor's trust. As Jinshi thinks about Mao Mao, he admits that Mao Mao is the only girl that is not attracted to him, making Jinshi curious as to what may convince her otherwise. The next morning, Mao Mao visits the quack doctor, running into Gaoshun, Jinshi's assistant. As the quack doctor judges Mao Mao for being a mere servant, Gaoshun guides Mao Mao to a storage room, overwhelming Mao Mao as she gets to experiment with all sorts of materials. As Mao Mao is gleefully dancing, Jinshi interrupts, forcing Mao Mao to get to work. As Mao Mao begins writing up some things, she's amazed at how much paper she gets to use, pleased that Gaoshun is a quick learner compared to Jinshi, who's standing idly by. Upon checking to see if there is enough cacao, Mao Mao is disappointed to see a lack in supply, but Jinshi reassures Mao Mao that he can easily obtain more. Back at the Jade Pavilion, Mao Mao has gathered milk, butter, sugar, honey, and powdered cacao, intriguing the other girls, as those are all expensive ingredients. As Hongyang orders the other girls to stop slacking, we see Mao Mao finally begin to craft the aphrodisiac, stating that she had tasted cacao only once in the past, in the form of chocolate, which is considered an aphrodisiac. With everything mixed, Mao Mao leaves the concoction to harden, but Mao Mao also gets the idea of turning the leftovers into brownies, setting them on a shelf as she cleans up the mess. As Mao Mao passes through the courtyard, she suddenly spots various herbs growing on the field, distracted by the various herbs, only to rush back to the kitchen where she sees everyone waiting for her. Apparently, the three girls had snacked on the brownies and are now too exhausted to work. Presenting her chocolate and brownies to Gyukyu and Jinshur, Mao Mao warns that the aphrodisiacs are quite potent and that they are 3 times as effective as most stimulants. As Gyukyu leaves, she remarks that Mao Mao is not only knowledgeable with medicine but also can make drugs. With Jinshur and Mao Mao alone, Jinshur kisses Mao Mao on the back of her neck, only to leave. That night, we follow a lady walking through the palace, only to spot a mysterious figure high up on the palace walls, malnourished and pale. Cutting back to earlier, we see Jinshur talking with Lady Fuyo, but their conversation ends with Fuyo storming out. That night, a lady is seen dressed in all white, approaching another lady, terrifying the innocent bystander. The next morning, we follow Gyukyu's 3 attendants chatting about their lives before serving Gyokyu, even discussing how trade between Western and Central capitals is due to Gyukyu influencing the emperor. The ladies also mention how stressful it was when Gyukyu was pregnant, as many people were against a princess from a foreign land, giving birth to a child of the emperor. Following Mao Mao, we see Inwa check up on her, impressed that Mao Mao even knows how to make cold medicine. Upon seeing Mao Mao's wrapped up arm, Inwa checks to see if Mao Mao needs any help, reminding Mao Mao that she can vent to her if she needs. Changing topics, Inwa asks if Mao Mao is aware of a spirit haunting the rear palace, intriguing Mao Mao as she asks Xiaolan about the rumor. Xiaolan states that the ghost lady was sighted a few weeks back, only appearing at night near the Easter castle walls. Mao Mao notes how there are gates on the north, south, east, and west of the palace, but each gate is heavily guarded and surrounded by a moat. Xiaolan states that the corpse of the ghost lady supposedly exists at the very bottom of the moat, but Mao Mao notes how that is simply a cliché of all ghost stories. Visiting the quack doctor, Mao Mao is amazed that the doctor is now treating her like a normal human being, ever since discovering that she is knowledgeable in medicine as well. When the quack doctor attempts to serve Mao Mao snacks and tea, they are suddenly interrupted by Jinshur, who asks to join them. As Jinshur sits beside Mao Mao, Mao Mao wonders what Jinshur's role in the palace is, thinking dirty thoughts, only to be brought back to reality. As the doctor returns with tea and snacks, Jinshur sends the doctor away to search for items, leaving Jinshur alone with Mao Mao once again. Now alone, Jinshur asks Mao Mao about the ghost girl rumor, catching Mao Mao's attention when Jinshur mentions sleepwalking. Moving in close, Jinshur asks if Mao Mao can cure sleepwalking, but when Mao Mao states that she doesn't know how, Jinshur annoys Mao Mao until she agrees to give the problem a go. That night, Gaoshan guides Mao Mao to the eastern palace walls, but on the way asks if Mao Mao can stop glaring at Jinshur as if he were an insect. Shocked to see that Gaoshan knows of her disgust for Jinshur, but Gaoshan reveals that Jinshur tends to fantasize about Mao Mao when he's in his office. As they make it to the eastern wall, Mao Mao is captivated by Lady Fuyo, who is dressed in all white, marvelously dancing in front of the moon. The next morning, Mao Mao speaks with the quack doctor, learning that Fuyo was supposed to serve the emperor. But when she had failed to perform in front of the emperor, she chose to shut herself away from the world, ultimately scheduled to be a reward for a military officer. Knowing that she needs more information to cure Fuyo's supposed sleepwalking, Mao Mao asks for directions to Fuyo's room. But before Mao Mao leaves, she learns that Fuyo is from a poor country, which the quack doctor believes that Fuyo doesn't want to go back to. As Mao Mao and Gaoshan spy on Fuyo, Mao Mao is surprised to see Fuyo so timid, reminding her of the Fuyo cotton rose, a flower that remains white during the day, but turns deep pink during night. Returning to Xiaolan to ask for any more details, Mao Mao learns that the ghost lady had originally been spotted on the north side of the palace, but has since moved to the east. Believing that she has found the solution, she wonders if she should operate on solely speculations, but still chooses to present her findings to Gyukyu and Jinshur. Mao Mao starts by recounting a tale of a concubine that lived in the town near her village, being a cheerful and skilled poet at first, but upon learning that she would be bought, had purposely acted demonic to avoid being bought. Additionally, Mao Mao adds that the person attempting to purchase the lady was a wealthy merchant that had a wife and kid. Hearing this, Gyukyu wonders if Fuyo was the same, but Jinshur smirks, asking if Mao Mao is telling them everything she knows. With nothing else to add, Mao Mao states that since that day, Fuyo had been forbidden to leave her room, but Mao Mao hopes that everything works out. As days pass by, people start noticing Mao Mao more quiet than usual, leading all the way until the day of Fuyo's departure with her assigned military officer. Having a private chat with Mao Mao, Gyukyu asks for Mao Mao's true answer to Fuyo's sleepwalking, convincing Mao Mao to reveal the rest of her solution. Apparently, Mao Mao believes that the military officer and Fuyo are childhood friends, having heard reports of the military officer insisting on Fuyo as his reward. Mao Mao hypothesizes that Lady Fuyo had purposely failed at her dance performance in front of the emperor to avoid any attention. Next, Fuyo had faked her sleepwalking symptoms as a way to devalue herself as a woman and give people reasons to get her out of the palace. Finally, Lady Fuyo's dance on the Easter Palace walls was most likely her way of praying for her military childhood friend to return safely from the eastern battlefields. As Fuyo leaves the palace, she shows her relief to finally reunite with her childhood friend, showing that Mao Mao's deductions were spot on. That evening, Mao Mao is seen wondering what it must be like to fall in love, but at the same time, a man asks Gyukyu a favor involving Mao Mao. Cutting to Mao Mao, we see several of Lihua's ladies in waiting scolding Mao Mao, having pushed Mao Mao down and begun berating Mao Mao for trying to feed Lihua such disgusting food. Flashing back, we see that the emperor is visiting Gyokyu, having Mao Mao taste the food for poison. But before Mao Mao can leave, after confirming that the food is not poisoned, she's surprised to see the emperor personally ask for a favor. Apparently, the emperor had asked for Mao Mao to solve and cure Lihua, as Lihua is acting strange, and since it's a request directly from the emperor, Mao Mao has no reason to refuse. Cutting back to the present, Mao Mao begins cleaning up the spilled food she had made for Lihua, only to be kicked out by Lihua's lady-in-waiting. Having lunch with Xiaolan, Mao Mao tells Xiaolan about Lihua's sick state, reasoning that the white powder must still be running through her body, but luckily, the white powder, along with the flour that it has come from, has been banned from the rear palace. Xiaolan is amazed that Mao Mao was personally asked by the emperor to cure his concubine, but Mao Mao notes how strange it is that the emperor is asking her instead of the quack doctor. Finishing up her meal, only to head to the kitchen. Knowing that she needs to expel the existing poison from Lihua's body, Mao Mao decides to create a better-looking porridge, but gets refused and kicked out by Lihua's lady-in-waiting. Trying once again, Mao Mao has no luck, but catches a glimpse of Lihua's normal prestigious meal, noting how the food may be delicious, but it's way too heavy for a sick person to be eating. As Mao Mao is kicked out, we see Jinshi off to the side observing her, watching as Mao Mao continues to try and serve Lihua, but her ladies-in-waiting continue to refuse Mao Mao's help. One day, as Mao Mao tries to bring food to Lihua, Jinshi appears, asking if Mao Mao needs any help, but seeing Mao Mao defeated, Jinshi charms Lihua's lady-in-waiting, allowing Mao Mao to finally serve Lihua a porridge. Slowly feeding Lihua the porridge, Mao Mao is happy to see that Lihua can still digest food on her own, but as Mao Mao wipes a stain from Lihua's face, she realizes that Lihua is covered in a white powder, similar to the poisonous one that had been banned. Getting serious, Mao Mao walks to the leader of the ladies-in-waiting, demanding to know who was in charge of applying the white powder to Lihua. When one of the leaders steps up, remarking that she was the one, Mao Mao slaps the lady to the ground, dragging her towards the draw, where she finds a poisonous powder. Dumping the powder on the lady, Mao Mao reiterates that the powder is poison, and that the lady's cocky know-it-all attitude is causing Lihua to slowly die. As Mao Mao orders Lihua's ladies-in-waiting to clean up the white powder, Jinshi can't help but admire Mao Mao's serious sudden tone, which Mao Mao quickly corrects. Getting to work, Mao Mao dilutes her porridge, as Lihua is in worse condition than she thought. Next, Mao Mao opened up windows to allow ventilation, as the incense set up by Lihua's ladies were simply making it hard for Lihua to breathe. Mao Mao also orders Lihua's ladies to help wipe down and clean Lihua, only for Mao Mao to hydrate Lihua with tea to help flush out any toxins within Lihua's body. With Mao Mao spending more time taking care of Lihua, Lihua started to recover, allowing Mao Mao to begin adding fruits to the meal. As Mao Mao continues to take care of Li Hua, it's revealed that the leader of the ladies in the meeting was punished and confined, having hid the poisonous powder from everyone. Checking up on Mao Mao, Jinshi unveils a little treat for Mao Mao, who pleasantly accepts the gift, munching on the meal, but knows that the gift was from Gaoshan. Jinshi asks Mao Mao if they can help with Li Hua's recovery, prompting Mao Mao to ask Jinshi to begin constructing a steam bath, stating that sweating will help Li Hua as well. Returning to Li Hua's side, Mao Mao suddenly hears Li Hua speaking. Leaning in close to hear Li Hua ask why Mao Mao is helping her, stating that she doesn't want to live. Mao Mao reveals that she knows Li Hua doesn't want to die, prompting Li Hua to agree, as she thinks about the memories she had with her baby. With days passing by, we see Mao Mao help fuel the steam bath, where Li Hua is instructed to sit in. Afterwards, Li Hua is taken to her room, cleaned off, and fed, only for Li Hua's ladies to help Mao Mao clean off and dry Li Hua's dirty sheets. That evening, the leader of Li Hua's ladies had returned from confinement, declaring that she'll be taking over Li Hua's recovery, promising to never mess up again. Hesitant to speak to Li Hua, the leader of the ladies is relieved, seeing how much Li Hua has recovered. With 2 months passing, Mao Mao is happy to report that Li Hua is recovering well, even able to wander the palace gardens all by herself. Seeing Li Hua admire the garden's flowers, Mao Mao admits that she thought Li Hua would be arrogant and rude after the loss of her child, but it seems as if Li Hua has accepted the loss, making Mao Mao realize how pleasant of a lady Li Hua truly is. As Mao Mao rests for the day, we see Li Hua sit by her side, silently thanking Mao Mao for her help. With Mao Mao's final day attending to Li Hua, Mao Mao reports that she has told Li Hua's ladies in waiting how to proceed with Li Hua's diet, pleasing Li Hua. Before Mao Mao leaves, Li Hua asks Mao Mao if she's capable of having another child, believing that the emperor no longer loves her, but Mao Mao reveals that she was personally sent here by the emperor to make sure Li Hua lives. Seeing Li Hua still worried she'll lose the emperor to Gyokyu, Mao Mao reminds Li Hua that she has assets that exceed Gyokyu, whispering a technique that Li Hua can perform that may impress the emperor in bed. As Mao Mao leaves, she reveals that she had learned the technique from the ladies from her village when she was younger. Finally arriving back at the Jade Pavilion, Gyokyu and the other ladies are glad to see Mao Mao back, but that night, we cut to several men tossing trash into a fire. Out of nowhere, the fire erupts, changing into different colors that end up burning one of the men, who believes that he's been cursed. Sitting down and observing his wounds, the man begins to break down, terrified of the curse, but just then we cut to Jinshi on his morning training. Able to outtrade Basin, Jinshi commends his fellow eunuch, as Basin has greatly improved his swordplay. Getting cleaned off, Jinshi asks Gaoshan about Mao Mao. Happy to hear that Mao Mao is recovering well ever since returning to the Jade Pavilion. Cutting to Mao Mao, we see her digging through a garden, ecstatic to finally find some rare mushrooms, wondering where she should hide them. Just then, Mao Mao remembers that she has something to do, heading over to deliver Xiaolan some spare meals that Mao Mao was gifted. Sparking up a conversation, Xiaolan asks if Mao Mao had heard of a palace servant seducing a military officer, revealing that the servant had used an aphrodisiac, reminding Mao Mao of the chocolates she had created. Heading over to the quack doctor, Mao Mao reveals the matsutake mushroom she's dug up, exciting the quack doctor. As they both start grilling the mushrooms, they both secretly enjoy the delectable taste of the mushrooms. But just then, a man barges into the room asking if the quack doctor can cure his curse. Inspecting the man's burned hands, Mao Mao offers to make an ointment for the burns, all whilst the man recounts what happened. The man says that 2 nights ago, he was burning trash by the east side of the palace as he normally would, only to stumble onto a discarded women's dress that had both sleeves burnt off and several wooden tablets. Knowing that he shouldn't waste time, the man simply tossed the dress and tablets into the fire. But out of nowhere, the fire began changing colors, and next thing he knew his hands were burnt. Seeing the man in utter shock, Mao Mao takes out a stick, lighting it on fire, only to sprinkle chemicals to make the flame change color. When the man confirms that the color of the flames were the exact same, Mao Mao states that the chemicals are similar to what they use for fireworks. And as for the marks on the man's hand, Mao Mao reasons it's probably due to the man growing a rash from the wood. As Mao Mao hands the man an ointment, the man expresses his gratitude. But just then Jinshi appears, prompting the quack doctor to leave and prepare tea for Jinshi. Seeing such a happy smile on Jinshi's face, Mao Mao gets annoyed, asking what Jinshi wants. But Jinshi gets serious, asking Mao Mao to come with him. Setting up chemicals in front of Mao Mao, Jinshi asks Mao Mao how many colors he can make with the chemicals and how to apply them. Mao Mao states she's not too sure, but she knows some chemicals can be dissolved in oil and some in water. Before Mao Mao can leave, Jinshi asks for the chemicals to be teapot steamed, shocking Mao Mao, as Jinshi had found out she was hiding something. As Mao Mao leaves, Jinshi orders Gaoshan to find everyone that had suffered rashes from holding wooden tablets. But Mao Mao knows that the wooden tablets were most likely used to decode a secret message. Heading back to the Jade Pavilion, Mao Mao wonders why everyone is in a rush, forced to try on a dress, only to learn that twice a year a garden party is held for the emperor and the high officials. On top of the emperor, his 4 upper-ranking concubines, the prestigious consort, Gyokyu, the wise consort, Li Hua, the virtuous consort, Li Shu, and the pure consort Aduo. Hong Yang states that last time, Li Hua and Gyokyu couldn't attend due to giving birth, but this time, Gyokyu will be showing off her child, Princess Lingli, for the first time. Knowing that she can't skip out on attending and that she'll have to help taste Gyokyu's food, Mao Mao asks for Hong Yang's help getting ready for the party. Hong Yan states that they'll have to pad up Mao Mao a bit, remove her freckles, and apply makeup. With Mao Mao dreading having to smile at the high-ranking officials and stand in the cold wind, Mao Mao gets an idea, rushing to prepare things. That night, Hong Yang checks up on Mao Mao, seeing that Mao Mao has cooked up some orange and ginger snacks to help warm up the guests. When Mao Mao shows off an additional layer she sewed onto her dress to keep hand warmers, Hong Yan begs Mao Mao to do the same for the other girls. Mao Mao immediately gets to work. As word spread of Mao Mao's pocket warmer trick and orange snack, Jinshi and Gaoshan ended up visiting, along with the emperor's seamstress and cook, asking to learn Mao Mao's techniques. With several days going by, Mao Mao rushes to prepare and learn everything needed for the garden party, managing to finish preparations the day before. But at the same time, Gaoshan reports that he hasn't been able to track down any other victims that have been received burnt marks like the cursed man. With the big day arriving, Mao Mao and the ladies all gather around Gyokyu, stunned at Gyokyu's crimson beauty. As a token of appreciation, Gyokyu lends a piece of jewelry to each of her ladies in waiting, reminding Mao Mao that she is now part of her family. Just then, the ladies grab hold of Mao Mao, beginning to transform Mao Mao into a true woman. But as one of the ladies cleans off Mao Mao's face, they all stop and gather around Mao Mao's face. With all 4 princesses entering the assigned area, we see Jinshi greeting all the princesses, managing to charm Li Shu, heading to greet Gyokyu last. As Jinshi greets Gyokyu, he notes how Gyokyu's crimson outfit and her jade eyes complement each other. But spotting Mao Mao to the side, Jinshi attempts to tease her a bit, but is stunned to see Mao Mao's gorgeous face. Having not recognized her, Jinshi compliments Mao Mao for applying makeup and removing her freckles, but Mao Mao reveals that she never had freckles to begin with. Finding it strange that Mao Mao would fake her freckles, Jinshi is shocked to learn that back in Mao Mao's village, men would prey on any women they can. But by faking freckles, Mao Mao would never be attacked or assaulted due to her ugly looks and childlike figure. Additionally, Jinshi learns that Mao Mao was kidnapped from her village, apologizing for something so sad to happen to such a talent like Mao Mao. Mao Mao states that it isn't Jinshi's fault, but Jinshi pulls Mao Mao close, giving Mao Mao his hairpin, only to leave. As other ladies voice their jealousy at Mao Mao, Gyokyu approaches Mao Mao, uttering that Mao Mao no longer belongs to a single person. Before Mao Mao can learn what that means, the garden party begins, overwhelming Mao Mao as the sheer scale of the party is unimaginable. But at the same time as the food for the guest is served, we cut to an ominous silhouette. As the garden party unfolds, we cut to Mao Mao and the other ladies all clinging to each other as the cold wind brushes past them. Peeking through the curtains, Mao Mao notes how the arrangement of the 4 concubines encourages rivalry. Looking around, Mao Mao spots Empress Dowager, having given birth to the Emperor and the Emperor's younger brother at a very young age. Sadly, the Emperor's younger brother couldn't make the party, supposedly being too sick to leave the house. Just then, Mao Mao overhears some of Li Hua's ladies making fun of her friends, watching as Yinghua gets more and more angry. Mao Mao thinks back on when she was taking care of Li Hua. Mao Mao was easily able to scare Li Hua's attendants, but seeing Li Hua's attendants making fun of her friends, Mao Mao reminds Li Hua's attendants of what she can do to them, scaring them off. As Mao Mao reminds her friends that she needs to change their hand warmers, Gyoku's ladies can't help but admire Mao Mao, always being so nice even after having such a tragic past. Just then, Aduo's attendants and Li Shu's attendants begin to bicker, which Mao Mao learns that consort Li Shu is only 14 and Aduo is already 35, being the oldest of the 4 consorts. Additionally, Li Shu used to be the daughter-in-law of Aduo, as Aduo used to be a concubine of the previous emperor, whilst Li Shu was a concubine of the current. But since the previous emperor passed away 5 years ago, Aduo became a concubine of the current emperor. Amazed that Li Shu was only 9 to be a concubine, Mao Mao realized she was mistaken, as Li Shu was in fact Aduo's mother-in-law. As Hong Yin passes Gyoku's child to Mao Mao, they both notice Li Shu passing by, both bowing their heads as Li Shu cockily walks past. Hong Yin states that Li Shu is very young, as a virtuous consort like Li Shu would normally wear white, but instead Li Shu chose to wear a dark pink, a color similar to Gyoku's crimson red. As Hong Yin leaves, Mao Mao spots several girls freezing cold, offering the girls to hold some coals to warm them up, but this only weirds them out. As Mao Mao returns to her friends, they start teasing Mao Mao for sharing her hand warmer trick with other consorts' attendants. But Mao Mao suddenly spots a man handing his hairpin to a girl. Seeing Mao Mao intrigued, one of her friends mentions that gifting a hairpin is how men recruit ladies. But Mao Mao's friend also alludes to a second meaning. As Mao Mao leaves for some fresh air, a man, Lahaku, stops her, offering his hairpin. Seeing that Lahaku has got several other pins, Mao Mao is happy to receive a hairpin, but just then Li Hua appears, prompting Mao Mao and the other attendants to greet her. As a gift, Li Hua personally hands Mao Mao a hairpin as well, shocking the other girls as they wonder if Gyoku will be okay with Mao Mao garnering so much attention. With Mao Mao now preparing to test the food for poison, Mao Mao spots Gaoshun in the crowd, amazed that he is quite high-ranking. Also, Mao Mao spots Lahaku is also quite high-ranking, but wonders where Jinshi is compared to the others. With the first soup dish served, Mao Mao notes that there is no strange clouding appear, along with no peculiar smell from the soup. Upon drinking the soup, Mao Mao chases the soup with some water, confirming nothing strange with the dish, but upon seeing another fellow food taster so stressed, Mao Mao feels sorry for them, noting how she must be the only one that yearns for the taste of poison. Up next is a vinegar fish and vegetable dish, a favorite of the Emperor's, but instead of blueback fish there is jellyfish. With nothing too outlandish, Mao Mao pans over to see Li Shu sweating at the thought of eating fish, but forces herself to eat it as she is in public. But as she looks at Li Shu's food taster, Mao Mao spots the food taster smirking while staring at Li Shu. At the same time, one of Lahaku's friends asks Lahaku to watch one of the food tasters, realizing that it is Mao Mao from earlier. Slowly watching as Mao Mao sensually slurps and enjoys the next dish. But as Mao Mao finishes enjoying the dish, she declares that the dish she just tasted was poisoned, quickly walking off. As Jinshi begins slowly walking to the stage, he makes it just in time to see another person collapse from tasting the dish, but spots Mao Mao running off somewhere. Checking up on Mao Mao, Jinshi is shocked to see Mao Mao so happy, grabbing and dragging her to the infirmary. Mao Mao notes how she would have loved to swallow the poison, but states that the poison would have easily paralyzed her. But hearing this, Jinshi gets weirded out. Jinshi states that another official had tried the dish themselves, making Mao Mao wonder what idiot would do so, offering to give Jinshi a bag of drugs that will help the people poisoned to throw up and get the poison out of their systems. Accepting the drugs, Jinshi continues to drag Mao Mao along, but Mao Mao notes how Jinshi has gotten a new hairpin, wondering why he wasn't at the party until now. Upon reaching the palace infirmary, Mao Mao is instructed to vomit the rest of the food in her stomach, ultimately impressed by the palace's drugs. Moving on to a more serious topic, Jinshi wants to know if Mao Mao suspects the person that may have wanted to poison Gyokyu, but Mao Mao asks for Jinshi to bring Li Shu. Being able to charm Li Shu into coming, Jinshi introduces Li Shu and her food taster to Mao Mao. Spotting Li Shu scratching herself, Mao Mao rushes to unveil her dress, spotting rashes scattered along Li Shu's arm. Mao Mao confirms that Li Shu is indeed allergic to fish, commenting how she herself is allergic to buckwheat and could never build up a tolerance to it. Asking if Li Shu is handling the fish okay, Mao Mao states that the vinegar fish dish she tasted earlier had jellyfish, meaning that Lady Gyokyu's dishes and Lady Li Shu's dishes were swapped. Upon confirming that Li Shu is allergic to mackerel, Mao Mao glares at Li Shu's food taster, speculating that although the food taster knew Li Shu was allergic to mackerel, she still allowed Li Shu to eat a dish with mackerel. Having written up several other foods that Li Shu should avoid, Mao Mao personally hands Li Shu's food taste to the list, glaring and warning the food taster to not act out, or else she may disappear. With Jinshi asking Mao Mao what just happened, Mao Mao feigns ignorance, but before Mao Mao leaves, she states that there may have been other attempts at poisoning. Now alone, Gaoshan asks Jinshi if the poisoning is somehow related to the wooden tablets, alluding to a lady-in-waiting that visited earlier not having any burns on her hands. The next morning, Mao Mao is seen dreaming of her father, wondering if he's alright. Apparently after the party, the other attendants ordered Mao Mao to get plenty of rest, ultimately leading to Mao Mao sleeping until noon. Reporting to Gyokyu, Mao Mao apologizes for sleeping in, but Gyokyu states that Mao Mao could have taken the day off. Upon seeing Mao Mao's face, Gyokyu wonders why Mao Mao has added freckles to her face, but Mao Mao states she's more comfortable with them on. Changing topics, Gyokyu tells Mao Mao that Gaoshan has been wanting to speak with Mao Mao, assigned to pluck some weed in the meantime. Greeting Gaoshan, Mao Mao hears that Jinshi wanted to give Mao Mao the poisonous soup in the cup Gyokyu was supposed to drink. Upon confirming that no one has touched the silver cup up until now, Mao Mao heads to retrieve some cotton, powder, and a brush. Taking some cotton and dabbing it in the powder, Mao Mao begins patting the silver cup with the powder, brushing off the excess to reveal some fingerprints. Mao Mao reveals that the oils that excrete from the human body easily stain silver, hence why silver utensils are cleaned thoroughly. Suddenly realizing something about Li Shu and her food taster, Mao Mao quickly hides her realization, explaining to Gaoshan that 4 people in total touched the silver cup. Since they already know that someone must have poured, carried, and tasted the soup, it leads Mao Mao to assume that the 4th person must be the one to have poisoned the soup. Hearing this, Gaoshan wonders why Li Shu's food taster is touching Gyokyu's dish. But Mao Mao reveals that Li Shu's food taster had swapped Li Shu's and Gyokyu's dishes to bully Li Shu. Shocked that a lady-in-waiting will bully a high-ranking concubine, Gaoshan listens to Mao Mao's reasoning. Learning that Li Shu's lady-in-waitings must have personally recommended Li Shu to wear a similar color to Gyokyu, only to purposely wear white themselves, making Li Shu seem childish and disrespectful towards Gyokyu. Sadly, Mao Mao knows that concubines can only rely and trust their ladies-in-waiting. But for Li Shu, it seems that the people she can trust the most are nothing but bullies. The bright side was that, since Mao Mao tasted the poison meant for Li Shu, Mao Mao was able to save Li Shu's life. When Gaoshan wonders what would have caused the ladies-in-waiting to turn on Li Shu, Mao Mao suspects that the ladies are not only jealous that Li Shu was able to become a concubine to the previous emperor at such a young age, but they also believe Li Shu is disgusting for choosing to leech off the existing emperor after the previous emperor passed away. Seeing as the mysterious 4th person's fingerprints are near the edge, Mao Mao suspects it to be another lady-in-waiting. But before Mao Mao leaves, Gaoshan asks why Mao Mao didn't reveal Li Shu's food taster's crime of swapping and bullying Li Shu. Surprised that Gaoshan found out, Mao Mao reveals that she knows how rough it is to be a food taster, so Mao Mao reasons that remaining Li Shu's food taster is enough of a punishment. Reporting to Jinshi on his findings, Jinshi praises Gaoshan for getting the truth out from Mao Mao, but complains that he hasn't gotten any time to rest, as he's trying to figure out the culprit. Choosing to rest at his desk, Gaoshun reminds Jinshi to act more professional, but ends up helping Jinshi to remove his hairpin, something only a special individual can wear. As Gaoshun leaves for the night, Jinshi perks up, stating that he can finally get to work. The next day, Mao Mao sits with Xiaolan, who is excited to hear that Mao Mao received several hairpins, mentioning that Mao Mao can finally leave the rear palace. Shocked to hear this, Mao Mao learns that with a hairpin, Mao Mao can as the hairpin owner to assist Mao Mao temporarily or permanently leave the rear palace. Seeing as there is really only one man she can turn to, we cut to Lahaku, who is busy training, stopping as he has received a message from Mao Mao, wondering how he should turn her down, having only given out the pins as a formality. Choosing to privately chat with Mao Mao, Lahaku is shocked to see Mao Mao is completely different without makeup, but asks why Mao Mao had summoned him. Upon hearing that Mao Mao would like Lahaku to vouch for her to visit her home, Lahaku gets pissed, wondering what Mao Mao can give in exchange. As a trump card, Mao Mao reveals that she has special vouchers to the VIDZ house, a super-renowned brothel that would normally take up 1 year's worth of Lahaku's salary. Seeing Lahaku hesitant at first, Mao Mao chooses to play hard to get, taking back the vouchers only to show off 2 of her other hairpins. Upon realizing that the 2 other pins are far superior than his, Lahaku has no choice but to accept Mao Mao's offer, fearing that he'll never get a chance like this again. Reporting the good news to Gyokyu and the other girls, Mao Mao promises to bring back souvenirs. But Gyokyu and Hongyan note how Mao Mao probably doesn't know the full extent of what the hairpin means. As Mao Mao leaves, we see Jinshi finding out that Mao Mao had left the rear palace with another man, but Gyokyu adds that it'll only be for 3 days. With Mao Mao and Lahaku traveling by carriage, Mao Mao reveals that the town near her village is renowned as the Pleasure District, with the 3 princesses of the VIDZ house idolized by the whole country. Upon arriving at the entrance of the VIDZ house, Mao Mao rushes to hug Granny, but instead receives a swift blow to her stomach. Mao Mao reassures Lahaku that she's fine, as Granny used to perform the trick to allow Mao Mao to spit out all the poison she would test and consume. Happy to see Lahaku has lots of muscles, Granny assigns Lahaku Perrin, finally alone with Mao Mao. Wondering why Mao Mao left for 10 months, Mao Mao states that she had sent a letter, which the Granny confirmed she got. That's why she chose to service Lahaku for a discount. Taking out the money she earned at the rear palace, Mao Mao apologizes for not making enough to afford Perrin, but Granny states that Mao Mao simply needs to bring in more young guests like Lahaku, so they can squeeze them for all their money. As Granny leaves, she tells Mao Mao to quickly return to her father, heading back down the street that she grew up on. Upon entering her father's home, Mao Mao spots her father doing the same thing as when she left, sitting down and telling her father stories of her time at the rear palace. Telling her father that she'll need to return in 2 days' time, Mao Mao chooses to rest for the night. But as Mao Mao sleeps, her father reveals that he has connections with the rear palace. The next morning, Mao Mao wakes up, remembering that she is home, but notes how she is quite sweaty. Seeing that her father isn't home, Mao Mao reasons that her father is probably out in the herb field, wishing that her father would stop working at his age. Just then, a little girl begins banging on her home, prompting Mao Mao to approach her and ask what's the problem. Without saying anything, the little girl grabs Mao Mao, dragging her into the house, where she sees a crowd forming in front of her room. Upon entering the room, Mao Mao is stunned to see 2 people incapacitated, but snapping out of the daze, Mao Mao gets to work, assessing the situation. Seeing as the man isn't breathing and the woman is barely breathing, Mao Mao orders another helper to check if the lady has anything clogging the throats. With Mao Mao and the helper applying CPR to both people, Mao Mao orders the little girl to bring charcoal. With Mao Mao managing to resuscitate the 2, Mao Mao cleans out her mouth, sarcastically remarking that it's great to be home. As Mao Mao asks the house's ladies to not touch anything within the room, Mao Mao begins inspecting the room, noting how the 2 victims were a courtesan and a customer. Upon entering the room, Mao Mao picked up scents of alcohol and tobacco, also spotting 2 bottles, some broken glass, wheat stalks, a pipe, and some tobacco. With the little girl arriving with the charcoal Mao Mao had asked for, Mao Mao asks for something to write on, giving the little girl a message, asking the little girl to go fetch her father's in the herb field. As the little girl leaves, she gives Mao Mao a dark stare. But as the little girl returns with Mao Mao's father, Mao Mao reports that she has crushed the charcoal and it should be ready to be mixed with herbs to treat the two victims. Following the courtesan, we see that she has gotten better, learning that the male customer is also now stable. With Mao Mao and her father alone, Mao Mao reveals that her father is quite smart, able to piece together things with simple clues. Asking Mao Mao to sit with him, Mao Mao's father tests Mao Mao, asking what she thought caused everything. Mao Mao states that she believes the tobacco leaves are quite poisonous, being commonly used for suicides, which her father confirms is true. Asking if Mao Mao had them drink water, Mao Mao states that she didn't, which her father commends, as the stomach acid can prevent poison from being absorbed. But when water is added, it makes it easier for the human stomach to absorb the poison. Next, Mao Mao's father pokes a hole in Mao Mao's deduction, asking what if the tobacco leaves were soaked in water beforehand, prompting Mao Mao to confirm that there are no leaves in the vomit, meaning that diluting the poison with water may have actually been better. As the owner of the house thanks Mao Mao and her father, Mao Mao sees that the wheat stalks are used to drink liquids without messing up one's lipstick. As a thanks, the owner pays Mao Mao and her father, but when Mao Mao's father attempts to decline the payment, Mao Mao reminds her father that he has to pay for rent. Mao Mao notes how the man and women must have attempted a double suicide, as it's not too uncommon for something to occur, as usually poor men and an unhappy courtesan would agree to take their own lives. Mao Mao finds it weird that the man who wears such expensive clothes would choose to take his own life. But just then Mao Mao spots the little girl visiting the man, reasoning that she too should check up on the man as well. Upon entering the room, Mao Mao is horrified to see the little girl attempting to stab the man, swiftly disarming the girl. Hearing the little girl scream that the man deserves to die, Mao Mao headbutts the little girl, forcing her onto her knees. But just then, a lady arrives, asking to speak privately with Mao Mao. The lady reveals that the man poison was quite a problematic customer, always flirting and promising to purchase and give women a better life, only to lie and dump the girls. Having been stabbed and poisoned in the past, the man comes from a rich merchant, ultimately choosing to resolve issues with money. It's revealed that the man did the same thing to the little girl's older sister, but it turns out the older sister had fallen for the scummy man. The concubine that was poisoned is apparently friends with the little girl's sister and had tried a double suicide with the man. Since they can't ban the man, as it would be bad for business, they have no choice but to leave him as is. As Mao Mao and her father head home, Mao Mao thinks about how scary the little girl is, having specifically ran to search for her father, which she probably knew wasn't home, instead of going to search for an actual doctor. Returning home, Mao Mao asks to check the money they were paid, confirming that the owner paid them to stay quiet about what happened. Still unable to figure out why a man that had been poisoned previously would be so easily poisoned. But before Mao Mao can conclude anything, her father reminds Mao Mao to only consider facts. Diving back through all the points she knows, Mao Mao concludes that it wasn't a double suicide, but in fact poison. But before she can tell her father tells Mao Mao that the is already over. As Mao Mao walks through town, she explains that the courtesan must have poisoned the man, using two types of liquid. Since the man would want her to taste any drink before he did, the courtesan must have poured an edible liquid and a non-edible liquid into the same cup. But due to the liquid's different densities, the edible and non-edible liquids would form their own layers. The courtesan simply drank from the bottom edible liquid with a straw, whereas the man would drink the poison. Afterwards, the lady would sip a little of the poison, just enough for her to survive. But some things still don't make sense, as Mao Mao wonders if the little girl knew what the courtesan was doing, as she purposely didn't want a doctor to come, or if the owner knew what was happening and purposely paid for their silence. Knowing that she can't operate on speculation, Mao Mao makes her way to the Verdigris house, using its bath to clean up. Just then, Mimi joins Mao Mao, revealing that Granny, herself, and other princesses were worried about her. That night, Mao Mao is seen visiting the annex, falling asleep as she sits beside someone sleeping. With the 3 days already over, Mao Mao's father wishes her well, heading over to pick up Lihaku, who has already been ensnared by Parent. Returning to the Jade Pavilion, Mao Mao can't help but notice Jinshi's glare from behind. But before Mao Mao can flee, Jinshi asks to speak with her privately. Seeing Jinshi so agitated, Mao Mao asks what is agitating him. But Jinshi instead asks how Mao Mao's visit home was. Upon hearing that nothing happened with Lihaku, Jinshi asks if Mao Mao knows what choosing Lihaku as a guarantor means. But Mao Mao says she believes a guarantor is a high-ranking official with a good record. Seeing Jinshi at a loss for words, Mao Mao states that she didn't want to rely on Jinshi, fearing that she could never repay him, like she did Lihaku. Hearing this, Jinshi believes that she gave up her body to convince Lihaku. But as Mao Mao leaves, we see Hongyan rushing to slap Mao Mao for being misleading, all whilst Gyokyu laughs at what they heard. Cutting to the cafeteria area at night, we see several eunuchs gathered for dinner. But as they all chat, they all suddenly hear a massive ceramic container shatter, followed by a drunk older eunuch demanding that they bring him more booze. Seeing the older man in a pathetic state, several eunuchs laugh at how, thanks to him, they'll probably never drink. Suddenly, we see a mysterious man placing some mysterious substance in some bottles of booze, only to hand it to the older man, coldly watching as the older man gulps down the spiked booze. The next morning, Gaoshan asks for Jinshi to stop sulking, reminding Jinshi that he still has lots of work to do. Gaoshan thinks about how Jinshi has accomplished a lot in his life, seeing unusual for Jinshi to act so childish and be so attached to another person's life. As Gaoshan hands Jinshi some paperwork, Gaoshan thinks about how he managed to convince Gyokyu to explain to Jinshi that it wasn't Mao Mao that offered her body to Lihaku, but instead Mao Mao asked another experienced lady to repay the favor. Still, Gaoshan admits how unlucky it was for Jinshi to put so much effort, freeing up time to mess with Mao Mao, only to hear that Mao Mao left to spend time with another man. As Jinshi and Gaoshan begin working through the papers, they both note how nobles try to pass bills to benefit themselves, but it's ultimately up to Jinshi to verify them. As they both work on the papers all throughout the day and into the night, they are suddenly interrupted by an eunuch, revealing that Sir Conan has passed away. The next morning, Jinshi reports the bad news to Gyokyu and Mao Mao, both sad to hear that a high-ranking man had passed away. As Mao Mao hears that Conan had drunk himself to death, Mao Mao has no sympathy for him, but Jinshi suddenly asks if Mao Mao thinks Conan truly drank himself to death. Speaking with Jinshi, Mao Mao reiterates that heavy drinking does ultimately poison and weaken one's organs, explaining Conan's death. But Jinshi tells Mao Mao that Conan was celebrating during a party by drinking out with friends. Wondering why Jinshi would tell her that, Jinshi adds that Conan easily handled his alcohol, but he wasn't liked by many people. Taking out some booze, Jinshi pours Mao Mao a cup of booze, exciting Mao Mao, but Jinshi adds that unfortunately the last jar of booze Conan drank from was shattered and the booze was lost. Seeing Jinshi so sad, Mao Mao reasons that with the information Jinshi told her, there is no way of finding out if Conan was poisoned or not. Taking a sip of the booze, Mao Mao is disgusted by the sweet and salty flavors, but Jinshi reveals that Conan loved sweet foods, never touching even the most valuable of smoked meats or rarest of rock salts. Reminiscing, Jinshi states that Conan used to love spicy food, but one day switched to loving sweet foods. But Mao Mao interrupts, wondering if Conan passed due to diabetes. As Mao Mao takes another sip, she learns that there were rock salts, mooncakes, and dried meat at the party, prompting Mao Mao to request to see the last drinking jar Conan touched before he passed. Jinshi states the jar is shattered, but Mao Mao states she still wants to see it, finishing up several more cups of booze, only to mention that she has an idea of what happened. The next day, Mao Mao greets Jinshi, who has brought the shattered jar, along with Gaoshan, handing Mao Mao a report on the incident. Reading through the report, Mao Mao heads towards the shattered jar, licking off dried substance from the jar, shocking Gaoshan and Jinshi. Reassuring them that she's fine, Mao Mao drops some of the leftover substance in a fire, revealing that the jar had an overabundance of salt in it, ultimately poisoning Conan. Wondering how Conan didn't stop drinking such a salty beverage, Mao Mao hands Jinshi the report, deducing that Conan must have lost his ability to taste salty things. Apparently, Conan was quite a talented and smart bureaucrat, but unfortunately, he had lost his wife and child to an epidemic, choosing to escape by drinking and consuming sweets. Mao Mao states that Conan's inability to taste salty things is a form of illness that stems from an unbalanced diet or stress. Hearing all of this, Jinshi asks Mao Mao who could have placed salt in Conan's drink, but Mao Mao states that she has no idea. Mao Mao does add that the booze she tasted yesterday had salt, so it could have been someone that didn't like sweet drinks, or it could have been co-workers that tried pranking Conan but simply took it too far and poisoned Conan. Hearing all this, Jinshi whispers something to Gaoshan, sending him off, but at the same time, Mao Mao thinks about how she doesn't want to reveal the culprit, fearing that she'll get someone punished, but notes how she had given Jinshi enough clues already. As Jinshi thanks Mao Mao for the insight, Mao Mao spots an obsidian tassel tied to Jinshi's waist, asking how close Jinshi was to Conan. Jinshi reveals that Conan was crucial to him when Jinshi was a child, making Mao Mao feel sorry for Jinshi. As a thanks for all the help, Jinshi gives Mao Mao a bottle of booze, exciting Mao Mao, but as Jinshi tries to tease Mao Mao, Mao Mao fires back, teasing Jinshi for slacking on his paperwork. Backed into a corner, Jinshi mentions how he has the ability to pass a law that forbids underage drinking until the age of 20 years old, finally getting Mao Mao to concede their little dispute. As several days pass, we see a mysterious lady suddenly being flung into a body of water, helplessly left to drown. The next day, Mao Mao and the quack doctor are called to inspect the body of the victim, impressing Mao Mao as the corpse had been preserved due to the cold weather. Asking about the victim, Mao Mao learns that the victim was most likely a servant from the rear palace, and her body was found in the moat surrounding the palace, but gets thrown off seeing how scared the quack doctor is. Too scared to touch the body, the quack doctor asks if Mao Mao can search and touch the body, but Mao Mao states that her teacher forbade Mao Mao from touching corpses. Just then, Jinshi appears, asking Mao Mao more on the reason she can't touch corpses, but Mao Mao shyly remarks that humans can become ingredients as well, and her father had foresaw Mao Mao experimenting with human corpses, forbidding Mao Mao from doing something so inhumane. As the quack doctor begins performing an autopsy on the corpse, they note how the woman is tall, has hard wooden shoes, bandages on one foot, and all her fingers are red, but Mao Mao can't help but feel bad for how cold the lady must have been in the water. That evening, Jinshi tells Mao Mao that the lady was fine yesterday, suspecting that she must have climbed the palace walls and threw herself into the surrounding moat. Mao Mao states that it can't just be suicide, as Mao Mao couldn't find any ladder or way up on the walls by herself, but notes how there are intrusions on the palace wall that can help people climb up there, revealing that Fuyo used the intrusions to climb the wall by herself. Since the victim's feet were bound to appear more small and beautiful, meaning that murder is not completely off the table either, as Mao Mao suspects the victim had tried to climb out of the moat whilst drowning, but failed, hence her red fingers. Pondering for a bit, Mao Mao thinks about how cruel the world is, as people aren't able to choose when they die, especially if they fall prey to other people. As Mao Mao begins going through her traumatic past, she asks if Jinshi were to ever to execute her, that he would at least choose poison. Confused as to the sudden dark tone, Jinshi states that he would never execute her, but Mao Mao reminds Jinshi that she is simply a commoner, and that the world is quite cruel to commoners. Seeing as she maybe soured the mood, Mao Mao excuses herself, but it's later revealed that the victim had also attended the garden party, and people had found a written will, meaning people deemed the case as suicide. As several more days pass by, we cut to Gaoshan finally reporting that he has finally found someone with burns on their arms, revealing it to be Feng Ming, the head lady in waiting for concubine Aduo. Heading to chat with Xiaolan, Mao Mao listens to the rumor Xiaolan has heard, believing that the servant that drowned belonged to the Garnet Pavilion. People suspect that the servant was ordered by concubine Aduo, but Xiaolan also reveals that Aduo will probably be replaced by a younger concubine eventually. This is because Aduo is 1 year older than the emperor, being 35 years old, and although Aduo was able to conceive a baby boy, it sadly passed away long ago. Hearing this, Mao Mao thinks about how trapped ladies are in the rear palace, solely being used to give birth, wondering if Lady Lihua will grow old and be replaced, or if Gyokyu will be abandoned by the emperor. Before Xiaolan leaves, Mao Mao hands Xiaolan some leftover food from their most recent tea party, exciting Xiaolan. But as Mao Mao returns back to the Jade Pavilion, she learns that they'll be having another tea party. Seeing as everyone is more busy than usual, Mao Mao learns that Lady Li Shu will be attending the tea party. With everything set up, Lady Gyokyu greets Lady Li Shu, both already tense as Mao Mao notes how they both are more wary than when the emperor was here. Watching Gyokyu conversate, Mao Mao is impressed, as Gyokyu is able to control and steer the conversation with her polite manners. Mao Mao heard that Gyokyu constantly sends messages to her family, making sure to be aware of current events in the outside world, making her an intellect worthy to be a concubine. As Mao Mao glances at Li Shu's food taster, Mao Mao feels bad as the food taster is scared to death of Mao Mao. And on top of that, Li Shu's other lady in waiting doesn't seem to be paying attention. To ease the conversation, Gyokyu asks if Li Shu would like some snacks, delighting Li Shu. Unveiling their sweet drink, Gyokyu shows Li Shu a drink that will warm her up, consisting of boiled orange peels and honey. But hearing the ingredients, Li Shu's face drops, prompting Mao Mao to deduce that Li Shu is allergic to honey, all whilst Li Shu's lady in waiting mock Li Shu for being a picky eater again. Intervening, Mao Mao sips the orange and honey drink, signaling to Gyokyu that they should offer another beverage, opting for some hot ginger water instead, pleasing Li Shu. Seeing Li Shu's lady in waiting annoyed that Li Shu wasn't forced to consume the honey, Mao Mao confirms that Li Shu is still being bullied. As everything wraps up, Mao Mao is forbidden from helping clean up the tea party, running into Jinshi, whom Mao Mao suspects set up the tea party. Before Mao Mao can leave, Jinshi asks if Mao Mao had heard about the rumors regarding the attempted poisoning being tied to the servant who drowned. Upon confirming that she has heard the rumors, Jinshi asks if Mao Mao truly believes the servant took her own life, but Mao Mao can't say for certain. Jinshi also asks why a mere servant would poison Li Shu, but Mao Mao reiterates that she doesn't know. With no other choice, Jinshi reveals that Mao Mao will be working under A Duo, stationed at the Garnet Pavilion for the next couple of days. As Mao Mao heads over to the Garnet Pavilion, Mao Mao notes how unlike Gyokyu's comfy Jade Pavilion and Lihua's refined Crystal Pavilion, A Duo's pavilion feels simple. Greeting Mao Mao and some other servants, Feng Ming, the head lady in waiting, states that they'll be working here for the next 3 days, only to be interrupted by A Duo herself. Glancing at A Duo, Mao Mao is mesmerized by A Duo's masculine and feminine appearance, wondering if A Duo is truly 35 years of age. As A Duo thanks the servants for the extra help, she heads elsewhere, but Mao Mao notes how she reminds her of someone. As Feng Ming guides them around the Garnet Pavilion, Mao Mao notes how Feng Min is quite approachable, believing Feng Ming would be more entitled and from a noble family. Feng Ming asks Mao Mao and the other girls to begin dusting off some old items, but Mao Mao spots Feng Ming has bandages wrapped around her arm. Getting to work, Mao Mao notes how many items are in the room, heading outside with some books, impressed that the servants are all working hard, unlike Lihua's ladies-in-waiting. Individually spreading out and opening up the books, impressing Feng Ming, which Mao Mao notices is very fit to be head lady-in-waiting, giving plenty of compliments as well as being very observant. With a tough day of cleaning over, Mao Mao slowly waddles to report her finished work, impressing Feng Ming as she has given Mao Mao and the other servants a huge room to rest, even lighting a scented candle to set the mood. As Mao Mao lays next to the other girls, she wonders about Jinshi's reason for sending her here, having not told Mao Mao to do anything in particular. The next morning, Mao Mao watches on as all of A Duo's servants continue to work hard, even spotting Feng Ming set an example, joining in to ease the workload. Seeing this dedication, Mao Mao wonders if Feng Ming ever considered marriage or if Feng Ming chose to serve A Duo for life. Mao Mao reasons if Feng Ming was deeply loyal to A Duo, it could possibly explain Li Shu's poisoning, as Feng Ming feared A Duo would be replaced, choosing to free up a spot by taking out another fellow concubine. As Mao Mao is called to help elsewhere, she notes the abundance of honey, learning that Feng Ming's family owns a bee farm, explaining the sweet candle scent last night. Beginning to move the honey elsewhere, Mao Mao spots Lady Li Shu and her food taster, both acting frightened, wondering why they are here at the Garnet Pavilion and if it has anything to do with honey. With her 3 days up, Mao Mao reports back to Jinshi, annoyed that Jinshi is acting so nonchalant and asking vague questions. Getting serious, Jinshi asks who would be most qualified to contact the outside world, out of the ladies in the Garnet Pavilion. Realizing that Jinshi is leading her somewhere, Mao Mao reveals that Fengmin would be the most qualified, having deduced that the bandages around her arm link her to the mysterious colored wooden tablets, believing the tablets to have some sort of code. Happy to hear that Mao Mao is on the same page, Jinshi dips his finger in some honey, slowly approaching Mao Mao as he intends to give her a reward. Creeped out, Mao Mao begins to back away, only to be cornered, calling out to Gaoshun for help, but no reply. Wondering if she should just give in or escape. But as Jinshi slowly moves his fingers closer to Mao Mao, he utters that it's not honey but an aconite syrup. Upon hearing this, Mao Mao begins realizing something. Realizing Li Shu's allergic reaction, the servants drowning along with realizing Fengming's involvement are all tied to syrup. Luckily, Gyokyu catches Jishin in the act, scaring Jinshi off, checking to see if Mao Mao is alright. Still mad that Gaoshun let Jinshi get away with such an act, Mao Mao asks to visit Li Shu, accompanied by Gaoshun. Li Shu is sad to see that Jinshi isn't visiting, but allows Mao Mao to speak her mind, prompting Mao Mao to ask if Li Shu is allergic to honey. Li Shu is surprised that Mao Mao knows, revealing that when she was younger, her nurses forbid honey, believing it was life-threatening. Before Li Shu can say anything further, one of Li Shu's lady-in-waiting butts in, scolding Mao Mao for digging into Li Shu's private life, followed by another lady-in-waiting asking Li Shu to kick Mao Mao out. Seeing Li Shu being manipulated by the ones so close, Mao Mao declares that she is simply following Jinshi's orders, getting the girls to back off. Getting serious, Mao Mao asks if Li Shu is aware of Fengming, spotting Li Shu's being terrified upon hearing that name. As Mao Mao and Gaoshun head back, Mao Mao asks if she can learn about past events in the rear palace, prompting Gaoshun to search previous court documents, wondering what Mao Mao has figured out. Sifting through the documents, Mao Mao realizes 17 years ago, the current emperor had their now deceased son with Aduo. Apparently at the same time, the current emperor's father had a son as well, the current emperor's little brother. The documents state that Aduo and the current emperor were raised by the same parents, making them foster siblings. But most shocking of all, the baby that passed away was delivered by Dr. Luomin, Mao Mao's father. Sadly, Mao Mao had already suspected this, spotting herbs that she saw her father growing when she was younger and can only be found in different regions. The documents state that Luomin was expelled, leading Mao Mao to wonder the reason for her father being kicked out. The next morning, Mao Mao heads to visit Fengming, telling Fengming that she has brought a gift for Aduo from Gyokyu. But when Mao Mao shows what's inside the gift, Fengming gets serious, inviting Mao Mao in. As Fengming begins cooking up some snacks, Mao Mao spots several pieces of luggages packed up, confirming her suspicions. As Fengming serves Mao Mao her snacks, Fengming asks Mao Mao what she's looking for, but Mao Mao immediately asks when Fengming will be leaving. With Fengming impressed, Mao Mao continues, revealing that she knows the cleanup for the Garnet Pavilion was simply preparations to welcome the new high-ranked concubine and that Aduo must leave soon. Mao Mao also states that she suspects Aduo can no longer give birth, but Fengming states that's none of Mao Mao's business, only for Mao Mao to reveal that her father, Luomin, was the one that delivered the babies at that time. Mao Mao suspects that since the former emperor and the current emperor had babies at the same time, Aduo was ultimately left to give birth alone, as Mao Mao's father was forced to prioritize the previous emperor. With Fengming by Aduo's side, Aduo was luckily able to give birth to a baby boy, but at the cost of her uterus. As Fengming glares at Mao Mao, Mao Mao states that Aduo's baby passed away shortly after, deducing that Fengming was the one taking care of the child instead of Aduo. Praising Mao Mao for figuring everything out, Mao Mao adds that people believe the baby passed away from toxic white powder, just like Li Hua's baby, but Mao Mao suspects it was another issue. With a serious glare, Fengming listens to Mao Mao as she notes Fengmin is quite smart, having kept the baby away from the white powder, unveiling the gift, revealed to be a flower and some honey. Mao Mao states that the nectar from flowers can be very poisonous, especially to newborns, revealing that Fengmin had unknowingly fed Duo's child nectar, believing that it would be good for the child, but sadly, it was poisonous. Mao Mao says that her father, the head doctor at the time, was ultimately blamed for the death of Duo's baby and kicked out of the rear palace. But later Fengming found out that she was the reason, choosing to hide it from Duo. Sadly, Fengmin had discovered that Li Shu was aware of such side effects of honey, so Fengming decided she would eliminate Li Shu. At the time, Li Shu was quite close with Duo, as Li Shu was a child with no parents, and Duo was a mother that had lost her child, both naturally gravitating to one another. One day, Li Shu had tried to tell Fengming about honey being dangerous to newborns, shocking Fengming as she didn't want Duo to ever hear, driving Li Shu away from the rear palace. On top of that, when the previous emperor had passed away, Li Shu was no longer wanted in the rear palace, relieving Fengming. Unfortunately for Fengming, Li Shu was reinstated as the current emperor's concubine, meaning that Li Shu was once again capable of revealing the truth of Fengming poisoning Duo's child with honey, prompting Fengming to poison Li Shu's soup during the garden party. With everything revealed, Fengming asks what Mao Mao wants, but as Mao Mao stares at the butcher knife behind Fengming, Mao Mao replies that she doesn't want anything. Sighing, Fengming reveals that she had always admired Duo, being a person that could converse equally with the current emperor, compared to herself, who only followed her parents' orders to become a lady in waiting. As Fengming begins to break down, reliving the moment when Duo lifelessly reassures her ladies in waiting to not blame themselves, as Duo is aware that any child under the ages of 7 can pass away from any illness. Seeing Fengming cry, knowing that she was responsible for taking away the most precious thing in Duo's life, Mao Mao wonders what Fengming was going through having to serve Duo for 16 years after, attempting to make it up to Duo. Knowing that Jinshi would surely arrest Fengming if he found out, Mao Mao suggests an alternative plan, leaving as Duo watches Mao Mao head home. That night, Mao Mao leaps into bed exhausted, revealing that she had wrapped herself in several layers of solidified oil paper, having expected to be slashed. The next morning, Jinshi reveals that Fengming has turned herself in, asking if Mao Mao has anything to do with this, which Mao Mao feints ignorance. Jinshi adds that Duo will be moved to the south side of the palace, a decision made by the emperor a while ago. As Mao Mao heads through the palace with some dirty clothes, she reveals that she instructed Fengming to combine her attempt at poisoning Li Shu with the cause of death for Duo's baby, reasoning that it was the only way to hide what truly happened to Duo's child. But sadly, Mao Mao suspects Fengming will be sentenced to death. With several days passing, we see Jinshi visit Duo, all whilst Mao Mao struggles to fall asleep, choosing to have a midnight stroll. As Mao Mao climbs the palace walls, she admires the moon, noting how Fengming was executed and Duo will be leaving the palace the next day. Just then, Mao Mao spots Duo, offering to have a drink of booze. Unable to refuse the offer, Mao Mao learns that Duo was always the emperor's friend, never expecting to be the emperor's concubine. Mao Mao wonders why Duo clung onto the role of a concubine for so long, but Duo ignores her, standing up and heading towards the edge of the palace walls, staring at the moat. Duo notes how cold it must have been and how stupid the person must have been, leaving Mao Mao alone. As Duo leaves, Mao Mao realizes that the servant that drowned truly was a suicide, and that Fengming had secretly helped the servant, even against Duo's order. Seeing as it's too cold, Mao Mao begins heading back down the wall, but gets startled, falling off, only to realize it's Jinshi. Attempting to leave, Mao Mao gets pulled for a hug from Jinshi, revealing that he was forced to drink by Duo, only to be thrown out. Feeling sorry for Jinshi, Mao Mao tries to escape, but spots Jinshi tearing up, allowing Jinshi to cling on a little longer. The next morning, Duo returns her crown, signifying the pure consort, handing it to Jinshi. Seeing the two next to each other, Mao Mao realizes that Duo reminds her of Jinshi, remembering that Aduo never said her child passed, but instead left her. Mao Mao wonders if Aduo had purposely swapped babies with the previous emperors, knowing that her child would get a better life. And the reason she stayed in the rear palace so long was to ensure that her child would grow up right, also explaining why her father was punished for not noticing, and explains why the emperor's younger brother is never seen. But Mao Mao notes she shouldn't just speculate, spotting Li Shu calling out to Aduo all whilst a single lady in waiting chases after her. Happy to see Aduo comfort Li Shu, Mao Mao leaves as it's getting cold, but at the same time, we see Jinshi investigate Fengming's family along with Mao Mao's past. Reviewing what happened after Fengming's execution, Jinshi notes how Fengming's family was ultimately punished as well, but Aduo was deemed innocent as Fengming claimed all wrongdoings. Going through the list of family members connected to Fengming, Jinshi notices the types of business the related families owned, along with 80 children belonging to those various families, all present in the rear palace. Out of those 2,000 people connected, 80 were children, and sadly one of the families was the one that bought Mao Mao after she was kidnapped. Seeing Jinshi frustrated, Gao Shun mentions how they could simply cover the fact that Mao Mao is connected, but Jinshi knows that Mao Mao is a righteous person, and if she ever found out, Jinshi fears Mao Mao would hate him for keeping her in the rear palace. Not wanting to be hated by Mao Mao, Jinshi is suddenly reminded by Gao Shun that Mao Mao is nothing but a pawn to him, snapping him out of his days. Cutting to Mao Mao, we see her chatting with Xiaolan, learning that those connected to Fengming will most likely be let go, scaring Mao Mao as she hasn't been able to send any more customers to Granny. Fearing that if she returns home now, Granny will probably sell her off, prompting Mao Mao to begin running through the palace, checking to see if there are any connections between the merchant family that bought her after her kidnapping and Fengming's family. Out of breath and still unsure of her situation, Mao Mao spots Jinshi, running over to him and asking if they can chat. Moving to a private location, Jinshi hands Mao Mao the list of people that will be let go, which Mao Mao realizes she will be one of those being let go. Asking how Mao Mao feels about the situation, Mao Mao thinks about how life is quite pleasant in the rear palace, being able to taste all sorts of foods as Gyokya's lady-in-waiting, whilst also having access to all sorts of herbs through the quack doctor. Sadly, Mao Mao knows she shouldn't beg, telling Jinshi that she knows she's a servant, so she'll happily accept whatever happens to her. Even though she knows she shouldn't, Mao Mao asks to stay and in exchange take a pay cut, but Jinshi has to be stern, officially relieving Mao Mao of her duties in the rear palace. With Mao Mao packed up, we cut to Jinshi sulking in the corner, with Gao Shun attempting to cheer him up with no progress. With a week passing, Gao Shun notes how Mao Mao politely left, but Gyokyu was not very happy with the decision. But Jinshi had reasoned that he didn't want to keep Mao Mao only to be used, but Gao Shun wonders if there will ever be another like Mao Mao, as she probably was more than any other normal toy Jinshi was used to. With Mao Mao returning to the Pleasure District, she is immediately assigned to attend a party with the 3 Verdigris princesses, shocked to hear that a noble was able to afford all 3 princesses at once. As Mao Mao gets ready for the party, she reveals that she was paid a good amount when she was fired, able to avoid being sold off, and instead is assigned to attend the upcoming party to help the Verdigris princesses stand out. As Granny barges in to order the girls to hurry up with preparations, Granny notes how beautiful Mao Mao is, asking if Mao Mao would reconsider being a courtesan. As Mao Mao and the others head towards the nobles' party, Mao Mao notes how she doesn't have the features nor the talent to play the part of a courtesan, ultimately arriving at the noble party. Upon entering, Mao Mao is amazed at all the antique and valuable goods littered around the noble's palace, entering a room filled with young nobles that apparently Lahaku had introduced. With the Verdigris princesses spotting their next prey, Mao Mao and several other ladies head to work, entertaining, dancing, singing, and serving the nobles. As Mao Mao makes her rounds, she suddenly spots a depressed nobleman, checking to see if he's okay. Surprisingly, it's Jinshi, who is surprised to see Mao Mao here, all dolled up and among other courtesans. Mao Mao reveals that their part-time job is a courtesan, shocking Jinshi, but Mao Mao reassures him that she's still pure. Seeing as this is the perfect chance, Mao Mao asks if she can work at the rear palace again, but Jinshi notes how he thought Mao Mao didn't like working there. Mao Mao corrects Jinshi, having tried to convince him to let her stay, but Jinshi fired her regardless. As Mao Mao begins listing the great memories she had in the rear palace, Jinshi laughs, apologizing for the miscommunication. Jinshi states that Mao Mao isn't the best at communication sometimes, which Mao Mao already knows, but this makes Jinshi reach towards Mao Mao's face, prompting Mao Mao to naturally pull away. Knowing that Jinshi is quite persistent, Mao Mao allows Jinshi to touch with only fingers, watching as he smears Mao Mao's lipstick onto his fingers, only to kiss his fingers, flustering Mao Mao. As the other concubines notice Jinshi and Mao Mao flirting, Mao Mao realizes that Gao Shun is also present, ultimately forced to explain what happened to her 3 verdigris sisters. Returning to being an apothecary, Mao Mao begins working at the verdigris house, recounting her life over the past year, being kidnapped, sold off, promoted, and finally fired. Just then, Granny appears, asking if she can help out with a patient, only to head to wash off. Spotting Granny join her, Mao Mao notes how the brothel and the rear palace are quite similar, promising to pay off her debt, but unsure what the future entails. That night, Mao Mao struggles to fall asleep, telling her dad that she needs to get some fresh air, heading into the garden, only to reminisce about her time in the rear palace, all whilst it begins to snow. The next day, Jinshi arrives at the verdigris house, offering Granny a huge amount of gold, along with a strange insect, all in exchange for Mao Mao. Flashing back, we see Jinshi sitting with the emperor, asking Jinshi to personally attend to his garden. Knowing how cunning the emperor is, Jinshi notes how he can barely outperform a regular person with intellect and martial arts, but he's grateful to be given looks more beautiful than any other. Being offered some wine by the emperor, Jinshi gulps down the cup of wine, accepting the emperor's offer to manage the rear palace. Cutting to the present, we see Mimi gifting Mao Mao all sorts of accessories, but Mao Mao notes how she doesn't have to look all nice to go to work. Scolding Mao Mao, Mimi states that Mao Mao should at least put in a little effort, as Mimi believes that she has to show gratitude for such an opportunity. Mao Mao thinks about how Mimi can basically retire with no worries, but her popularity as a courtesan persists, as Mimi is very intellectual, able to entertain customers through song, chess, and go. Just then, Perrin and Joka arrive. Joka wishes Mao Mao the best with her new job, but they also ask that Mao Mao send them some wealthy customers as well. As Mao Mao begins heading through the streets of town at night, she begins thinking about how she was lured in by the caterpillar fungus Jinshi had offered her. But Mao Mao also feels bad for leaving her father again. Mao Mao notes how her father did say he would allow her to do whatever she wants. But as Mao Mao heads back home, she greets her father, who is shocked at all the items she got from the verdigris princesses. Wondering how she'll bring her mortar, pestle, and notebook, Mao Mao's father notes how Mao Mao isn't a doctor, and by carrying around those heavy-duty items, it'll seem like Mao Mao is plotting something. Seeing as tomorrow is the big day, Mao Mao and her father head to sleep, with Mao Mao scooching close to her father. Seeing Mao Mao guilty for leaving, Mao Mao's father reassures Mao Mao that she can return anytime she wants, knowing that her father, her granny along with her 3 big sisters will be waiting for her. With the big day arriving, Jinshi is shocked to see Mao Mao being delivered by Granny and the 3 verdigris princesses, but before Mao Mao leaves, Granny reminds Mao Mao to bring back wealthy guests. With Mao Mao entering a carriage with Jinshi, Mao Mao blames Jinshi for drawing so much attention, but before Jinshi can say anything, he gets nervous, choosing to ride in silence. As they reach the rear palace gates, Jinshi spots Mao Mao catching the eyes of fellow guards, asking Mao Mao to put back on the freckles while she's working. At the same time, we see a man playing Go all by himself. Learning that Jinshi had recently bought a courtesan, intrigued that the lady was from the verdigris house. Upon reaching their destination, Jinshi is very protective of Mao Mao, revealing that Mao Mao will be working at Jinshi's house. Gao Shun explains that since Mao Mao was fired from the rear palace, Mao Mao will now be working in the outer court, compared to the rear palace, which is considered the inner court. Upon entering the premises, an older lady helps take Jinshi's jacket, introducing herself as Surian, Jinshi's attendant, explaining that she has heard of Xiao Mao, Mao Mao's supposed alias. Showing Mao Mao around, Surian states that there are two separate buildings and that one building has an office and the other is the personal residence. Surian mentions Jinshi as a young master, piquing Mao Mao's interest, but as Mao Mao is shown her room, she notes how luxurious her room is, especially for a servant like her. Speaking to Jinshi, Jinshi states that Mao Mao won't be a servant and instead would like Mao Mao to take the court lady exam. With no other option, Mao Mao wakes up early the next day, applying her freckles makeup, along with wearing her newly cotton garment, heading outside. Upon spotting some smoke nearby, Mao Mao heads to greet Surian, offering to help cook breakfast, but Surian reassures Mao Mao she's almost done. Mao Mao learns that there aren't any other attendants, as Surian is quite strict on the type of food Jinshi gets served, shocked to hear that the previous attendants hired ultimately didn't last. As Surian tells Mao Mao horror stories of past attendants, Mao Mao heads to help wake up Jinshi, amazed at the wasted potential of Jinshi's beauty. Just then, Jinshi offers Mao Mao a different room, but Mao Mao is curious why the sudden offer, spotting Gaoshun trying to tell her something. Asking for a room with a stable and a well nearby. Jinshi unfortunately can't provide stables, but we cut to later that day. As Mao Mao and Gaoshun walk through the palace, Mao Mao notes how Jinshi is actually quite busy, always wandering around the rear palace. But as Mao Mao and Gaoshun head through the palace, Gaoshun asks Mao Mao to avoid other military officers at all cost. Being led around the outer palace, Mao Mao struggles to remember all the locations, ultimately stopped by the Director of Waters, the department responsible for rivers, demand, and water projects. Checking out the area, Mao Mao notes the lack of herbs in the outer palace, noting that it must have been her father that planted herbs in the rear palace. Gaoshun reminds Mao Mao to stay focused, as she'll be working in the outer palace when she becomes a court lady. Upon returning to Jinshi's home, Mao Mao spots Surian cutting up some charcoal and is asked to deliver the charcoal to Jinshi. Upon entering his office, Mao Mao is amazed as Jinshi's office is filled with top-class items, wondering how high up Jinshi truly is. As Mao Mao leaves Jinshi's office, she spots several court ladies eyeing her down, reasoning that it's quite normal to check out the new girl. Apparently, the court ladies in the outer palace are far more qualified and educated compared to the female officials in the rear palace, explaining the arrogance of the court ladies. As Mao Mao stops to clean a dirty spot on the palace walls, the court ladies walk up to Mao Mao, demanding to know why Jinshi was assigned such a frail-looking girl. Thinking of a way to resolve things, Mao Mao utters that they're simply jealous of her, but this gets Mao Mao slapped. Seeing she was being too vague, Mao Mao states that she knows the court girls fear that Jinshi has a peculiar taste for underdeveloped girls like Mao Mao, irritating the girls as Mao Mao is reading their minds. When one of the court ladies asks for the exact reason for Jinshi hiring Mao Mao, Mao Mao unveils her left arm, disgusting the ladies, as Mao Mao was performing various experiments on her arm recently. As the court ladies leave, Mao Mao realizes Jinshi was listening in on their conversation, checking to see if Mao Mao has been studying, but Mao Mao simply sneaks away to do some chores. With Mao Mao studying all night, she gets distracted easily, ultimately leading up to exam day, where Jinshi is disappointed to see Mao Mao had failed the exam. Now assigned as Jinshi's personal servant, Mao Mao goes on a walk through the palace, noticing a particular alleyway with various herbs, ultimately heading towards a large green hill. Before Mao Mao can head towards the hill, Mao Mao is hit on the head by a court lady, instructing Mao Mao to not proceed beyond this area. As the court lady leaves, Mao Mao smells sandalwood, mixed with another bitter smell emanating from the court lady. Mao Mao realizes that the location ahead belongs to the military, but at the same time, we see a man smirking, having spotted Mao Mao from afar. Several days later, we see that the new pure consort has arrived, dressed elegantly as she passes through the palace's snow-filled location. With the pure consort heading to her room, we see that Gyokyu is happy to hear that Mao Mao is back in the palace. But at the same time, we see Mao Mao planting various herbs in the outer palace to liven up the place. Just then, Surian appears, calmly reminding Mao Mao to clean up the office, prompting Mao Mao to apologize, rushing off to fulfill her duties. Cutting to Jinshi, We see him confused to see messages from both Lihua and Gyokyu, but just then Mao Mao enters his office. Jinshur asks if Mao Mao has heard of the new pure consort that was set to replace Aduo, but Mao Mao admits she hasn't, which Jinshur reveals that Mao Mao has been requested to educate the new pure consort. When Mao Mao calls Jinshur out for joking around, Jinshur reveals that Lihua and Gyokyu had recommended Mao Mao to be the teacher, which Mao Mao can't refuse. Immediately packing her stuff, Mao Mao notes how she's being paid pretty well, thanks to her granny bargaining for higher pay. Getting an idea, Mao Mao tries to up the price for her teacher fees, but Surian intervenes, stopping Mao Mao from scamming Jinshur. Seeing Jinshur curious about all her belongings, Mao Mao growls at Jinshur, stopping him from snooping around. With Gaoshan offering to help Mao Mao wheel all her belongings, Mao Mao states that she will carry everything herself, setting off to the rear palace with Gaoshan and Jinshur. With a nostalgic feeling re-entering the rear palace, Mao Mao is still amazed at how Jinshur is with the ladies, but seeing as there are too many ladies around, Jinshur charmingly asks everyone to leave. Seeing as Mao Mao will be holding a meeting for only the concubines, Mao Mao stops Jinshur and Gaoshan from attending her lesson, barely able to push Jinshur out of the room. Finally, in front of the high-ranking concubines, Mao Mao is happy to see Gyokyu and Hongyang are well. Mao Mao also sympathizes with Li Shu being nervous, but is also impressed that Lady Lihua has made a full recovery since she last saw her. Finally is the new pure consort, Lady Lulan, seemingly wearing a flashy southern-style dress. Getting right down to business, Mao Mao begins her lesson to help the ladies out, handing out copies of books and various items. As Mao Mao begins her lesson, we see Gyokyu is giddy, Lihua is flustered, Li Shu is shocked, and Lulan is bored. With several hours passing, we see Jinshur outside, trying to listen in on Mao Mao's lesson, but suddenly Mao Mao leaves the room, realizing that Jinshur was trying to peep on her lesson. Checking in on the concubines, Jinshur is surprised to see the various expressions on the ladies, but Mao Mao reiterates that she simply shared knowledge that should be kept between ladies. Happy to see that Gyokyu and Lihua are at least happy, Mao Mao locks eyes with Lulan for a second, but Lulan simply turns away, leaving for now. That night, we see Mao Mao collapse in her bed, tired from all her duties today. Just then, Mao Mao hears a massive explosion, springing out of bed, but realizes Surian will scold her if she leaves, so Mao Mao chooses to stay in bed. At the scene, we see a man calling out to Master Locken, who is inspecting the explosion, seemingly hiding something. The next day, Mao Mao helps clean up Jinshur's office, taking piles of paper to burn near the military office, but suddenly is thankful that Gaoshan and Jinshur have given her some extra layer of clothing. Heading around the rear palace, Mao Mao notes how it's such a shame that no medicinal herbs are being grown, making it her goal to plant herbs beside the already existing dandelions and mugworts. Getting distracted by various other plants, Mao Mao spots Lahaku from afar, rushing to greet him. Noticing he has a different belt color, Mao Mao realizes that Lahaku doesn't know she was fired from the rear palace, but commends Lahaku for working hard to get promoted in order to visit Perrin again. Mao Mao reveals that, in order to spend a night with Perrin, a commoner must fork over half of their annual salary. But since Lahaku couldn't afford Perrin, Lahaku had been sitting down to have tea with other ladies, hoping to catch a glance of Perrin. Noticing the destroyed building, Mao Mao learns that the massive noise was due to a fire last night, and Lahaku has been sent out to investigate. As Mao Mao walks closer to investigate, she learns that no one was injured in the fire, only to observe the fire had spread to adjacent buildings. With the various scattered shrapnel, Mao Mao realizes this must be an intentional attack, noting that the occasional barbarian attack against the Emperor's property is plausible. Inside the burnt building, Mao Mao spots a burnt potato, realizing the building must have stored food. Seeing something shiny, Mao Mao heads over to pick up a smoking pipe, but is suddenly scolded by Lahaku for snooping around. Putting things together, Mao Mao realizes something, escaping from Lahaku's grip, only to run across to the building in front of the burnt building. Upon confirming that this building also stores food, Mao Mao asks if she can make use of various items and tools, wanting to test out a hypothesis. Constructing a wooden box, Mao Mao fills the box with flour, asking for some water, along with everyone to be careful. As Mao Mao lights a flame, she reminds Lahaku that the experiment will be dangerous, but Lahaku doesn't believe Mao Mao. As Mao Mao tosses the flame into the box, a small explosion suddenly encases Lahaku, who is splashed with water to avoid burns. Mao Mao reveals that airborne flowers, when ignited, will cause a massive explosion, deducing that someone must have snuck into the storage room to have a quick smoke, unknowingly creating a massive explosion. Amazed that Mao Mao knows all of this, Mao Mao states that she had done something similar when she was younger, but Mao Mao is more worried of Lahaku catching a cold, asking Lahaku to visit her father for some medicine if he visits the Verdigris house again. That night, Mao Mao realizes that the steel pipe she found must have belonged to a high-ranking noble, choosing to clean it up and keep it for now. At the same time, we see a man crying that he is worthy too, but off to the side a mysterious man observes the crying man. The next day, we see several eunuchs chatting about how Lahaku had figured out the reason for the explosion in the storage room, but they all note how there are rumors that a servant girl was the one who solved it, believing she belongs to Jinshur. Just then, Lakan appears, having been sleeping nearby, asking if the men could tell him more about the rumors. That night, we cut to Mao Mao doing some housekeeping, only to run into Gaoshun, who asks Mao Mao to look at a scroll. The scroll is apparently about a poisoning that occurred 10 years ago, involving the poisonous pufferfish. Dreaming of the day she gets to taste pufferfish, Gaoshun offers to take her to a shop, piquing Mao Mao's interest. Gaoshun reveals that recently a colleague had asked for advice regarding a similar event that occurred recently, involving a high-ranking bureaucrat who ate a pufferfish and is now in a coma. Wondering if she should be hearing this top-secret information, Gaoshun is happy to share, trusting that Mao Mao will keep everything a secret. Continuing, Mao Mao double-checks that the bureaucrat was poisoned upon eating the flesh of the pufferfish, strange as the poison normally resides in its guts. Gaoshun corrects Mao Mao, as there are cases of poisoning upon eating a pufferfish's flesh, making Mao Mao reassess all the evidence. Mao Mao notes how both cases of pufferfish poisoning had chefs that didn't intend on using the pufferfish, and both victims were food connoisseurs, both loving raw fish, especially pufferfish. In both cases, the guts of the pufferfish was found intact, and cooks stated that pufferfish was never served to the victims, but the symptoms of the victims matches those from the poison of a pufferfish. Since there is no way to conclude anything, Mao Mao asks if Gaoshun can gather more information, watching as Gaoshun leaves. Mao Mao notes how it's common to have food sit in the trash for a few days, meaning the cooks don't seem to be lying. But just then Jinshur appears, scaring Mao Mao. Jinshur asks what Mao Mao is thinking of, all while Surian dries Jinshur's hair, but needing space to think, Mao Mao leaves. The next morning, Gaoshun hands Mao Mao one of the chef's recipe books, confirming that the instructions seem to be relatively normal. Gaoshun mentions how the dish containing fish and vegetables have different vinegar mixtures, but Mao Mao reasons the vinegar mixture changes depending on the type of fish and vegetable. Unable to figure out a solution, Mao Mao suddenly spots Jinshur curious about the case as well, forced to allow Jinshur to sit in on their conversation. Mao Mao learns that the bureaucrat poisoning happened a week ago, believing the vegetables used must have been radish or carrots, but upon hearing that the vegetable used was seaweed, Mao Mao smirks, asking to inspect the kitchen. Quietly walking through the palace, Mao Mao greets Basin, quietly following Basin into the carriage. Basin states that once they arrive at the kitchen, the servants will show Mao Mao around, impressing Mao Mao as Gaoshun was able to arrange a visit so quickly. Glancing at Basin, Mao Mao notes that Basin looks familiar but brushes it aside. Upon arriving into the kitchen, Mao Mao gets to work inspecting the area, but just then an angry man marches into the kitchen, demanding that everyone leave. Intervening, Basin states that they've been granted permission to inspect the kitchen, calming down the man, who is revealed to be the poisoned bureaucrat's younger brother. Getting back to work, Mao Mao notices that the cooks washed all the tools and kept their kitchen clean, but spots several vases on the shelf. Upon opening a vase, Mao Mao smirks, learning that the vase stores seaweed that is the bureaucrat's favorite food item. With the younger brother nagging everyone to leave, Mao Mao gives in, heading back into the carriage with Basin. Basin asks why Mao Mao left so easily, but Mao Mao reveals she stole some of the seaweed, finding it weird that the seaweed is able to be preserved for so long. Mao Mao hints at the fact that the seaweed must be imported from somewhere south, asking Basin to investigate where the seaweed came from. A couple hours later, Basin reports to Jinshi and Mao Mao that the seaweed was indeed not the chef's regular seaweed, but the chef still used the imported seaweed, believing it isn't poisonous. Mao Mao reveals that poisonous foods can initially start out poisonous, but after some process can become edible. An example is that eels are originally poisonous, but after draining their blood or cooking them, they become edible. Same case is true for this imported seaweed, as it needs to be soaked in lime water first. Having one pure batch of seaweed and one batch soaked in lime water, Mao Mao munches on the pure batch first, but Gao Shun and Jinshi feed Mao Mao the emetic agent to force Mao Mao to throw up. Moving on, Mao Mao states that the issue is the person that imported an irregular food item that no one is used to, meaning the poisonous seaweed was the culprit. But so is the person who imported the seaweed. Several hours later, Gao Shun reveals to Mao Mao that the younger brother of the bureaucrat was the one that imported the poisonous seaweed, revealed to have hated his older brother for getting all the attention. Mao Mao finds it weird that a man would have stumbled onto something so dangerous, but learns that the younger brother learnt of the poisonous food through a mysterious man at a tavern. Back to house chores, Mao Mao is sad that she didn't get to try the poisonous seaweed, but is reminded of the insect mushrooms Jinshi had gifted her, wondering if she should make an alcohol or a pill. Just happy to have access to such rare items, Mao Mao gleefully greets Jinshi, but Jinshi is clearly weirded out, hitting his head on a pillar to calm down. Sitting down, Jinshi reveals that he is quite busy, but worst of all there is a man annoying him. Jinshi states that that man is a high-ranking military official that comes from a wealthy family, but is past his 40s and hasn't married yet. Jinshi states that the man is only interested in go, shogi, and stepping in on other people's business. But hearing all of this, Mao Mao realizes something, choosing to suppress her thoughts for now. The next day, Mao Mao is seen pondering on the strange man Jinshi told her about. But following Jinshi, we see that Locken is the man giving Jinshi issues. Jinshi deduces that Locken is wondering why Jinshi bought a courtesan like Mao Mao. But Locken begins rambling on about a verdigris girl that he used to play go and shogi with. Curious as to who the girl was, Locken ignores Jinshi's question, stating that he was tempted to purchase the verdigris courtesan, but other men outbid him. Locken states that the courtesan treated everyone equally, revealing that he could never forget about her, uttering that he used a dirty trick to devalue the expensive courtesan. Before Locken reveals what he did, Locken asks about Mao Mao, having heard that Mao Mao is quite smart. Locken mentions how he had a metalworker friend that passed away recently, adding that the metalworker had 3 kids, but wasn't able to teach the kids their trade secrets before they passed away. Instead, the metalworker left behind a confusing will, asking if Mao Mao could help him solve the metalworker's secrets. With no other choice, Jinshi asks for more details, all whilst Mao Mao notices a storm is brewing. Later that day, Mao Mao sits before Jinshi, noting that Jinshi looks more bothered than usual. Apologizing for the inconvenience, Jinshi tells Mao Mao about a metalworker that had passed away without telling his sons his techniques. Techniques that only the metalworker would know. Intrigued, Mao Mao continues listening, prompting Jinshi to reveal that the metalworker had 3 sons that were all the metalworker's apprentices as well. Apparently, the metalworker had assigned his shack to the oldest son, the furniture to the second son, and a fishbowl to the youngest. Additionally, there was a final note, asking all 3 sons to have a tea party, which both Mao Mao and Jinshi acknowledge is very strange. Jinshi mentions how the sons don't know what it means either, which makes Mao Mao try to find a link between the shack, furniture, and fishbowl. Seeing as the value of item goes in descending order, Mao Mao asks more details on each item, but Jinshi admits that he has no idea, instead handing Mao Mao the address Locken had provided, weirding Mao Mao out as it's like Jinshi read her mind. Asking for some time off, Mao Mao meets Basin, who once again instructs Mao Mao to behave and not step out of place. With Mao Mao and Basin keeping the chatting to a minimum, they head to the address, greeting a man who shows Mao Mao and Basin around the home, telling Mao Mao that the owner used to collect strange materials. The man takes Mao Mao and Basin to the main house, revealing that the shack is used as a tea house for the craftsmen. Upon entering the main house, Mao Mao greets the two older brothers, realizing the man showing them around was the youngest brother. But both Mao Mao and Basin notice the room's furniture is arranged weirdly. Seeing everything placed in the middle of the room, Mao Mao notes how the table strangely brings everything together, but spots a nicely crafted chest of drawers. Inspecting the drawer, Mao Mao sees fancy metal work around the corners, 3 rows on the top drawer, a keyhole in the second row with a different metal, but also notices that the drawer is bolted onto the ground. Just then, the second son warns Mao Mao to not touch his furniture, prompting Mao Mao to promise not to touch anything. Upon seeing the calm expression on the eldest son, Mao Mao wonders why a window is placed so high up in the room, completely ruined by the chestnut tree obstructing the sun from getting in. Suddenly, Mao Mao realizes that there is an imprint on the furniture, wondering what is missing. Just then, the eldest son demands to know if Basin and Mao Mao can truly figure out what their father left behind, but Mao Mao signals to Basin to ask for more information from the 3 brothers. The eldest son reiterates that he was left behind the shack. The second eldest was left the chest of drawers, and the youngest was given a glass fishbowl, an item that Mao Mao knows is quite expensive, having expected it to be made of ceramic or wood. Speaking up, the second son berates his father for also leaving him a useless key that doesn't work on the keyhole in the second row, nor any other keyholes on the drawer. Agreeing, the eldest son is annoyed he can't get the second son's chest out of his shack, but hearing his 2 older brothers talk bad about their father, the youngest son tries to interject. Sadly, the 2 older brothers talk over the youngest son, stating that the youngest is lucky to even be given an item that he can sell, but hearing all of this, Mao Mao can't help but feel sad for the youngest son. Suddenly, their mother appears, ordering the oldest sons to stop being negative, apologizing to Basin and Mao Mao, only to serve everyone some tea. Mao Mao realizes that the brothers have a set position in the room, perfectly allowing the sun to hit the chest in a few minutes. But Mao Mao notices that there is no sun damage on the chest. Realizing something, Mao Mao gets up and heads over to the drawer, noticing something is stuck in the drawer's keyhole. Seeing Basin following her around, Mao Mao realizes Basin looks like Gao Shan, but turns to the second brother, learning that the drawer used to open and that there is only one key. The second son also mentions that their father said whatever is inside will break if the sons force the lock open, giving Mao Mao enough pieces to begin thinking. Re-evaluating all the information the brothers had given her, Mao Mao stumbles onto a possible solution, asking the youngest if the fishbowl was originally placed near the window. The youngest son confirms that the fishbowl did indeed sit in front of the window, and even had a fish, as during winter the fish would be placed in front of the window to keep warm. Mao Mao rushes off to fetch some water, filling the fishbowl with some liquids, only to turn the markings on the fishbowl inwards. Just then, a concentrated beam of light shines across the room, perfectly burning whatever is clogging the keyhole of the drawer. With the sun now retreating behind the chestnut tree, the beam of light disappears. Smelling something strange from the drawer keyhole, Mao Mao asks the second son to open the chest drawer, confirming that the metalworker suffered from persistent anemia, stomach aches, nausea, and depression. Taking out the middle drawer, Mao Mao spots a key, realizing that the beam of light must have melted a piece of metal and reshaped it into a usable key. Using the key to open the remaining drawers, Mao Mao recognizes the material from when the youngest son gave her a tour, but the second and oldest son are complaining that they don't know what is happening. Mao Mao sees that the youngest knows what one of the metals are, being a mixture of lead and tin, reminding Mao Mao of a time when she tried to copy her father's medicine, but ended up poisoning herself. Mao Mao wonders if the youngest son knows what his father was truly trying to convey, knowing that solder will melt faster than other metals, noticing that 2 of the 3 pieces of metal are lead and tin. Mao Mao wonders if they need to mix the 3 metals together, wondering if the metal's melting points are quite low, also realizing if the shape of the drawers represent the ratio of each metal to be melted together. Annoyed at these random items, the second and oldest brother begin to storm off, but the youngest brother speaks up, stating that he believes their father wants the three of them to work together. The oldest brother reminds the youngest that their father only cared about the youngest, but the youngest reveals that their father always believed the eldest son to be reliable and accurate, whilst the second son was always good with people. With nothing else to do, Mao Mao and Basin take their leave. But before Mao Mao leaves, Mao Mao tells the youngest son to visit her father if he ever gets ill. Several days later, Locken thanks Jinshi for the intel, but Jinshi knows that Locken already figured out what the metalworker wanted for their sons. Apparently, the youngest son will take over their father's craftsmanship, whilst the oldest will focus on bookkeeping and the second son will focus on getting more clients. Jinshi wonders what Mao Mao did to convince the brothers to begin working together, but can't help but wonder what Locken is planning, as Locken utters that talent shouldn't be hidden away. Jinshi actually agrees with Locken's statement, noting how Locken was able to find talent and climb the ranks. Changing topics, Jinshi asks to know the remaining part of the courtesan story, but Locken utters that he should find out for himself. As Locken leaves, Gaoshun personally asks Jinshi something, but as we cut to later that night, Jinshi is seen asking Mao Mao to apply makeup on him. With Swearin leaving Mao Mao and Jinshi alone, Mao Mao notes how Jinshi doesn't need makeup to appear more beautiful, joking that Jinshi would topple a nation and seduce everyone if he were any more beautiful. Stating that he's serious, Jinshi asks Mao Mao to make him less beautiful, asking Mao Mao to give him freckles. Happy to help, Mao Mao reveals that she mixes dried clay with oil. But as Jinshi tries mixing a mixture for his face, he learns that the lacquer chemical can permanently change his looks. Hearing that Jinshi wants to become a commoner, Mao Mao says that she can help out, staying up late and creating multiple mixtures that can help with Jinshi's disguise. The next morning, Mao Mao visits Jinshi, jealous to see that Jinshi is gorgeous, asking Jinshi once again if he wants to disguise his beauty. With Jinshi reiterating that he wants a disguise, Mao Mao leans in close, sniffing Jinshi's hands, surprising Jinshi, Gaoshun, and Swearin. Mao Mao states that Jinshi smells like expensive incense, and his outfit still imply that Jinshi is a noble of some sort. Surprised that Mao Mao can detect his faint incense, Mao Mao reveals that she is capable of detecting smells from medicinal and poisonous herbs. Additionally, Mao Mao adds that at the brothel, customers are defined through their scents, with rich people being covered in multiple scents, but usually very sexually active. Whereas on the other hand, those with more potent smells are poor as they usually can't afford showers. Therefore, most new visitors are told to leave. Turning to Gaoshun, Mao Mao asks Gaoshun for some clothes that haven't been washed yet. Next, Mao Mao mixes oil and salt to help roughen up Jinshi's luscious hair. As Mao Mao applies the oil and salt to Jinshi's hair, Mao Mao follows up by tying Jinshi's hair with a piece of throwaway cloth, reasoning that commoners use whatever they can. With Gaoshun returning with some dirty clothes, Mao Mao nonchalantly confirms that the clothes will work, asking Jinshi to take off his clothes. As Jinshi unveils his muscular body, Mao Mao is impressed at Jinshi's well-proportioned body, asking Swearin and Gaoshun to wrap Jinshi with some towels to make Jinshi's body less perfect. Having finished stuffing Jinshi's body, Mao Mao moves on to changing Jinshi's face, beginning to apply several dye mixtures to darken Jinshi's complexion. Inspecting Jinshi's face, Mao Mao is jealous at Jinshi's hairless and poreless face, wondering what Jinshi would look like with feminine makeup. Taking out the lipstick that Mimi gifted her, Mao Mao gives Jinshi some makeup, but seeing Jinshi's expression, everyone is glad that Jinshi's beauty is hidden from most people. Back on track, Mao Mao adds random blotches to Jinshi's face, along with eye bags and various moles. Additional blotches are added around Jinshi's body and under Jinshi's fingernails, but seeing Jinshi's masculine hands, Mao Mao realizes Jinshi has calloused hands, most likely from wielding a sword. Next, Mao Mao unveils a potent mixture, asking Jinshi to drink it in order to change his voice, as the drink is made from several irritants. Finally, Mao Mao asks Jinshi to stuff his cheeks with cotton to change his face structure, revealing Jinshi's new look, but Mao Mao is still amazed that Jinshi is quite good-looking, even after all of her hard work. Cleaning up all her tools, Mao Mao mentions how she's heading home to visit her family, but gets scared seeing Gao Shun smiling. Gao Shun reveals that Jinshi will be accompanying her home, but utters that having Gao Shun or Swearin accompany Jinshi would make Jinshi stand out, asking Mao Mao to accompany Jinshi. Trying to come up with any excuse she can, Mao Mao is cornered by Swearin, offering to disguise Mao Mao herself. With no other choice, Jinshi and Mao Mao travel by carriage, with Mao Mao occasionally giving Jinshi pointers on how to look more common. With Mao Mao so gracefully dressed, Jinshi asks Mao Mao to call him Jinka, and Jinshi will address Mao Mao as lady, seeing as Swearin lent Mao Mao her daughter's prestigious dresses. With Gao Shun dropping the two off with a map, they both begin exploring the town, all whilst Mao Mao wonders if Jinshi could have blended with a woman's disguise. Asking where they're heading, Mao Mao learns that Jinshi wants to meet up with a colleague outside the pleasure district, but at the same time we see that Basin has been instructed to secretly watch over the two, but Jinshi has already found out Basin is following them. As Mao Mao and Jinshi continue through town, Mao Mao gets distracted by some lovely-looking vegetables, wondering if she can boil the vegetables with some chicken, but is reminded by Jinshi to keep up the disguise. Sad that she can't make a meal for her dad, Mao Mao notes how sad that a genius like her father doesn't care about money, probably able to earn a good living with his skills, but chooses to live in a shack. With Mao Mao deep in thought, Jinshi grows agitated, asking Mao Mao why she is so quiet. Mao Mao wonders if they should chat for a bit, but gets distracted by a familiar smell, running off to buy some chicken skewers. With Mao Mao graciously offering Jinshi a skewer, they both head into an alley, where Mao Mao begins savoring the nostalgic taste. With Jinshi joining in, he remarks that the skewers remind him of his time in camp, something Mao Mao knows only soldiers go through, wondering what Jinshi was like in the past. With Jinshi thoroughly enjoying the skewers and Basin jealously watching nearby, we cut back to Gao Shun, who has returned back to the palace, greeting Swearin, who is on the floor. Swearin asks Gao Shun to not touch a suitcase, having covered it with a persimmon smell, which Gao Shun knows is filled with toys Jinshi used to play with. Swearin reminisces on how Jinshi would always cling to a single toy, never wanting to let it go, but is impressed that Jinshi has now found a new toy to obsess over. Seeing the sun setting, Jinshi spots Mao Mao picking up the pace, accusing Mao Mao of wanting to leave him, which Mao Mao secretly admits, wanting to head back to buy some vegetables and chicken. Getting serious, Jinshi asks if Mao Mao is happy in the palace, prompting Mao Mao to mention how she is definitely grateful to be given an interesting job, but Mao Mao still worries about her father, saying that he adopted her. Jinshi wonders what's so impressive about Mao Mao's father, letting Mao Mao brag about how her father had studied both Eastern and Western medicine, shocking Jinshi as only talented people get to study abroad. Since only people acknowledged by the empire get to study abroad, Jinshi wonders why Mao Mao's father works in the pleasure district, shocked to hear that Mao Mao's father was unlucky and became an eunuch. Realizing something, Jinshi wonders where he had heard of a talented apothecary turned eunuch before, but at the same time, Mao Mao checks their map, realizing their destination is a restaurant just up ahead. Seeing several ladies clinging onto wealthy men nearby, Mao Mao realizes why Jinshi needed a disguise, uttering that Jinshi could have just come to the pleasure district instead. Seeing as Mao Mao has caught on, Jinshi asks if Mao Mao can tell him the names of the frequent customers at the VIDZ's house, but upon hearing that Mao Mao can't tell him due to customer privacy, Jinshi boldly asks Mao Mao how someone could devalue a courtesan. Insulted by Jinshi's question, Mao Mao gives in, mentioning that there are multiple ways, since all girls are trained even when they are still servants. Afterwards, the girls are split into beautiful and non-beautiful, with the less fortunate having to sell their bodies. The beautiful and talented are given more opportunities to learn and grow, ultimately skyrocketing their value as a lady, until the day they are bought. Mao Mao reveals that a courtesan's value is based on their purity, meaning the less pure drop in value in a pregnancy will completely devalue a courtesan. Having told Jinshi everything she can, Mao Mao leaves, only to be stopped by Jinshi, but Mao Mao utters that if she joins Jinshi into the restaurant, Jinshi's plan will be ruined. With Jinshi letting Mao Mao go, Mao Mao notes how she was able to hide her emotions, spotting Jinshi enter the restaurant. That night, Mao Mao has a nightmare of a disheveled lady, holding a child down, seemingly ready to slay the child. Waking up, Mao Mao wonders if the nightmare was when she was a child, but blames Jinshi for making her remember. As Mao Mao and her father have breakfast, Mao Mao's father asks Mao Mao to visit the VIDZ house for him, prompting Mao Mao to head to the VIDZ house, greeting some of the workers. Having not seen Mao Mao in a while, one of the male workers notes how he's impressed that Mao Mao is so busy, but just then Perrin is seen arguing with someone, only to rush towards Mao Mao, happy to see that Mao Mao has visiting. Seeing Granny storming after Perrin, Mao Mao states that Perrin seems busy as well, watching as Perrin and Granny argue. Quietly sneaking off, Mao Mao heads to a separate building nearby, worrying Granny and Perrin. Quietly heading into a building, Mao Mao greets the lady inside, revealing that the lady used to chase her off, but is now comfortable with Mao Mao bringing her medicine. Knowing that the lady is suffering from an illness, Mao Mao feeds the lady some of her dad's medicine, worried that the medicine won't even help relieve the lady's pain. Cutting to Granny, we see her worried that a customer has appeared again, asking for Mimi to keep the customer busy. At the same time, Mao Mao thinks about how popular the VIDZ house is today, as the VIDZ house used to be a place of shame with most courtesans catching syphilis due to unsafe practices. Apparently, Mao Mao's father had tried to warn and cure those affected by syphilis, but Granny and the courtesans didn't want a random eunuch to touch them, ultimately allowing rashes to grow on those affected by the disease. The lady in this room was one of the victims, locked away from society, which is better than being thrown away. As Mao Mao begins tidying up the room for some fresh air, Mao Mao is told by another servant girl that a man is currently visiting, and Mao Mao is to not leave this room. With Mao Mao understanding the situation, Mao Mao notes how that man is dangerous, but suddenly sees the lady sit up, only to begin placing random rocks in a sort of pattern. As Mao Mao sits in the room waiting for the man to leave, Mimi is seen entering the room, happy to report that the man is gone, but sadly tells Mao Mao that she is getting an offer again. With Mao Mao and Mimi heading back, Mao Mao wonders how Mimi can speak to such a strange man. But Mimi notes how as long as the man pays, she's happy to serve him. As Mimi and Mao Mao head to a nearby bathhouse, Mimi wonders if she should take retirement seriously, which Mao Mao notes that retirement age for courtesans is around 30, and Mimi is not even 30 yet. As the two relax in the bath, Mao Mao hears that Mimi plans to stay a courtesan for a little while longer, curious as to whether Mimi is in love or not. Mao Mao thinks to herself about the last time she felt love, but Mimi suddenly offers to scrub her back, followed by the other VIDZ princesses joining them. Several days later, we see that Jinshi has returned home, shocked by the types of things offered to him in the pleasure district. Visiting Mao Mao, Jinshi hands Mao Mao a gift from Locken, asking Mao Mao to share the gift with Swerin. Cutting their conversation short, Mao Mao heads to work, but Swerin notices that Jinshi and Mao Mao seem to be on bad terms. That evening, Swerin tells Mao Mao they will be having a vegetarian dinner, reminding Mao Mao to not eat any meat or fish. Seeing Mao Mao distracted, Swerin asks Mao Mao to stop hiding weird plants in the warehouse, wondering why she doesn't ask Jinshi for a place to store the plants. Mao Mao reiterates that she is a servant, which Swerin respects, as Mao Mao clearly knows where she stands, but reminds Mao Mao that at the end of the day, everyone is human, and if Mao Mao separates humans based on status, Mao Mao could miss opportunities in the future. Getting back to work, Swerin asks Mao Mao to pick up some things for her, prompting Mao Mao to head to the palace's pharmacy, a place that Mao Mao only dreamt of visiting. Seeing hundreds of cabinets, Mao Mao wonders if she could quickly snoop through each cabinet, but suddenly hears someone calling out to her. Realizing that it was the court lady from several days ago, Mao Mao says that she's here to pick up some stuff, but suddenly a man calls out to the lady Swerin. Swerin reveals that she's here to restock the medicine in the guardhouse, which Mao Mao realizes explains why she smelt like medicine when they met near the guardhouse, since she works there. Seeing Swerin glare at her, Mao Mao simply waits for Swerin to leave, overhearing the man utter that he feels bad for a court lady to be running errands, but rushes back to fetch Mao Mao's items. As Mao Mao heads back with the items Swerin requested, Mao Mao wonders who Jinshi truly is. seeing that he is always busy, constantly taking long baths and burning incense, along with eating vegetarian food. Mao Mao wonders if Jinshi is associated with some sort of ritual, even though he's a eunuch, making Mao Mao wonder if Jinshi was made a eunuch like her father. At the same time, we see Jinshi stating that it makes sense that Mao Mao is so knowledgeable due to her father being a doctor, but Gaoshun states that he's never heard of such a skilled doctor-turned-eunuch that used to work in the palace. Just then, Locken barges in, offering to continue their conversation from before, glaring at Jinshi. Jinshi reveals that he knows Locken's dirty tricks, but Locken fires back stating that Jinshi stole what he was after, having spent a lot of time and is willing to pay whatever to get his prize back. Glaring back, Jinshi states that he refuses, shocked to hear that Locken also knows who Jinshi truly is. But Jinshi is pissed knowing that Locken is Mao Mao's true father by blood. With a smirk, Locken leaves, asking Jinshi to tell Mao Mao he'll be visiting sometime. That evening, Jinshi runs into Mao Mao, telling Mao Mao that Locken wants to meet Mao Mao, but seeing Mao Mao glare at him, Jinshi says he'll turn down Locken's offer. With Mao Mao sad to see that Jinshi knows she is related to Locken, Mao Mao heads for the flower hill near the guardhouse, distracted as there are so many herbs on the hill. Suddenly, Soiree appears with a scythe, demanding to know what Mao Mao is doing here. Defusing the situation, Mao Mao says she's here to visit, prompting Soiree to kneel down beside Mao Mao, telling Mao Mao to be careful to not visit this hill too often. Seeing Soiree quietly pull out weeds, Mao Mao wonders what Soiree is planting. But upon hearing that Soiree has a herb that can bring back the dead, Mao Mao rushes towards Soiree, demanding to know what this magical herb is. Sadly, Soiree apologizes for lying, revealing that she knows Mao Mao is an apothecary, curious as to how smart Mao Mao truly is. With the mood tense, Soiree says she'll be planting some morning glories soon, heading off without saying another word. The next day, Gaoshun reminds Jinshi that he has to attend another ceremony, but notices Jinshi is clearly distracted. Following Mao Mao, she is seen cleaning up the garden, only to see Lahaku frantically rush towards her, revealing that on the day of the storage room burning down, someone had used the chaos to steal things nearby. Wondering what was stolen, Lahaku and Mao Mao head somewhere more private, prompting Lahaku to reveal that several ceremonial tools were stolen. Lahaku utters that the managers in charge of said ceremonial tools are all gone, with one passing away the previous year and one recently falling ill due to some seaweed. With Mao Mao recognizing the manager that fell ill to seaweed, Mao Mao remarks that having a house burned down and the manager falling ill at the same time is too suspicious, asking who was the manager that passed away the previous year. Upon hearing that the manager had a sweet tooth, Mao Mao instantly knew the manager was Conan, surprising Lahaku. Seeing as these two managers are related to Jinshi somehow, Mao Mao racks her brain for a motive, but first asks Lahaku for what he needs. Pulling out the metal pipe that Mao Mao found, Lahaku says he tried to return the item to the owner, but the owner refused to accept the item, having obtained it from a random court lady. Lahaku heard that on the night of the explosion, a guard had helped escort a court lady out of the palace, only to receive the valuable metal pipe as a gift. Wondering if the court lady had planted the pipe on the guard, knowing the guard would use it, Mao Mao asks if Lahaku knows anything about the mysterious court lady, but reports state that the court lady covered her face. Luckily, Lahaku does mention that the court lady was tall and smelt like medicine, but this makes Mao Mao suspect someone, but Mao Mao holds back her suspicions until she's 100% sure, just like how her father would. With Mao Mao asking if anything else occurred during the night of the explosion, Mao Mao points out that 2 or 3 things happening at once isn't too abnormal, but Mao Mao hints at the fact that Lahaku should search for this tall court lady, fearing that she may cause more issues. Happy to hear Mao Mao's advice, Lahaku gets too close, spotting Jinshi spying on them, prompting Lahaku to leave for now. Back in Jinshi's office, Jinshi notes how close Mao Mao is to Lahaku, but Mao Mao simply says Lahaku was asking for some advice. Wondering if Jinshi knows anything, Mao Mao chooses to explain everything she spoke about with Lahaku, telling Jinshi that it's almost like someone had laid out several traps, hoping for a certain outcome. Hearing this, Jinshi and Mao Mao both agree that these incidents could still be coincidences. But Jinshi notices that Mao Mao is not excited about this mystery, stating that she doesn't want to step out of line. Getting an idea, Jinshi reveals that he had received some ox bezoar recently, completely catching Mao Mao's attention, being a very important item to obtain. With Mao Mao completely captivated, Mao Mao asks if she can have the item, which Jinshi promises to give to her, as long as Mao Mao continues to work hard. Heading to work, Mao Mao learns that the manager that was food poisoned originated from the Board of Rights, a division that Mao Mao doesn't recognize. As a man helps bring Mao Mao studying material, Mao Mao asks the man if he knows what the Board of Rights is, shocked to hear that the division deals with ceremonies. Realizing that Jinshi and the two managers are connected by ceremonies, this means that the theft that stole the ceremonial tools weren't a coincidence as well, prompting Mao Mao to begin digging deeper into the ceremonies that take place in the palace. Seeing Mao Mao focused, the man provides Mao Mao a picture of a ceremonial building near the west end of the outer court, deemed the altar of the sapphire sky. The man points out that there is a pillar in the middle of the building, along with several banners that are hung during ceremonies, which makes Mao Mao wonder why the man knows so much about the ceremonies. The man embarrassingly reveals that he also used to work in the Board of Rights, having been demoted for stepping out of line once, but comments that he's happy that the building is holding up fine. Elaborating, the man says that the central pillar in the building always seemed sketchy, as it seemed as if it would break and collapse on whoever was underneath. But when the man brought up the issue, he was demoted. Hearing this, Mao Mao realizes someone very important could be killed if things went wrong, suddenly realizing something horrible will happen. Demanding to know when the next ceremony will take place, Mao Mao is shocked to hear that a ceremony is occurring as they speak, instantly rushing out the door, believing that this is the work of an evil genius. As we see a man walking towards the middle of the ceremonial building, Mao Mao realizes that the several traps laid out will eventually cause something catastrophic to happen today, finally reaching the ceremony building. As Mao Mao dashes past some guards, Mao Mao ultimately gets stopped and questioned, but Mao Mao cries that the guards need to stop the ceremony or else something terrible will occur. With the guard reminding Mao Mao that she is a slave, Mao Mao realizes she's a hypocrite, but seeing as someone's life is at stake, Mao Mao once again asks the guards to stop the ceremony. Coming up with an idea, Mao Mao smirks, accusing the guard to be working with the perpetrator and praying for the downfall of the person inside. But this only causes the man to whack Mao Mao to the ground. Barely able to stay awake, Mao Mao is seen badly bruised. But seeing as everything is going according to plan, Mao Mao reveals that she knows who the important person is inside, begging the guard to allow her through, and in exchange Mao Mao will personally take all the blame if the ceremony is ruined. With the guard still refusing Mao Mao's offer, a man suddenly speaks up, shocking everyone, as Locken scolds the guard for injuring Mao Mao. With Locken personally granting Mao Mao permission, Mao Mao has no time to think about what Locken is planning, rushing through the ceremony building, only to stop in front of the ceremony room. Knowing that she has to avoid being beheaded, Mao Mao steals her resolve, rushing directly at the person in the middle of the ceremony, tackling right as the massive pillar above them collapses. With the important person revealed to be Jinshi, Mao Mao notes how she has injured her leg, asking if she can be rewarded with the ox bezoar now. Before Mao Mao can explain everything, Jinshi begins tearing up, realizing how beaten up Mao Mao is, crying as Mao Mao falls unconscious. With a serious glare, Jinshi carries Mao Mao out of the building, passing by Locken, but upon seeing Jinshi appear, every single person in the vicinity bows their head to Jinshi, shocking Locken, as Jinshi is clearly a very important person. Suddenly waking up, Mao Mao recognizes Jinshi's incense smells, wondering how she got here. Happy to see Mao Mao awake, Swearin tells Mao Mao that Jinshi brought her here, handing Mao Mao a drink and apologizing as Mao Mao needs to get dressed to explain the situation. With Basin, Gaoshun, and Jinshi meeting with Mao Mao, Jinshi asks to know how Mao Mao found him and knew that the pillar would fall. Mao Mao begins going over all the coincidences that ultimately allowed her to figure out what the perpetrator had bet on. First was Conan's death, a member of the board right and had passed 1 year ago, Next was the fire at the warehouse along with the ceremonial tools being stolen. Finally was the manager that was poisoned. Hearing this, Jinshur learns that these incidents were probably staged, with the ceremonial tool being stolen, done on purpose to increase the likelihood of failure of the screws that held the pillar in the ceremony room. Not able to believe what Mao Mao is saying, Basin states that the stolen items would have been easily replaced without issue, but Mao Mao reveals that the metal worker that passed away was most likely tasked with rebuilding said screws. But seeing as the metal worker isn't alive anymore, the likelihood of tampering during the building process is quite likely. Hearing this, Basin realizes that a metal that would melt easily under low temperatures could have been used as sabotage. Jinshur wonders if the metal workers are working with the perpetrator, but Mao Mao reassures Jinshur that the metal workers are innocent, as the metal worker probably only listened to the orders given to him. Mao Mao suspects that the perpetrator most likely requested the dodgy replacement material prior, and only afterwards would kill off the metal worker to ensure that the perpetrator's identity would be kept a secret. Jinshur asks if Mao Mao knows who the perpetrator is, but Mao Mao simply says she knows the perpetrator is aware of the techniques and metals needed to falsify the ceremony replacement tools. As Jinshur is deep in thought, Mao Mao notes how she was shocked to see that Jinshur was the important person at the ceremony, wondering who Jinshur truly is, especially to be targeted by such a convoluted scheme. Knowing that Suere is also somehow involved, Mao Mao simply suppresses all her thoughts, cutting to several days later, where Mao Mao has recovered substantially, only to be called by Lahaku. Having a private chat, Lahaku reveals that Suere was involved with the crimes, but Mao Mao is shocked to hear that Suere was found dead, having drunk poison by the time she was found. With Mao Mao learning that Suere had worked alone, Mao Mao spends the rest of the day wondering if Suere knew all along that she had no future, suddenly realizing something, rushing to ask Jinshur if she can meet the doctor that examined Suerai's corpse. The next day, Gaoshun and Jinshur accompany Mao Mao to inspect Suerai's corpse, but upon seeing the doctor, Mao Mao recognizes him as the doctor that seemed close with Suere. Getting straight to the point, Mao Mao asks if the poison Suere ingested includes any thorn apple, a type of poison that can also act as an anesthesia and appears like the white morning glory plant. With the doctor stuttering over his words and dancing around Mao Mao's questions, Mao Mao chooses to confirm herself, breaking open the coffin that houses Suerai's body. Upon opening it, Mao Mao states that Suere isn't inside, but the doctor cries that he personally checked Suerai's pulse before she was sealed away. Glaring at the doctor, Mao Mao states that the doctor had been used by Suere, prompting Gaoshun to stop the doctor from attacking Mao Mao. Continuing, Mao Mao says that they need to find what type of concoction Suere used as her poison, but Jinshur wonders how Suerai's corpse was so easily transferred. Mao Mao reveals that Suerai's simply walked out of the coffin herself, shocking everyone, as Mao Mao states that there is a certain drug that can make someone appear dead, suspecting it to be a mix of pufferfish and thorn apples. Asking Gaoshun to check the other coffins, Gaoshun manages to spot fingernail markings on a particular coffin, confirming that coffin to be Suerai's coffin. Mao Mao believes that several men had brought a replacement coffin and corpse, allowing Suere to disguise as a vendor, easily blending in with the crowd. Hearing something so absurd, Jinshur is amazed that Suere would go so far, but Mao Mao utters that it was either a high-risk bet or death itself. Mao Mao states that Suere would have escaped but smirks as she was able to figure out Suerai's genius plan, hoping to one day reunite with the genius that would willingly bet their own life to pull off such a devious scheme. As Mao Mao gets giddy at the thought of learning the poison Suere used, Mao Mao realizes that her wounds have opened up, asking if she could get patched up. That night, we cut to Lady Lulan receiving a message, but at the same time, we see Jinshur uttering that they took care of Suerai's incident in secret. Jinshur reveals that the doctor that was friends with Suere had apparently been recommended by his master. Therefore, the doctor doesn't know anything about where Suere came from. Just then, Gaoshun appears, reporting that Mao Mao made it home safe, which reminds Jinshur of the issue of Locken being Mao Mao's real father. With Gaoshun pouring out a drink for Jinshur, Gaoshun confirms the drink is safe, prompting Jinshur to reluctantly scoff down the drink. 5 years ago, Jinshur had to take on the role of a eunuch in the rear palace, changing his age to 24, but had been drinking a special medicine to suppress his manhood. As Jinshur and Gaoshun chat, Gaoshun mentions how his children are becoming adults, meaning Gaoshun will soon have another grandchild. Jinshur notes how Basin is actually Gaoshun's son, which Gaoshun remarks is 19 years old, the same age as Jinshur's real age. The next day, Jinshur is seen visiting one of Lulan's helpers, learning that the current emperor isn't too fond of Lulan, as Lulan experiments with unorthodox dresses. With the emperor visiting Lulan every 10 days, Jinshur notes how Lulan's father is a high-ranking official, someone Jinshur knows is quite powerful. As Gaoshun and Jinshur leave, Jinshur utters how the current emperor doesn't like younger women, but Jinshur begins thinking about the past. Jinshur confirms that he is A Duo and the current emperor's son, having been swapped at birth with the current emperor's younger brother. As Jinshur visits Gyokyu, Jinshur wonders why Gyokyu seems off, heading to speak with Mao Mao, only to reveal that Gyokyu may be pregnant. With Jinshur asking Mao Mao to start working under Gyokyu, Mao Mao understands why Jinshur isn't taking care of her, as men aren't allowed in the rear palace, especially Locken. Seeing Mao Mao getting distracted, Swearin warns Mao Mao to focus, but several days later, we see Mao Mao as perfectly integrated back into working under Gyokyu. Happy to see that Gyokyu, her daughter, and the emperor seem harmonious, but Mao Mao notes how the emperor is definitely more capable than he seems. As Mao Mao thinks about the things that may arise in the future with Gyokyu giving birth, we cut to Lahaka, who overhears several girls gossiping about one of the Verdigris princesses being bought out. Back at the palace, Lahaku is seen more distracted than normal during training, but at the same time we see Mao Mao reunited with the quack doctor, convincing him to not be lazy. When Mao Mao tells the quack doctor of a doctor that received pay cuts due to their laziness, the quack doctor gives in, assisting Mao Mao in tidying up their building. As the two sit for a break, Mao Mao notes how excited the quack doctor is, wondering if the doctor is from a rich family, having used very expensive paper as a plate. The quack doctor reveals that his family back home specialized in making paper, being able to generate infinite wealth for a period of time. But after the previous emperor's mother banned the cutting down of trees, his family spiraled into financial hardships. Eventually, the quack doctor's older sister had to work in the rear palace. And to prevent his younger sister from going, the quack doctor offered to work in the rear palace as well. Happy as he got paid a decent amount becoming a eunuch, but hasn't been able to see his older sister since. The next morning, Lahaka can't help but continue to daydream about Perrin. Cutting to Mao Mao, who has returned to continue cleaning the quack doctor's store. Mao Mao spots the quack doctor reading something, learning that the quack doctor's little sister had written the doctor a note, informing him that their family may be on bad terms with the palace. Mao Mao also reads that the doctor's family has come up with a new way to produce paper, but the quack doctor simply reveals that everything is relatively the same, except now they started using oxes for manual labor. Hearing this, Mao Mao notes how amazing the paper feels, as the paper has no impurities and is quite thick, but suddenly realizes the paper is quite weak. Mao Mao asks about the doctor's process for making paper, but the doctor reiterates that it's similar to how others would make. But the quack doctor does state his family has a secret way of crushing and gluing the paper. Chatting for a bit, Mao Mao gets the doctor to reveal that they make use of stored spring water, but when the doctor refuses to elaborate further, Mao Mao suddenly gets an idea. Rushing to retrieve some ingredients, the quack doctor accidentally reveals that they used wheat flour, but Mao Mao promises to keep what she heard a secret. Mixing ingredients together, Mao Mao serves the quack doctor a flour-based drink, but the quack doctor states that Mao Mao got the ratios all wrong. Apologizing, Mao Mao instructs the quack doctor to lick and stir the mixture, shocking the quack doctor as the drink is now evenly mixed. The quack doctor concludes that saliva mixed with glue makes the glue less sticky, but annoys Mao Mao when the quack doctor doesn't understand what Mao Mao is trying to teach him, forcing Mao Mao to reveal that the oxes may be contaminating the fresh spring water, making the paper glue less sticky. With the quack doctor rushing to report his findings to his family, Mao Mao returns to Gyokyu's pavilion, but is told by Hong Yang that she has been summoned. Upon arriving at the requested location, Mao Mao is disappointed to see Lahaku acting childish, demanding to know how much a courtesan costs, having heard that one of the Verdigris princesses has been bought, and is simply worried that it may have been Perrin. Running through various calculations, Mao Mao reveals that there are only two candidates that come to mind that can afford to purchase a high-ranking courtesan, and these include a wealthy older merchant, whilst the other is a high-ranking official in his 30s. Mao Mao also reveals that Perrin gained the nickname of Warlord in the bed, being very lustful, but does note how before she was adopted, it was the three princesses and Granny that took care of her, thankful for Perrin as Perrin breastfed Mao Mao, even though Perrin never gave birth. Mao Mao also begins factoring Lahaku as a candidate, noting how although Lahaku isn't the smartest, he definitely is a hard worker and has sufficient stamina to satisfy Perrin. Getting straight to the point, Mao Mao asks how much Lahaku makes in a year, deducing that it's around 1,000 silver, sadly revealing that one of the three Verdigris princesses are worth a minimum 10,000 silver in cash, whereas more basic courtesans are worth 400. Completely at a loss for words, Lahaku wonders if Perrin will accept him if he manages to scrape together the amount, but seeing Lahaku so desperate, Mao Mao offers to help. With Mao Mao asking Lahaku to strip, Mao Mao begins inspecting Lahaku's muscles, impressed as Perrin does prefer a manly body. With most of Lahaku's body perfect, Mao Mao asks to inspect Lahaku's private area, but just then Jinshur enters, demanding to know what is happening. With Jinshur speaking to Mao Mao privately, Jinshur gets frightened, hearing that Mao Mao was summoned to inspect Lahaku's body, but fails to mention that she was inspecting Lahaku's body to see if he would match Perrin's taste. With Jinshur misunderstanding the situation, Jinshur asks what Mao Mao thinks about Lahaku, prompting Mao Mao to reveal that Lahaku is quite above average in terms of looks and physical features. Jinshur wonders how Mao Mao could discern so much simply looking at Lahaku's body, but Mao Mao reveals that back at the Verdigris house, the girls had to learn how to quickly discern the capabilities of clients, simply by glancing at the clients' bodies. Getting jealous, Jinshur asks if Mao Mao could inspect his body as well, but Mao Mao refuses, stating that Perrin wouldn't be interested in Jinshur's body, shocking Jinshur. Following Lahaku, Lahaku continues to train his body, sad to know that Perrin is slowly slipping out of his grasp, but is suddenly summoned. Now sitting before Jinshur, Lahaku is clearly intimidated, knowing very little about Jinshur, except that Jinshur is loved by the Emperor. Seeing Jinshur's grin, Lahaku hears Jinshur mention that he heard Lahaku plans to buy a courtesan, annoyed as Lahaku believes Jinshur is mocking him. Out of nowhere, Jinshur offers to pay Lahaku 20,000 in cash, shocking Lahaku. But Jinshur reassures Lahaku that Mao Mao believes Lahaku is a reasonable candidate for her big sister. Lahaku asks if Mao Mao is comfortable around him, but tenses up, seeing Jinshur glare at him for thinking such things. Jinshur reveals that he is very aware that Lahaku came from a good family, but failed at becoming a military officer, having made it so far with his sharp-eyed strategies. Hearing Jinshur's praise, Lahaku reveals that he was simply lucky, but Jinshur continues to beckon Lahaku to accept his offer. Seeing Jinshur's cold glare, Lahaku reasons that he doesn't need the full 20,000 in cash, thanking Jinshur for the offer, but refuses the money, declaring that Perrin is the love of his life, and he wouldn't be a man if he bought her with someone else's money. Impressed, Jinshur wishes to speak with him soon, heading off as he confirms that he was worried for nothing. Now with a goal in mind, Lahaku continues to work hard, ultimately deciding to send a letter to Perrin, only to cut to Mao Mao, who had received a letter from Perrin, stating that she will be waiting for her prince to come for her. Mao Mao reveals that Lahaku won't need the full 10,000 if Perrin likes him, but gets distracted learning that a certain person recently offered to buy several people out. Mao Mao can't help but think about that man, but just then we cut to Lakan, being called to a meeting, but he seems to be distracted by blue roses. With spring arriving, Gyokyu began to show obvious signs of pregnancy, something that Lingli began to take notice of as well. As Lingli cuddled with Gyokyu, Mao Mao and the other ladies can't help but adore Lingli, making Hongyang consider getting married and birthing a child of her own, but Mao Mao notes how the other ladies would never let that happen. With several minutes of the girls adoring Lingli, Mao Mao thinks about how boring it was to have spent 2 months with Jinshi, but suddenly Lingli approaches Mao Mao with a piece of paper. Happy to play with her, Mao Mao begins drawing a poisonous mushroom, but gets scolded by Hong Yang, asking Mao Mao to draw Lingli some flowers instead. At the same time, we cut to Locken and Jinshi chatting, with Locken uttering that he loves the gorgeous blue roses that used to appear around the palace. Smiling back, Jinshi states that he's never heard of such a rose, but Locken reassures Jinshi that they exist, asking if Jinshi can look into them. As Jinshi agrees to search for these blue roses, Locken leaves, asking Jinshi to prepare the roses by next month's garden party. With Locken gone, Gaoshan scolds Jinshi for taking requests even though he's very busy, but Jinshi asks Gaoshan to ask around. Sadly, after visiting every florist nearby, Gaoshan reports that roses aren't in season, forcing Jinshi to turn to Mao Mao for help. Jinshi asks if Mao Mao knows anything about blue roses, shocking Mao Mao, as she remembers a time when she had sold fake blue roses for some quick cash. Mao Mao jokingly asks Jinshi if the people who saw the rose were hallucinating, but upon seeing Jinshi's serious expression, Mao Mao asks what Jinshi needs. When Jinshi asks if Mao Mao can gather some blue roses by next month's garden party, Mao Mao reminds Jinshi that roses will only start to bloom in 2 months. Knowing that it's impossible, Jinshi states that he'll turn down the person who requested the roses, but Mao Mao deduces that the man requesting the impossible is Locken. As Jinshi confirms this, Mao Mao changes her mind, stating that she'll figure something out, as she knows she can't run away from Locken forever. As Mao Mao asks Jinshi for several things, we cut to Mao Mao visiting Li Hua, thanking Li Hua for allowing Mao Mao to use the steam room. In exchange for access to the steam room, Mao Mao sneaks a naughty book to Li Hua, only to head outside, running into Jinshi and Gaoshan who have relocated the steam room. When Jinshi asks what Mao Mao is planning, Mao Mao reveals that she plans to make the roses go mad, making use of the abundant sunlight and steam. Mao Mao hopes to simulate the correct environment to allow roses to bloom, but can't guarantee any results getting to work. As Mao Mao helps move several plants into the steam room, Mao Mao suddenly realizes her leg's wound has reopened, happy to see that Jinshi and Gaoshan have summoned Xiaolan to help out. With an energetic Xiaolan by Mao Mao's side, Mao Mao begins instructing the eunuchs to place over 100 unbloomed roses in the steam room, happy that preparations are done. That night, Mao Mao mans the steam room, being the only one who knows how to regulate the steam room's temperatures so as to not kill all the roses. On sunny days, Mao Mao takes the roses out of the room, completely exposing them to the sun and lightly feeding the plants water. Just then Gaoshan checks up on the girls, gifting them a light snack, something Xiaolan is grateful for, being able to skip work and hang out with Mao Mao. At the same time, Mao Mao and Xiaolan spot some of Li Hua's ladies in waiting, spying on them, only to run away. With several days passing, Mao Mao instructs Xiaolan and the eunuchs to trim down the number of sprouts in each plant pot to allow even distribution of nutrients for the plant. Seeing as it's beginning to rain, everyone rushes the roses inside the steam room. But as night falls, Mao Mao begins to worry that the roses aren't growing fast enough, staying up all night to regulate the steam room's temperature. With the next day arriving, Xiaolan is shocked to hear Mao Mao get no sleep, offering to watch the roses as Mao Mao sleeps, but Mao Mao can't help but notice Li Hua's ladies in waiting are watching them again. Mao Mao comes up with something to distract them, giving Xiaolan a manicure, something that spreads among the ladies within the rear palace, and even Lady Li Hua. As Mao Mao heads back to Gyokyu's pavilion to taste for poison, Mao Mao learns that Gyokyu won't be attending the upcoming garden party, which Mao Mao knows is to give Lady Lulan a chance to shine along with hiding Gyokyu's pregnancy. Before Mao Mao leaves, the other ladies get worried, seeing Mao Mao exhausted. As Mao Mao heads to her room to sleep, she musters up the strength to continue looking after the roses. But as she approaches the steam room, Xiaolan reveals that a single bud has finally grown, relieving Mao Mao as they may make it in time for the garden festival. With the day of the garden festival finally arriving, Jinshi asks Gaoshan if there are any updates on the roses, both admitting that they aren't sure, having both been very busy. Just then Mao Mao appears, greeting Jinshi, but Jinshi can't help but notice Mao Mao's tired expression. As the garden party begins, various nobles and eunuchs watch as Lady Lulan makes her appearance, the daughter of Master Shirshou. As Lulan catches the attention of all the men, Lulan stands before the emperor, prompting her father Shirshou to ask if there is anything Lulan needs to improve on. At the same time, Jinshi appears, carrying various roses, presenting said roses to the emperor, impressing the emperor. Jinshi notes how he's receiving glares of envy, something he's very used to. But when Jinshi spots Shirshou's blank expression, he remembers that Shirshou is very cold and calculative, refusing to let his smile drop. As Jinshi leaves, he wonders what Lakan thinks of the roses, but Lakan is annoyed that Jinshi managed to pull it off. Following Mao Mao, she's seen resting on Inghua's lap, but as Jinshi arrives, Inghua leaves Mao Mao and Jinshi alone. Sitting next to each other, Mao Mao apologizes for not getting them to fully bloom, but Jinshi brushes that aside, asking Mao Mao how she changed the colors of the roses. Mao Mao reveals that the roses were originally white-colored, so all she had to do was mix various colored dyes and allow the roses to suck up the dye through some cotton wrapped around the base of the roses. Mao Mao had anticipated that some officials may quarrel about the roses, so Mao Mao had intentionally revealed the secret to the emperor prior to the garden party, something the emperor was pleased to learn. Jinshi wonders if the blue roses Lakan saw involved someone feeding blue water to the palace's roses, but Mao Mao can't confirm or deny. Changing topics, Jinshi spots Mao Mao had painted her fingers, but Mao Mao notes how she could have mixed balsam and wood sorrel to guarantee a more vibrant red color. Getting up, Mao Mao asks if Gao Shan had prepared the item she had requested, stating that she plans to catch Lakan off guard. Cutting to Lakan, we see him bored with the garden festival, revealing that he sees everyone as ghost stones, with men being black stones and women being white stones. Lakan states that by viewing his subordinates as pieces in his game and his ability to maneuver and place said subordinates that gained him such a high rank in the art of war. Glancing around, Lakan gets a headache from seeing all the ladies having red manicures, a color he knows resembles balsam, but out of nowhere, Lakan spots Mao Mao appear alongside two other men. As Mimi is seen taking care of the sick lady, we cut to Mao Mao offering to play Lakan in some games, exciting Lakan as he gets to play with his daughter. As Gao Shun and Jinshi watches, Mao Mao offers to play a best-of-5 match, prompting Lakan to offer to give Mao Mao a handicap, but Mao Mao refuses the offer. Getting right to the point, Mao Mao states that she wants a prize for winning, which Lakan accepts, stating that Mao Mao must come live with him if he wins. Hearing this, Gao Shun is forced to stop Jinshi from interfering, with Mao Mao reassuring Jinshi that she's fine with the punishment. Mao Mao states that if she wins, Lakan must purchase a courtesan of her choosing, but refuses to elaborate further. With Lakan having a general idea of Mao Mao's scheme, Mao Mao adds 2 more rules, pulling out several ingredients. Pouring liquor into 5 cups, Mao Mao takes out an additional ingredient, a poison that becomes lethal after 3 or more sips. By dissolving the poison in 3 cups, Mao Mao begins mixing up the cups, stating that the winner after every match will force the loser to drink from 1 cup. Secondly, Mao Mao states that if her or Lakan leave their match, they are automatically deemed the loser. With Lakan agreeing to all of Mao Mao's scary conditions, Jinshi is shocked to see Lakan unfazed, wondering what Mao Mao is planning. As their first match of Chinese chess begins, Lakan manages to defeat Mao Mao, selecting the first cup for Mao Mao to drink from. After some more back and forth, Lakan once again defeats Mao Mao, worrying Jinshi as he watches Mao Mao drink from another cup. With Gao Shun and Jinshi skeptical of Mao Mao's capabilities, Mao Mao makes the first move for her third game, but with every move Mao Mao makes, Jinshi wonders what Lakan and Mao Mao are thinking. Out of nowhere, Mao Mao is declared the winner, as Lakan had purposely lost, asking Mao Mao if the cups with poison stand out from the non-poisoned. Mao Mao states that she believes it should taste awful, but at the same time, Jinshi knows that Lakan doesn't want to risk having his daughter Mao Mao take the poison 3 times. So Lakan plans on drinking at least one of the 3 poison cups to ensure Mao Mao is alive after being defeated. Upon downing his first cup, Lakan admits that the drink tastes awful, scaring Jinshi, as he's not sure if Locken managed to find one of the poison cups. As Jinshi begins thinking about Mao Mao having to live with Locken, Locken suddenly gets flushed in the face, suddenly collapsing, unable to handle his alcohol. Jinshi demands to know what Mao Mao has done, but Mao Mao simply states that all the cups were filled with alcohol and the poison she added was simply more concentrated alcohol. When Gao Shun confirms that Locken is only drunk, Mao Mao reveals that Locken isn't able to handle his alcohol well, making Jinshi realize that Locken only drank fruit juice when they were together. Since Mao Mao is the victor, she states that they should head out to cash in on her reward, but at the same time we flash back through Locken's memories. Locken narrates how he had always had trouble discerning humans apart, even forced to watch his father abandon his mother at such a young age. Being the oldest in his family, Locken spent a lot of time playing Go and chess, learning how to discern people based on their voices and body, but thanks to his uncle, Locken learned how to use Chinese chess pieces to discern people. After some time, Locken was forced onto a high-ranking role, but was easily able to take on such a role, since Locken used his love for chess to control other humans. One night, Locken and some colleagues had visited a brothel to face a famous skilled courtesan, Feng Xian, someone Locken challenged to play Go, happy that an undefeated man like him is facing off against another undefeated player. Out of nowhere, Locken ended up suffering defeat for the first time, laughing out of joy as he finally saw the first human in his life. Admiring Feng Xian's foxy eyes and crimson red appeal, Locken and Feng Xian ended up spending several years together playing chess and Go. One night as Locken and Feng Xian chat, Feng Xian revealed that she never knew her mother, having grown up in the pleasure district, and even revealing that it is forbidden for a courtesan to get pregnant. Sadly, as time went by, Locken watched as Feng Xian's popularity skyrocketed, restricting Locken to only be able to afford to visit Feng Xian every 3 months. Seeing Feng Xian up to something, Locken spots Feng Xian messing with balsam and woodwhirl, a medicine that treats basic poisons. As Locken admires the woodwhirl, Feng Xian asks when Locken can visit her again. Sad to hear Locken can only afford her in 3 months' time. As more days passed, Locken had heard of Feng Xian being bought, sad to see that her value had outgrown his reach, even as a military officer. On one of the last days, Feng Xian had asked that the winner can do whatever they wanted with the loser, but as their match of Go began, they wound up embracing each other. As they both whispered how much they wanted to play more together, Locken awoke in the middle of the night to Feng Xian muttering some cryptic words about a baby, brushing them off as he slept. As 3 months passed, Locken found out his uncle had lost his job in the rear palace, forced to watch his father scold his uncle for losing his role as doctor in the rear palace. Out of anger, Locken's father ordered Locken to go study abroad, but around the same time, Locken had learned that Feng Xian's buyout was cancelled, and Locken had expected to return within 6 months. Sadly, with 3 years passing, Locken finally returned from abroad, shocked to see so many unread letters from Feng Xian, spotting a peculiar bag as well. Upon opening the bag, Locken is confused by the 2 pieces of branch, one long and one small, but suddenly Locken realizes something. Rushing towards the VIDZ house, Locken recounts a popular way to curse someone involving one's fingers being severed. When Locken made it to the front of the VIDZ house, Locken demanded to know where Feng Xian was, but was beaten up by one of the servants, learning that Feng Xian was pregnant because of Locken, and was forced to take any job she could to make money. Back in the present, Locken awakens in one of the beds in the VIDZ house, greeting Mimi, who used to be Feng Xian's servant and someone he often played games with. Handing Locken some disgusting medicine, Locken gets giddy when he learns Mao Mao made it for him. But Locken also receives a box from Mao Mao, opening it only to see a withered blue rose. When Locken asks to know what Mao Mao is thinking, Mimi utters that the withered rose was able to retain its shape even after all this time. But at the same time, we cut to Mao Mao heading somewhere with Basin, pulling out the head of an unblossomed rose. As Locken sits in bed, he reveals that he only wanted to take care of Mao Mao, but he also doesn't blame Mao Mao for hating him after what he did to her mother Feng Xian. Striving to bond with Mao Mao next time, Locken curses at Jinshi for being so close with Mao Mao, but just then Granny enters, informing Locken that he must now select the courtesan he'll be buying. With Locken happy to spend a few thousand on any courtesan, he heads downstairs, amazed at the lineup of courtesans, but is surprised to see one of the Verdigris princess being sold as well. Seeing as they all still appear as stones to him, Locken reasons that he should pick Mimi, being the most comfortable with her. As Locken approaches Mimi, Mimi stiffens up, admitting that she prefers to work at the Verdigris house, only to head to some nearby doors, opening them. With Granny scolding Mimi for disobeying her, Locken suddenly hears a familiar voice. As the voice overwhelms Locken's senses, Locken trips and falls whilst rushing towards the source, completely disregarding his own well-being, all whilst remembering Mau Mau's words regarding a withered rose that retains its shape. As Locken rushes into the sick lady's room, completely speechless upon spotting Feng Xian, but upon hearing Feng Xian utter such familiar words, Locken sheds tears. Having chased after Locken, Granny reveals that Feng Xian is very contagious, demanding Locken leave and pick a courtesan. Ignoring Granny's words, Locken kneels before Feng Xian, stating that he'll choose the courtesan in front of him and offers to pay whatever amount Granny wants. As Mimi holds Granny back from interfering, Locken sits in front of Feng Xian, placing a black and white go piece in Feng Xian's hand, completely ignoring Feng Xian's scars, and instead choosing to treasure this nostalgic feeling. Playing Go, Locken compliments Feng Xian, believing she taught Mau Mau how to play Go too, something that makes Mimi cry, knowing how significant it was for Locken and Feng Xian to reunite. Following Mau Mau and Basin, they both head back to the palace, only to spot Lulan and her wicked father. Seeing Basin bad-mouthing Lulan's father, Mau Mau attempts to leave, but learns that Jinshi wants to speak with her. As Mau Mau greets Jinshi, Swearin quickly whips up a meal for Mau Mau, shocked to see Mau Mau so skinny. Sitting beside Mau Mau, Jinshi wonders why Mau Mau doesn't hate Locken, but Mau Mau states that she believes her mother didn't actually hate Locken either, as she willingly allowed Locken to impregnate her. Mau Mau reiterates there would have been all sorts of ways to get rid of Mau Mau during the earliest stages of pregnancy, but still Feng Xian chose to keep Mau Mau, leading Mau Mau to speculate that her mother was taking advantage of Locken. Mau Mau states that Feng Xian was able to estimate when she could get pregnant, and had timed it correctly when she spent a night with Locken, but sadly Feng Xian could have never anticipated Locken leaving abroad for so long, even resorting to self-harm to get Locken's attention. Mau Mau also reveals that the reason Locken only speaks with Jinshi when Jinshi is in his office is because Locken can't recognize human faces and can only roughly match people with voices and their body. Mau Mau says she learned everything from her adopted father, and for some reason Locken is only able to see Mau Mau and her adopted father, Lawman's face. Mau Mau mentions how she still is stressed that Locken is pursuing her, but she doesn't like nor hate Locken, wondering if Locken was able to decipher her message behind the withered rose. Jinshi states he thought Mau Mau despised Locken, but Mau Mau reveals that Locken actually assisted Mau Mau to save Jinshi from the falling pillar during the ceremony, revealing that Locken doesn't deduce based off evidence, and instead works off gut feelings. But surprisingly, Locken has been very accurate. Mau Mau begins thinking about how talented Locken is, jealous to see such talent be wasted by such a lazy man, but warns Jinshi to never ally nor make enemies of Locken. As Gaoshun asks Mau Mau to not be so harsh to her real father, we cut to a few days later, where Mau Mau has received a package from Mimi, reminded that she promised Mimi to dance for her if Mimi was ever bought out. That night, Mau Mau stands atop the walls of the palace, unveiling her dress, only to dance flawlessly as promised to Mimi. As Mau Mau impresses herself by remembering all the moves, Mau Mau is suddenly caught off guard, realizing Jinshi is beside her. As Mau Mau accidentally trips over her dress, Jinshi is forced to catch Mau Mau before she falls off the wall, only to scold Mau Mau for being reckless. Mau Mau wonders why Jinshi is here, but Jinshi reveals that he had received a report of a strange lady climbing the walls again. Lucky that the guard knew who Mau Mau was and reported her to Jinshi. Firing back, Jinshi asks what Mau Mau is doing up on the walls, prompting Mau Mau to reveal that it's customary for courtesans to dance in celebration when one of their fellow courtesans are bought out. Jinshi adds that he heard Locken had purchased a courtesan recently, mentioning that Locken is going on vacation for 10 days, while Mao Mao states that Granny is throwing a 7-day celebration. Mao Mao admits she doesn't know how much Locken spent on the courtesan, uttering that the courtesan won't be revealed to the world, but that is what Granny planned in order to grow her business. Curious, Jinshur asks if Mao Mao knows the courtesan Locken bought, but cheekily, Mao Mao says she doesn't know, annoying Jinshur, but Mao Mao does mention that the courtesan Locken bought won't live long. Mao Mao notes how she was never told about her mother or father growing up, having heard everything secretly from other slaves and courtesans, but doesn't blame her mother for wanting to keep her pride. Thinking about the recurring nightmares she occasionally gets, Mao Mao states that her mother has no memories of Mao Mao growing up, but is fine with her mother only remembering Mao Mao through the finger she cut off as a baby to send to Locken. Changing topics, Mao Mao suddenly realizes that her leg wounds have opened up again, wondering if she should stitch herself up, but this freaks out Jinshur. Choosing to pick Mao Mao up, Jinshur leaps from the palace walls, all whilst protecting Mao Mao. As Jinshur carries Mao Mao across the palace, Mao Mao gets embarrassed, learning Jinshur carried her the same way when she was passed out after the ceremony. Suddenly remembering something, Mao Mao leans in close, teasing Jinshur, only to ask for the ox Bezoar Jinshur promised, prompting Jinshur to headbutt Mao Mao. The season ends as we cut to several days later, where Jinshur is visiting Mao Mao at the Jade Pavilion, asking Mao Mao for some more advice. Picking back up from the previous season, we see that the red light district is as popular as ever, following Mimi who cleans up Fengxian's old room, reminiscing on her moments working under Fengxian. At the same time, Perrin and Joko wonder why they suddenly have a massive order, learning from Granny that Mao Mao asked them to deliver it to her, and it will be a new source of income for them. Back at the rear palace, Jinshur does his routine check-ins, first visiting Li Hua and Li Shu, only to stop by to visit Lulan. Upon entering Lulan's pavilion, Jinshur and Gaoshou note how Shishou had asked for more ladies in waiting for Lulan, but they're surprised by how many Lulan has now. Finally stopping by to visit Gyokyu, Jinshur is caught looking for Mao Mao, learning she is currently at the clinic, all whilst Gyokyu remarks it's already spring. Cutting to Mao Mao, we see her and the quack doctor steaming up the clinic, confusing Jinshur when he arrives as Mao Mao reveals she is creating scented oils using leftover roses, but sadly the scent could be stronger. Jinshur wonders why Mao Mao is doing her experiments in the clinic and not in the Jade Pavilion, but Mao Mao whispers that some scented oils can cause miscarriages, but this shouldn't require a ban on scented oils overall. Mao Mao thinks about how Gyokyu's pregnancy still needs to be kept a secret from everyone, including the quack doctor, who can't keep secrets, but Jinshur asks what Mao Mao is cooking. Mao Mao says she is simply distilling alcohol to make it more concentrated, a concoction she plans to clean with especially since Lingli is still a child. With Mao Mao demonstrating the sanitizer, Jinshur is impressed by Mao Mao's vast knowledge, reminded that her adopted father studied medicine from the West as well. At that moment, Mao Mao's package arrives, intriguing Jinshur as Mao Mao silences the quack doctor from revealing anything. When Jinshur gets more intrigued, Mao Mao blurts out that the package contains pieces of her clothing from back home, but Gaoshun points out that clothes shouldn't be this large or heavy. Backed into a corner, Mao Mao reminds Jinshur that women in the rear palace are lacking experience and knowledge in bed, making it unfavorable for when the emperor finds someone to their liking, as the women aren't able to meet the emperor's expectations. Jinshur wonders why Mao Mao bought a huge amount of books, realizing they're the same books Mao Mao gave to the concubines. But Mao Mao thinks about how the emperor had originally wanted to read them, but now she plans on starting a business by selling these books to others. Spotting Gaoshun indulging in the books, Mao Mao gets weirded out, but realizes Gaoshun was admiring the paper quality and craftsmanship. Mao Mao points out brides are normally gifted these books and can interpret the books based on pictures alone, but Jinshur is intrigued to hear the printing method doesn't use woodblocks and instead metal plates. Seeing Jinshur sifting through the books, Gaoshun whispers that Jinshur can keep some for himself, but Jinshur cries he would never. Clearing his throat, Jinshur says Mao Mao can keep her books, but must tell him which shop made the books, reassuring Mao Mao he has good intentions. With Mao Mao divulging the shop details, Gaoshun mentions how some books are too explicit and should be censored, confiscating them as both men leave. Later that day, Xiaolan recites a novel she had heard about, asking Mao Mao what she thinks about the novel. Mao Mao is more amazed Xiaolan can read, but Xiaolan corrects Mao Mao, stating that a girl earlier was reading it, and the novel itself has spread throughout the rear palace. As Mao Mao heads to the Jade Pavilion, she spots the other girls indulging in a book, hearing that the emperor personally handed them out and wants all the girls to read it. Inspecting the book, Mao Mao notes the stamp shows it's from the same store she received her naughty books, believing Jinshi must have asked the emperor to circulate 100 copies. Mao Mao wonders why novels are considered low class, and why now of all times are the concubines receiving such an item. Given some time to think, Mao Mao deduces it to be due to politics, overhearing Yinghua report that Gaoshun will hand out the next volume as soon as they're ready. Ailin wonders if they should be keeping such a marvelous gift to just themselves, suddenly stopped by the others as they fear other girls may lose the novels. Mao Mao advises that they make copies, pointing out how Ailin's penmanship is quite exquisite, flustering Ailin. With Yinghua wondering how long it'll take, Mao Mao believes this is what Jinshi had intended all along, a plan where Jinshi has the girls improve their literacy and reading in order to read a popular novel. The next day, Xiaolan begs Mao Mao to teach her how to read, mentioning that the girl that would normally read for her lost her voice and instead handed out copies for everyone else to read. When Mao Mao offers to read for Xiaolan, Xiaolan refuses, stating that she must make her friend proud, impressing Mao Mao. Starting with some writing, Xiaolan is surprised her own name is quite complicated, failing to write out her name but refuses to give up so easily. Hearing Xiaolan already planning on using reading and writing for her future job, Mao Mao praises Xiaolan's resilience, choosing to start with the very basics. That night, we see a lady strolling through the palace, suddenly attacked by something. The next morning, Mao Mao visits Gyokyu, amazed to see Lingli is already running, hearing that Lingli tends to run around the pavilion and should start exploring the wider palace. Gyokyu says 2 eunuchs will escort Lingli, asking for Hongyang and Mao Mao to accompany them, but Mao Mao notes the increased amount of security for a simple walk. Gyokyu asks if Mao Mao can teach Lingli about flowers and creatures outside, but Hongyang fears Mao Mao will teach the princess weird things, knowing that foreigners would have a hard time living in a foreign land. As the gang head out, Lingli draws the eyes of onlookers, both admiring and shunning the little girl, prompting Mao Mao to stop and show Lingli some primrose. Suddenly hearing something, Lingli runs off somewhere, attempting to crawl into a small alleyway, but is stopped by Hongyang. Instead, Mao Mao volunteers, creeping down said alleyway, suddenly spotting a small kitten that sprints out the alleyway and into a nearby forest. Seeing no other choice, Mao Mao and the others follow it, preparing to capture it, but the kitten easily outmaneuvers Mao Mao. Out of nowhere, another girl intercepts the cat, catching it and handing it over to Mao Mao, remarking that the kitten may be hungry only to run off. Seeing Lingli admiring the cat, Mao Mao says Lingli shouldn't touch the kitten since it's dirty, making Lingli cry. Heading over to the clinic, the quack doctor is surprised to see a kitten, rushing to boil some water to warm it up. Mao Mao says owning animals in the rear palace requires permits, and all animals need to be castrated, curious as to where the kitten was born. Wrapping up some hot water in a cloth and placing it under some bedding, the quack doctor asks for Mao Mao to place the cat on the bedding, revealing he too had found a calico cat in the past. Mao Mao asks if the quack doctor has milk and intestines, freaking out the doctor, but Mao Mao says the intestines are a substitute for the mother's breast. Seeing as a bath would harm the kitten, Mao Mao chooses to manually wipe off any dirt only to clean any bacteria with oils. As Mao Mao nurses the kitten, she's called by the emperor later that night, happy to hear the emperor plans to keep the kitten, exciting Lingli. As time passed, the kitten grew stronger to have baths and eat chicken, but Mao Mao got to work trimming the kitten's claws to ensure no harm to the princess. With Jinshi visiting as well, Mao Mao spots Gaoshun acting weird, getting distracted by Jinshi, who admires the kitten. Sitting down and serving Jinshi some snacks, Mao Mao spots Gaoshun and the quack doctor gleefully bonding over their love for cats, something Jinshi will never understand, But upon realizing that Mao Mao herself acts like a cat, Jinshi embraces the kitten with open arms. A few days later, the kitten had been given the title of Admonisher of Thieves, tasked with chasing down rats scurrying around the clinic, but Mao Mao wondered why the kitten had been given her name of Mao Mao as well. Later that day, Mao Mao and the other ladies rush to tidy things up, hearing that a caravan is soon to arrive. Following Jinshi, we see him receive reports of a foreign envoy arriving, asking Gaoshan to ensure everything runs smoothly during their stay. Back with Mao Mao, Hongyang says they'll be changing wardrobe since it's getting humid, asking Ge Yuan to tend to Lingli whilst the others search for alternative clothing. Seeing Yinghua sifting through old clothing, Mao Mao asks where the old clothing goes, learning that most of Gyokyu's old clothes are handed out to Gyokyu's home region in the west. Aelin takes the chance to tell Mao Mao another lady in waiting is coming to help now that Gyokyu is pregnant. Something Yinghua adds is because of Lulan, seeing as Lulan had recently totaled 50 ladies in waiting. Although Gyokyu is the emperor's favorite, she only has 4 ladies, whereas Lihua has 30 and Lishu has 60. Additionally, Yinghua mentions how a caravan filled with goods visits the palace every so often, but suddenly Hongyang appears ushering the girls back to work. Cutting to Lihua, she is seen petting her belly only to summon Shin, her new head lady in waiting, asking Shin to do some shopping for her. Heading out, Shin suddenly receives a message from the clinic, putting on a sour face. Near the entrance of the rear palace, the caravan has officially set up shop and plans to stay for 5 days, making Xiaolan envious as she wants to buy and try on new clothing as well. Mao Mao notes how strangely peaceful the rear palace is even though there are no stores or doctors except the quack doctor, wondering what a disease outbreak would cause. Mao Mao thinks about the amazing underground waterway that carries waste into the Great River, coupled with the water technology from the west, making most diseases would fail to be contracted. Suddenly hearing Xiaolan mention how she might be free on her last day, Mao Mao says she is glad she has Xiaolan as a friend. That evening, Gyokyu's ladies help display the items Gyokyu bought, worrying Gyokyu as she fears she bought too much, but Mao Mao knows the other ladies definitely didn't hold back either. Seeing as there will be another day of shopping tomorrow, Mao Mao helps clean up the dresses, suddenly spotting something. Seeing all the dresses with belts tied around the chest, Mao Mao states Gyokyu's pregnancy shouldn't be known to the outside, as normal dresses have belts around the waist, and only when pregnant will dresses with belts around the chest be needed. Suppressing her suspicions, Mao Mao hints at Hongyang and Gyokyu to buy more varied dresses to conceal Gyokyu's pregnancy. Before the stores closed on the last day, Mao Mao and Xiaolan explore what is left, exciting Xiaolan as she admires a small drinking cup, prompting Mao Mao to give Xiaolan some hair ties. Graciously hugging Mao Mao, Mao Mao notes Xiaolan could pass off as her little sister, both continuing to explore the stores as Mao Mao is dead set on getting discounts. After several purchases, Mao Mao sets her sights on some jasmine tea, running into the girl from earlier who intends to buy the tea as well. With Xiaolan calling out to Shui, Mao Mao deduces that Shui must be a court lady using the same laundry area. As the three head back to the clinic, the quack doctor is surprised Mao Mao has friends, but the girls are more excited seeing the kitten alive and well. Making jasmine tea with the bud, Mao Mao mentions how it's a special day, watching as Xiaolan indulges in some mooncakes. As the quack doctor mentions how a special envoy from a foreign land is arriving soon, Shui utters that she smells something weird towards the north of the palace, making the others wonder if the waterway got clogged. Xiaolan wonders if Shui works near the north often, but Shui reveals that she often visits the north side to sketch bugs, remarking insects and their eggs can be used for medicine and aphrodisiacs. Since the south is well kept, only the north contains intriguing bugs, exciting Mao Mao as they both grow close due to their strange addiction. That night, a mysterious figure heads to unveil several bottles, cutting to a few days later where the caravan has left. Since then, scented oils became popular in the rear palace, disgusting Mao Mao as intertwined scents are unbearable. But suddenly a dress is accidentally dropped onto Mao Mao. Upon smelling a rose-scented smell, Mao Mao regrets not selling her own rose-scented oils, but suddenly uncovers something. Sniffing other dirty dresses, Mao Mao rushes to the Crystal Pavilion, sniffing Lihua's lady's scents, only to run into Shin. Having received a complaint, Jinshi warns Mao Mao to not go overboard, but Mao Mao promises to get consent next time. Changing topics, Mao Mao has Jinshi read out the list of scents she smelt on the court ladies, stating that scents can have harmful effects on pregnant women. Additionally, Mao Mao unveils the spices and herbs sold at the festival, stating that they all increase the possibility of a miscarriage. Mao Mao asks if Jinshi can ask which merchants sold such harmful goods, but Jinshi says it'll be hard tracking down the source, prompting Mao Mao to state that this incident is very similar to the toxic white powder craze. Jinshi is surprised someone would try to bring poison into the palace, but Mao Mao says all the items can be consumed in moderation without issues, but asks Jinshi to warn the other concubines just in case. With Jinshi sending Gaoshan off, Gyokyu also has her ladies check their scented oils along with items they purchased, all whilst Mao Mao wonders who the mastermind behind Suirai's disappearance and Jinshi's attempted assassination could be. Heading back to the kitchen, Mao Mao fears she must be blowing everything out of proportion, noting how everything that caught her attention was coincidental. As Mao Mao indulges in some more jasmine tea, Jinshi visits, asking Mao Mao why she is drinking tea that could be poisoned, but Mao Mao reminds Jinshi that all poison can be medicine in small amounts. As Jinshi sits down, she learns Gaoshan is off delivering messages, prompting Mao Mao to prepare some tea for Jinshi. Hearing Jinshi curious as to what jasmine tea could do, Mao Mao utters that the tea can help calm someone and improve their sleep, but can harm pregnant ladies, but overall is more beneficial than harmful. Seeing Mao Mao serve him a different drink, Jinshi slurps up Mao Mao's cup of tea, heading outside only to discover that concubine Jin of middle rank had passed away due to poison. The next day, Jinshi and Gaoshan decide to head to the Jade Pavilion, all whilst Gyokyu is notified of concubine Jin's passing due to poisoning. Gyokyu mentions how she heard Jin was sick for a year prior, greeting Jinshi only to cut to Mao Mao, who is proud seeing Xiaolan practicing her writing. Later that day, Mao Mao learns of a court lady by the name of Tao going missing. Sad to hear she was scheduled to be married, having been given a hairpin by a high-ranking bureaucrat at a garden party, but was heard the matron didn't want her to leave. With the quack doctor reminding Mao Mao that such incidents are quite normal in the rear palace, Mao Mao heads out only to spot Jinshi and Gyokyu having some tea. Mao Mao praises Gyokyu for hiding her pregnancy so well, suddenly called over by Gyokyu, who asks Mao Mao to assist Jinshi out, leaving them with Jinshi as Lingli can be heard crying. Now alone, Jinshi asks what Mao Mao thinks about the books being spread by the emperor, something Mao Mao thinks highly of as the novels are encouraging the girls to read and write, prompting Jinshi to unveil the next step in his grand scheme. Jinshi shows off some blueprints of a penmanship school, a school for servant girls, and an idea Mao Mao fully supports, but this shocks Jinshi and Gaoshan. Mao Mao gets weirded out realizing Jinshi wanted Mao Mao to glare at him, but tells Jinshi the penmanship school will not only help the slave girls, but also help other high-ranking girls find jobs. Mao Mao does wonder why the southern courtyard is so close to the main gate, advising Jinshi to move the courtyard elsewhere, as lots of prideful concubines gather near the location and wouldn't be too pleased seeing servants begin to be educated. Mao Mao mentions how moving the courtyard north and renovating some rundown buildings would be more suitable, asking Jinshi to call the school service vocational training to attract those seeking a job, and that snacks should be occasionally rewarded to lure girls back for more. Mao Mao notes how Jinshi hasn't even thought about his plan all the way, happy to hear he is seeking her personally for advice, but Jinshi also takes the chance to ask Mao Mao about her mushroom expertise. Mao Mao reiterates that she makes food and medicine with mushrooms, hearing that court ladies frequently get food poisoning when they hunt for mushrooms they aren't too sure about. Jinshi points out how he knows Mao Mao secretly digs up and devours matsutake mushrooms herself, something Mao Mao can't refute. Jinshi asks Mao Mao to solely focus on removing and noting down the poison mushrooms she uncovers, having Mao Mao sit out on all her duties except tasting to ensure things run smoothly. But Mao Mao wonders why he hasn't told Gyokyu any of this. Immediately getting to work, Mao Mao recognizes the locations the court ladies frequent and the entirety of the south side to be already been surveyed, choosing to head north, only for Mao Mao to begin uncovering various mushrooms. Suddenly smelling something tingling her nose, Mao Mao remembers what Shui said about the leaking sewage, wondering if the leak is causing the various mushrooms to suddenly grow. After a long days of scavenging, Inghua asks what Mao Mao has been up to, prompting Mao Mao to mention how she's gathered a bucket load of interesting mushrooms. Rushing to get changed, Mao Mao greets Gyokyu, spotting Gyokyu and Hongyang tying black strings around their wrist, only to be instructed to follow Hongyang after dinner. Heading out, Mao Mao learns that Jean, the upper-middle rank concubine and daughter of a high-ranking noble, had passed, having been sick for the past year and was only seen in her room. Hongyang mentions how it was food poisoning that got her, annoyed that she was forced to remain in the palace, even though the emperor refused to visit her. Mao Mao wonders why Hongyang is so passionate when talking about Jean. Hearing Jean was quite rude, always lashing out at lower-class girls, and even was suspected for the poisoning done to Lihua and Gyokyu involving the white powder. Jean Sure was sent to investigate, but with no evidence Jean was left unpunished, something that didn't stick right with everyone as Hongyang expressed how relieved she is for Jean to have finally passed away. Mao Mao suddenly realizes a link between Jin's poisoning and the reason Jean Sure didn't talk about the mushrooms in front of Gyokyu. Lining up with Hongyang to pay homage to Jean, Mao Mao realizes Jean Sure suspected someone in the Jade Pavilion must have poisoned Jean, ruling out Gyokyu and the other ladies in waiting, only to realize Jean Sure had suspected Mao Mao herself. Mao Mao is impressed. Jean Sure was observing her reaction when the topic of poisonous mushrooms were brought up, but suddenly is handed a rose by one of Jin's ladies in waiting, curious as to how the lady received a rash on her hand. Heading to Jin's basket, Mao Mao suppressed her urge to inspect Jin's covered body, heading off only to spot concubine Sun rushing to Jin's corpse. As Sun pulls off the cover concealing Jin's face, Sun smirks at Jin's damaged body, unwrapping her own bandages only to gleefully cry Jean got what she deserved. Seeing Sun's inflamed face, the rash on Jin's lady in waiting, and Jean Sure's words involving poisonous mushrooms, Mao Mao finally realizes what is happening. The next morning, Mao Mao continues her scavenger hunt, having heard that concubine Sun was a low-ranking concubine from a merchant family. Sun had apparently attracted the attention of the emperor, but 2 years ago Sun was afflicted with an illness, choosing to stay at the palace, seeing as she wouldn't have a life outside due to her weakened body. Mao Mao suspects that Sun believed Jean to be the one who targeted her, heading through the forest with some protective mask only to run into the red mushroom she was searching for. Back at the clinic, Mao Mao asks Jean Sure and Gao Shun to be careful, unveiling a red mushroom she found, a mushroom that is extremely dangerous. Before Jean Sure can lean in for a close look, Mao Mao stops Jean Sure, revealing her own markings from a similar mushroom she encountered in the past. Mao Mao states that she had merely touched the mushroom and rushed to rinse it off, but even still it left a scar, something that horrified Jean Sure. Mao Mao utters that Jean had similar rashes and lost a lot of hair, asking Jean Sure if he's looking for the poison that caused such illness, forcing Jean Sure to admit that he has been trying to figure out the illness that afflicted Sun 2 years ago. With everyone believing it to be the work of Jean, it was a surprise when 1 year later Jean herself was afflicted by the same illness, becoming depressed and even refused to speak to Jean Sure when he visited. Jean Sure states that Jean was proud till the very end, having chosen to take poison to end her own life, something the ladies serving Jean had reported. Thinking for a bit, Mao Mao states that the red mushroom before them only causes stomach ache, vomiting, and paralysis, with inflammation being spread inside the mouth, but not onto the face. Mao Mao suspects that since the symptoms don't match up, it must mean someone spread the red mushroom onto Jin's face afterwards, and it can't be Jean herself, seeing as her hands were clean. Seeing Mao Mao hesitate to continue her suspicions, Jean Sure tugs Mao Mao close, ordering Mao Mao to let all her suspicions out. Backing off, Mao Mao asks for a few days, requesting that Jean Sure let her borrow some eunuchs to help with physical labor and can work in secret. With Jean Sure and Gao Shun leaving, Jean Sure is excited to hear what Mao Mao comes up with, cutting to the next couple of days where Mao Mao performs her usual routine, only for a particular day where Gao Shun and two other eunuchs accompany Mao Mao into the forest. Weirded out seeing Mao Mao using her nose to sniff the surrounding area, stopping only to ask Gao Shun and the others to begin digging. In mere moments, everyone is shocked seeing a decayed corpse, surprising even Mao Mao. Later that day, Jinshi reported that the body belonged to the real concubine Jin, having passed away a year ago when she first received the illness. As for the imposter, Mao Mao suspects the lady to be concubine Tao, holding up a sketch of Tao that closely resembles Jin's face. Mao Mao utters that with the added bandages around Tao's face, only the most observant would realize the discrepancy, meaning Tao conspired with Jin's ladies-in-waiting. With Mao Mao stating she doesn't know any more than that, Mao Mao secretly believes that Jin had gotten jealous that Tao had found love before she could. Mao Mao suspects that Jin would normally abuse Tao, leading to an altercation that led to Jin's passing, forcing Tao to work with Jin's ladies-in-waiting and cover up the incident. When things got too stressful for Tao to keep up the act, Jin's ladies disposed of Tao, but Jinshi wonders how Mao Mao found Jin's real body. Mao Mao proudly declares that she simply looked for an abundance of mushrooms growing nearby, having known that mushrooms tend to grow around animal feces or carcasses. Jinshi calls out Mao Mao for fiending over mushrooms grown around a human corpse, something Mao Mao realizes is quite weird, but before Mao Mao can defend herself, Jinshi has Gao Shun confiscate Mao Mao's mushrooms. Now left alone, Mao Mao spots a mushroom that had fallen out of her basket, wondering what a mushroom grown from a corpse would truly look and taste like. That night, we see the Emperor greet some visitors, cutting to the next day, where Mao Mao is shown a massive mirror. The mirror amazes all the girls, as it's a Western invention, making it hard to obtain, especially the one before them, as it would easily be worth another's life. Mao Mao learns that Gyokyu had owned a smaller mirror in the past, but Inghua broke it, intriguing Mao Mao as to how mirrors are made and how they can mass-produce them. Gyokyu tells Mao Mao the mirror is a gift from a foreign envoy, reminding Mao Mao that the foreign stores were in preparation for a special envoy arriving. But Mao Mao also hears that each concubine received an equally expensive mirror, wondering what business this envoy has with their nation. That evening, Gao Shun visits Mao Mao and Hong Yang, asked by Gao Shun to borrow one of their rooms, but Hong Yang is disappointed to hear that Gao Shun is married and has a child. As Mao Mao serves the two some tea, she hears Gao Shun asking for some advice, explaining a story involving a rich family with two daughters. Since the daughters were close in age, they were both loved dearly by their overprotective parents, forcing the girls to remain inside. When a lady-in-waiting was assigned to the girls, the lady would occasionally sneak them out, but when the father found out, he locked the girls inside permanently, stationing men to guard and watch over them. Although the girls grew up introverts and spent their youths embroidering, the father soon discovered his younger daughter was pregnant with the child of a wizard, a story that confuses Mao Mao, as she simply believes the lady had continued to sneak the girls out. Gao Shun corrects Mao Mao as the lady-in-waiting had been fired to warn future ladies-in-waiting from getting too comfortable, but when Hong Yang wonders if the men watching the girls pulled any moves, Gao Shun states the men would monitor each other as well, forbidden from approaching the daughters. Unfortunately, Mao Mao doesn't know what to make of Gao Shun's story, stating that she knows that people can trick themselves into thinking they're pregnant, having once seen a young courtesan claim she was pregnant with the man she loved. The courtesan had reported skipping her periods and her skin began to grow tender, but this was all in her head, making Mao Mao ask Gao Shun if he's sure the younger daughter was pregnant. Acting strange, Gao Shun states he knows for sure, asking Mao Mao if she can figure out ways the daughters could have snuck out given the surveillance they were under. Showing Mao Mao a map of the daughter's home, Gao Shun points to a separated house where the daughters were kept, and only a corridor connected the daughters to the main house, with a built-in washroom included in the separated house. Gao Shun adds that there are windows opposite of the corridor, with two men at different levels watching each window, but Mao Mao points out how limited the men's vision must have been. Gao Shun utters that the girls would normally be seen near the windows embroidering, a hobby Gao Shun admits is unorthodox. But Mao Mao knows that Gao Shun seems to be hiding something from them. Knowing that the daughters also had separate bedrooms, Mao Mao deduces that the separated house must have been originally for guests, something Gao Shun confirms as he reiterates only 2 men were ever watching through the windows. Mao Mao begins to squirm, holding back her speculations. But just then Gao Shun remembers to give Mao Mao the ox bezoar Jinshi promised her. Mao Mao wonders why it took so long, learning that the demand for it suddenly rose. But Jinshi has been recently receiving all sorts of medicine from different people, with Mao Mao ecstatic to finally be receiving her reward. Hongyang learns that a ox bezoar is a dried bear's gallbladder used as medicine for the digestive system. Getting back to Gao Shun's story, Mao Mao heads off to retrieve some tools, using 2 nuts to represent the daughters, placing them by the windows on the map. Next, Mao Mao takes out a mirror, declaring that the daughters must have used a mirror to reflect the older daughter in place of the younger daughter, making it seem like nothing was happening from a distance. Gao Shun points out that the girls were stitching different animals at the time, but Mao Mao states that images can be made with 2 results in mind, showing off a face that can be flipped to show a completely new face. This explains how the daughters were seen stitching a bird and rabbit, but in reality the oldest was doing all the work whilst the youngest fled through the exit. Mao Mao thinks about a story her dad told her about, having heard needlework was common amongst high-class daughters, suspecting that Gao Shun had twisted the story a bit, believing the daughters may have been hiding a bigger secret than a mere child. Not wanting to question things further, Mao Mao watches as Gao Shun leaves, wondering what she should do with her new gift. That evening, Jinshi is seen stressed, having received another mystery regarding a beauty that sheds pearls as tears from a high-ranking official. But Gao Shun reminds Jinshi he doesn't need to solve everything. With Jinshi wondering what the envoy is scheming with the mirrors, we see Jinshi visiting Gyokyu, only to ask Mao Mao about the mysterious beauty shedding tears. Mao Mao is completely confused by Jinshi's cryptic question, learning that a beautiful lady given the name Moon Fairy was capable of creating pearls with her tears, having once been a courtesan from the Pleasure District. Seeing as Mao Mao still doesn't recognize her, Jinshi reveals that this mystery is a request from the special envoy that has arrived from the West. Apparently, the envoy had heard of the Moon Fairy from their grandfather when they were younger and now wants Jinshi to seek out the fairy. But Mao Mao points out this story must have existed for many years now. Jinshi states he would like to do the best he can, seeing as the request is from a diplomatic partner. But as Mao Mao thinks back of possible candidates that fit the Moon Fairy description, she realizes that only one fits the criteria. Surprisingly, Mao Mao utters that Jinshi had already met the candidate, revealing it to be the granny of the Verdigris house. Mao Mao says she can convince the granny to visit if he pays, but wonders why Jinshi doesn't just lie about the fairy he finds. But Jinshi reveals he already tried to present other beautiful ladies, but the envoys refuse to accept them as worthy of being a moon fairy. Hearing that the envoys are females, Mao Mao fears what they may do to Jinshi if he were to ever seduce them, instead asking how important these envoys are. Jinshi says the envoys control all western and northern trading points, making Mao Mao curious as to how gorgeous Granny was to have captivated the eyes of Westerners who are already conventionally good-looking. Seeing Jinshi distraught, Mao Mao gets to work inviting Granny to the palace, sitting down with her only to ask Granny if she welcomed an envoy 50 years ago. Granny confirms she did, remembering that the city was originally an ancient ruin that accepted tourists, but seeing as there was no grand palace at the time, a ceremonial site near a pond and orchards was used to welcome guests. Mao Mao recognizes the description as a ruined orchid on the north side of the rear palace. But Granny continues by stating she herself was selected as the main dancer to perform, being the highest class courtesan at the time out of the dozen that were chosen. Granny admits her build at the time was tall and curvy, something that would naturally draw others' attention. But the overall event was mostly improvised and planned to suit the guests. Granny says that bugs needed to be removed from the nearby orchids, and before the event her dress was sabotaged, but like the pros she was, Granny still outshined all expectations, smacking Mao Mao when she seemed bored. Taking out a painting, Mao Mao is amazed to see Granny in her prime, learning that the envoy had personally sent Granny the painting after seeing her perform. Granny proudly claims that the envoy never set foot on their land again, but Mao Mao wonders why Granny drew the envoy's attention so much, disappointed to see Granny doesn't know. With Mao Mao curious as to what garnered Granny the title of a goddess, Mao Mao shows Jinshi what he needs to find, all baffled as they wonder where they can find a 175-centimeter tall lady with natural curves, long limbs, and is skilled at dancing. Gao Shun mentions how the envoys are tall themselves, being cousins with the same grandfather, intriguing Mao Mao as to how pretty these envoys are. Seeing as they need someone pretty enough to even stun the envoys, Mao Mao identifies someone that could satisfy their needs, glaring at Jinshi. That night, we see the Emperor meeting with Lulan all while Shi Sui spends time hunting for items near a pond and orchards. At night, Mao Mao sits with Granny's painting, wondering how much the rumors had twisted Granny's legacy. But heading out the next day, Mao Mao heads towards the north orchards and the rear palace, spotting a shrine-like building and a pond as well. Noting how the location used to belong to a different ethnic group, but out of nowhere a pair of hands covers Mao Mao's eyes. Recognizing the voice to be Shi Sui's, Mao Mao asks why Shi Sui's here, handed a leaf sandwiching a cute caterpillar. Weirded out herself, Mao Mao hears that Shi Sui is uncovering many bugs near the orchids that can only be found in books. Something Mao Mao realizes is due to the orchards being a common trading hub for foreigners, so it's natural for insects to have flocked to the area. Mao Mao wonders what type of butterfly the caterpillars will evolve into, but Shi Sui corrects Mao Mao, uttering that the bugs will actually become gorgeous moths, nocturnal creatures that light up the night sky. Shi Sui invites Mao Mao to see the moths at night, emphasizing that the moths will sparkle at night, something that catches Mao Mao's attention. Mao Mao asks if the moths mate after evolving, but Shi Sui says they have to since they can't eat and perish soon after maturing. With Mao Mao confirming the Shi Sui can decipher the gender of the caterpillars, Mao Mao gets to work, updating Jinshi on her findings as they all make preparations for the upcoming banquet. In a few days, the envoys are invited to said banquet, marking the 50th year since the Moon Fairy had graced them. As men and high-ranking concubines are invited to view the show from their carriages, Mao Mao spies on the blue-eyed ladies, admitting that their beauty truly is unorthodox. Seeing as the two ladies are also showing their full faces, Mao Mao sees they're quite bold, with Eileen acting timid and quiet whilst Isla seems more confident. As the music and performance begin, Mao Mao sees the ladies are not impressed whatsoever, wondering if the girls are twins, having only heard they were cousins that shared the same grandfather. At that moment, Isla exits her carriage, bowing before the Emperor only to ask to be closer with the Emperor. Isla also asks where the Emperor's brother may be, upsetting several people, as they know Isla and Eileen seem to be after the Emperor and his brother. Before Isla can say anything else, Eileen appears, asking Isla to stop, both bowing as they return to their carriage. Off to the side, Mao Mao wonders if the cousins truly believe there is no one more beautiful than themselves and that the mirrors weren't a gift but a declaration of their beauty. But nonetheless, Mao Mao heads to show them a new Moon Fairy, heading into a shack, only to ask Gao Shun how preparations are going. With no time left, Mao Mao helps escort Jinshi, all whilst Isla praises the banquet's colorful music, but even still the overall performance is subpar. With the cousins moved elsewhere, they begin to grow skeptical of the Moon Fairy their grandfather told them about. But as the carriage comes to a halt, Mao Mao is seen standing off to the side. In an instant, Mao Mao unveils Jinshi as the Moon Fairy, catching the cousins' attention as Jinshi works his magic. With elegant movements and the night breeze working in his favor, Jinshi puts on a show, dazzling the girls only to disappear. Having not had enough, Isla demands to know who the lady before them was, but Mao Mao merely utters the name Diana, the name Westerners give to the moon goddess. Returning to Jinshi, Mao Mao reports that the performance was a success, revealing that Jinshi appearing out of nowhere was due to a black cloth placed and removed over him. As for the bright lights in Granny's painting, Mao Mao says they were simply mature moths, having remembered that Granny was sabotaged when other ladies rubbed insect carcasses on her dress. But surprisingly, the carcasses drew in other moths, giving Granny the effect of lights dancing beside her at night. Mao Mao adds that Jinshi's cross-dressing was only for the eyes of the cousins, having placed Gao Shun and few other eunuchs to deal with any intruders. As for Jinshi, he had to leap into the lake to avoid any others from noticing. Seeing Jinshi annoyed, Mao Mao helps to dry Jinshi's wet hair, cutting to later that night where Ayla is seen scheming something. The next day, Mao Mao runs into Xiaolan, happy to hear that Jinshi's school for servants has actually been put in place, wishing Xiaolan and several others the best whilst Mao Mao herself sits under a tree. Mao Mao mentions how she's bored, seeing as the quack doctor is busy with scented oil stuff, seeing as scented oils in bulk can become poisonous. Even Jinshi admitted he wasn't able to track down the buyer of the scented oils, seeing as ladies from across the rear palace purchased them, meaning the envoys can't be blamed. Mao Mao does utter that she fears the envoys could care less about being a concubine, reassessing the situation as Mao Mao sketches out the 4 current concubines. Starting with Lulan, Mao Mao knows she's the most powerful, being backed by her father Shishou, a retainer that existed during the previous emperor's reign. Next is Li Hua, being quite favorable having given the emperor a baby boy, but sadly he passed shortly after birth. Then there is Li Shu herself, who is also quite powerful, coming from a persistent family, willing to hand over Li Shu for power, but luckily the emperor favors voluptuous women. Finally is Gyokyu, the emperor's favorite, having given the emperor a princess and soon another child, even having support from her western nation. Mao Mao reiterates that there have been 2 attempts on Gyokyu's life, one being at the garden party, but that turned out to be Duo's lady in waiting targeting Li Shu, but misfiring onto Gyokyu. As for the second one, Mao Mao remembers that someone had tried to poison Gyokyu around the time Lingli was born, something Hongyan believes to be the work of Jin, but the question is how Jin learned about the poison in the first place. Mao Mao also remembers that Suirei has still not been found, wondering why Suirei had tried to assassinate Jinshi as well, but seeing as things are getting complicated, Mao Mao goes on a walk. Running into the ladies from the Crystal Pavilion, 3 of the ladies immediately avoid Mao Mao, leaving Xin, who takes her time passing Mao Mao, but Mao Mao realizes that she doesn't smell any scented oils on her, unlike the other ladies in waiting. That evening, Mao Mao learns that Ailin has a fever, offering to give her some medicine whilst Inghua suggests Mao Mao take her to the clinic. Following Ailin, Mao Mao is amazed to discover a new section in the north side of the rear palace, a location Ailin says is near a wash house for dirty clothes. Speaking to Xinlu, an older-looking court lady, Xinlu reassures Ailin that her fever will subside over the next few days, offering Ailin a place to stay as to not infect anyone else. Mao Mao is impressed by Xinlu's efficiency, even amazed that they're heading through a location that has been sanitized with alcohol and nicely ventilated. With Ailin assigned a room for the night, Mao Mao is asked to leave, rushing back home only to notice an abundance of older court ladies. Mao Mao deduces that once a lady has reached a certain age, they're removed from the rear palace, but they also get offered to work behind the scenes, explaining the abundance of older ladies. Just then, Mao Mao bumps into Jinshi, who asks Mao Mao to pay more attention to her surroundings, but this only annoys Mao Mao. Jinshi asks what Mao Mao was doing just now, hearing that Mao Mao only recently learned of their current location, but Mao Mao admits she didn't listen when she was given a tour after being sold off. Seeing Jinshi saddened, Mao Mao asks why the clinic can't be the official medical office, but Gaoshun states that only men can be doctors as anyone can treat small wounds, but only doctors can make medicine and treat major injuries. Mao Mao realizes why she didn't smell any medicine in the clinic, wondering why she is allowed to make medicine, only to hear that Jinshi is making a special exception for Mao Mao. Seeing as things are quite complicated, Jinshi wishes he could allow non-eunuchs to create medicine, reminding Mao Mao that the current emperor had banned the surgery that created eunuchs, wondering how long it'll take to be understaffed. As Jinshi leaves, he advises Mao Mao to keep her medicine practices a secret, cutting to later that night where Ailin is taking the medicine she received from Mao Mao, but at that moment Xinlu appears, asking if Mao Mao was the one who created the medicine. The next day, Gyokyu tells Mao Mao that court lady Xinlu would like to speak with Mao Mao, something Ailin apologizes for as Xinlu found out Mao Mao had given her some medicine. Seeing Gyokyu worried, Ailin reveals that Xinlu wants to borrow Mao Mao, prompting Inghua to help escort Mao Mao, only to formally greet Xinlu. Seeing Xinlu's green-tinted eyes, Mao Mao wonders if Xinlu is foreign, admiring how intimidating Xinlu appears at the moment. Shenlu apologizes for shooing Mao Mao away yesterday, having only learned recently that Mao Mao serves the precious consort Gyokyu. But seeing as this is the perfect time, Shenlu asks if Mao Mao can make medicine for one of Lady Lihua's servants. Immediately, Yinghua reminds Shenlu that Mao Mao's medical practices are to be kept a secret, but Mao Mao calms Yinghua down, asking Shenlu to further elaborate. Shenlu reveals that she came to know a servant girl, Susu, that would frequently use the laundry area, but around the time the caravan arrived, Susu began to grow ill. Soon after, Susu went missing, but Mao Mao speculates Susu simply uses another laundry area. Hearing that it's been half a month and Susu has yet to receive any medicine for her coughs, Mao Mao knows that a servant must receive permission from the head lady in waiting before receiving medicine. Feeling bad for the girl as she leaves for now, Mao Mao fears that an uncontrolled cough could be contagious, but Yinghua advises Mao Mao to get the proper permissions first before believing everything Shenlu is saying. Seeing as she'll need to speak with Jinshi, Mao Mao suddenly leaps into some nearby grass, retrieving the tail of a lizard, but this scares Yinghua to death. That night, we see Susu coughing uncontrollably, even spewing out some blood. The next day, Shin is seen towering over the servant girls, only to spot a servant, Yu, running off with some resources. Shin orders Yu to not intrude on their little secret, forcing Yu to apologize only to hear that a doctor is visiting them. With the quack doctor and Mao Mao appearing, the quack doctor asks to see Lihua, handing over a letter from Jinshi that convinces Shin to let them in. As Shin escorts the two, she states that all who work in the Crystal Pavilion are nobles, suddenly remembering back to a time when herself and Lihua were told to earn the love of the emperor no matter what. Passing through the building, Mao Mao suddenly hears a cough, learning that the Crystal Pavilion has a storage shed for gardening equipment, but there hasn't been any gardening done recently. When the quack doctor asks why there are newly placed bushes near the storage shed, Mao Mao suddenly points out Shin's use of perfume, scaring Shin as she recognizes Mao Mao as the girl from earlier. As the quack doctor rushes towards the shed, Mao Mao holds Shin back from interfering, allowing the quack doctor to open the shack, suddenly crying for Mao Mao to come have a look. Upon seeing Susu malnourished and on the brink of death, Mao Mao orders for some boiling water, all while Shin enters the shed as well. Whilst Mao Mao feeds Susu some medicine, she demands to know why Shin is treating Susu like this. But Shin boldly states that she was simply isolating the sick girl to not spread her illness. Mao Mao reveals that the blood stains imply Susu is on the brink of death, pointing out that in the past Shin had burned incense to cover up Lihua's sickness, but today Shin seems to be using the sickness to cover up some incense. Inspecting the storage room, Mao Mao is disappointed to see so many scented oils, even after they've been banned. Stealing her resolve, Mao Mao turns to Shin, demanding to know why Shin is trying to make an abortion drug. Washing away her makeup, Mao Mao is escorted into a room with Shin, Lihua, Jinshi, and Gaoshan, all confronting Shin for hiding away banned goods. Seeing as Shin is refusing to answer, Mao Mao utters that Shin is actually Lihua's cousin, both sharing amazing features. Speaking up, Jinshi asks what Shin was doing with the banned goods, but Shin simply utters she was quarantining a sick girl in the storage shed and that she had no idea the banned goods were in there as well. Mao Mao is disgusted knowing that the servant girl had been used to conceal the banned goods, but Shin continues by adding that it was inappropriate for Mao Mao to enter their shack without permission, plus multiple people have access to the shed, not only herself. Jinshi asks what would happen if they questioned the servant girl, but Shin states they can't trust the girl since she has a fever, something that makes Mao Mao speak up as she mentions how Shin knew the servant had a fever. Mao Mao also adds that Shin has the smell of incense on her, whereas the other day, she smelt of nothing, choosing to retrieve a scented oil that best suits Shin's current smell. Mao Mao says that the oil Shin used is quite strong, rushing to confirm her suspicions. But before Mao Mao can investigate, Shin slaps Mao Mao, accidentally scratching Mao Mao in the process. Seeing as Shin won't let her through, Lihua offers to check Shin's smell, asking what would happen to Shin if she were guilty. Jinshi reluctantly states that an attempt on the Emperor's child would mean death, prompting Lihua to reveal that she fears Shin was after her child, something Mao Mao realizes seeing as Li Hua's dress is similar to Gyokyu's dress. Mao Mao utters that Li Hua had purposely been surrounded by incompetent women, but it seems that Shin was the one who gathered the incompetent ladies. Li Hua states that she knows Shin never considered Li Hua to be worthy of being the emperor's concubine, uttering that it was a last-minute decision between the two of them. But seeing Li Hua looking down on her, Shin loses it. Shin cries that it wasn't fair Li Hua was selected over her, even though Shin excelled in so many more things than Li Hua, both given the names pear and apricot for Li Hua and Shin. Mao Mao knows that even the brightest of people will succumb to their emotions, something both Shin and Li Hua have experienced. Shin yells that Li Hua was made the emperor's concubine simply because she was the daughter of the head family, whereas herself she worked her entire life to surpass Li Hua to no avail. With Jinshi hearing Shin's confession, Shin rushes over to the scented oils, preparing to douse Li Hua in the poison, all whilst cursing Li Hua's child. Luckily, Gaoshan intervenes, restraining Shin only for Mao Mao to lean in close, stating that she knows Shin values the title Empress, compared to Li Hua, who truly loves the Emperor. With Shin defeated, Li Hua walks toward Shin, choosing to slap Shin, something that surprises everyone. Li Hua apologizes, seeing as she was infuriated, but when Jinshi asks Li Hua what she's doing, Li Hua prepares to discipline Shin further. As Jinshi rushes to stop Li Hua, Mao Mao giggles seeing how much Li Hua has grown. Hearing that Li Hua wants Shin banned from the rear palace, an elegant punishment for the prideful Shin, even better than death. That evening, Jinshi hands Mao Mao a cloth to wipe off the blood from her scratch, only to ask how Mao Mao knew Susu was in the shed. Mao Mao admits she wasn't 100% sure, hence she went in with a disguise, but when she saw the white bushes planted near the shed, she knew the servant's location. Apparently, the white flower was meant to be red, having been abruptly plucked up and moved to help give off a positive feng shui. Ironically, the seeds in the white bush can be used for an abortion, making Jinshi ask if there may be someone spreading methods to ensure an abortion, but Mao Mao admits she is still unsure who the culprits may be. As Jinshi leaves, Mao Mao spots you holding some flowers, asking how Susu is doing, relieved to hear that Susu is getting the proper treatment she needs. That night, the emperor is seen visiting Li Hua, having heard that Mao Mao once again saved Li Hua, staring off into his glass of wine as he thinks of something. Flashing back, we see a younger Jinshi playing with a ball, only to be greeted by an older man who reaches out to Jinshi, but Jinshi's mother appears, stopping the man from touching Jinshi. When an older lady appears, Jinshi and his mother immediately bow, but Jinshi wonders why his mother is glaring at the others, all watching as the older lady has several eunuchs drag the man away. But as the man leaves, he drops a strange object. Before Jinshi can remember what happened, he suddenly awakens, choosing to squeeze in some nightly training to relax his mind. Jinshi reveals that the older man in his dream was his father and the older lady was his grandmother, combined with the fact that the current emperor is his brother. Something Jinshi wonders if Mao Mao has figured out, but having trained all morning, Jinshi heads back to bed. Later that day, Jinshi goes on his usual stroll, spotting Mao Mao peeping in on the other slave girl's history lesson, all learning about how their land was formed when a distant noble woman got pregnant and gave birth to the first emperor Li. Scholars assert that the woman who gave birth to the first emperor was known as a Mother Royal, a sorcerer that could see in the dark, but out of nowhere, Jinshi flirtatiously asks what Mao Mao is doing. Annoyed, Mao Mao reminds Jinshi that the girls will get distracted if they knew he was here, but Mao Mao hears that the number of students is around 20, lower than expected. Mao Mao thinks about how things are going as expected, impressed that Xiaolan is already able to read simple stories. But as Jinshi and Gaoshan depart, Mao Mao chooses to remain behind a little longer. Having been waiting for Xiaolan, Xiaolan utters that she needs to ask questions to the teacher, dragging Mao Mao along as she reveals their male teacher lives next door to their class. Passing by an old shrine, Mao Mao greets Xiaolan's teacher, but as she sits and waits for Xiaolan, she notices the shrine opposite of her has an abundance of pillars. Strange as this would mean, it has many rooms stacked next to each other. Seeing Mao Mao curious, the teacher mentions how the shrine was originally built for the Mother Royal, and it's said that only those who can pass through the shrine can become the emperor, something so monumental that the capital city was ultimately moved to their area due to the shrine. Sadly, the teacher says the shrine hasn't been used in a while, seeing as the previous emperor's brothers all passed away, meaning the previous emperor was the only one to inherit the throne. The teacher also mentions how a quirky doctor in the past shared the same interest as Mao Mao. Someone Mao Mao confirms was Luo Min, surprising the teacher as he smirks hearing that Mao Mao is Luo Min's adopted daughter. Before Mao Mao can ask how close her father and the teacher were, Xiaolan shows off her new writing, cutting to later that night, where Mao Mao finishes testing for poison in Gyokyu's food. Before Mao Mao can leave, the emperor asks Mao Mao to follow him, declaring that they'll be visiting the Shrine of Choosing. With Jinshi and Gao Shun tagging along, Mao Mao realizes the shrine from earlier is the Shrine of Choosing, surprised to see the teacher has been waiting for them. When the emperor asks to try the shrine once more, the teacher reminds the emperor that he has already failed in the past, surprising Mao Mao as the teacher's tone is more serious than before. Regardless, the teacher allows the emperor through, having chosen to bring Jinshi and Mao Mao along, only for all four to enter into the first room. With 3 colored doors in front of them, a sign asks the visitors to not enter the red door, but seeing as the only options are red, green, and blue, Mao Mao wonders if they should enter green or blue. Hearing that the emperor chose green last time, he'll enter the blue door, all guided by the teacher through a long passage that leads to 3 other doors. Seeing a green, brown, and light blue door, a sign instructs the visitors to not enter the brown door, prompting the emperor to choose the green door immediately. As several minutes pass, the emperor is prompted with the same puzzle multiple times, leading the gang in circles, all whilst Mao Mao wonders why she was brought with them. Seeing as they've reached the final door, a sign tells the visitors to not pick the blue door out of the blue, yellow, and purple doors. Mao Mao notes how another set of doors opens into the room, intrigued to see another path converges into their room. But as the emperor decides on the yellow door, the gang open the door into an empty room. Strung on the wall, a message declares that the visitor has failed and is not the son of the mother royal. Mao Mao hears the emperor admit to failing again, wondering why Jinshi is so serious as well. But as the emperor begins to despair, the teacher reassures the emperor that he'll continue to look over the shrine until a suited candidate passes by. Mao Mao realizes that the teacher must have been the shrine's guardian even before the rear palace was built, all guided outside. But Mao Mao is so curious as to where the emperor went wrong. Using a stick, Mao Mao sketches out the shrine's layout, wondering why there were so many rooms and colored doors. But suddenly the teacher utters that Luo Min would have been able to figure out the shrine's meaning. Hearing that the teacher holds her father to such a high regard, Mao Mao states she doesn't compare to the medical genius that is her father, but getting annoyed that the teacher is underestimating her, Mao Mao begins to rack her brain. As Mao Mao brushes through the rooms, colored doors, and the final message, the emperor chooses to ask about the final message as well, reminding Mao Mao that stories about the birthing of the emperor only mentions the mother royal and no father figure. Ironic seeing as their nation runs on men governing most of their infrastructure. Remembering that all the siblings of the previous emperor had passed away before anyone needed to enter the shrine, Mao Mao asks if the previous emperor's siblings all shared the same mother. Hearing that the previous emperor and his siblings were all birthed by the same mother or her sisters. Having realized something, Mao Mao asks if the previous emperor's siblings have poor eyesight, something that makes the teacher tremble, all whilst the emperor confirms Mao Mao's suspicions. With Mao Mao asking to re-enter the shrine, the teacher calms himself, stating that Mao Mao can't willingly enter seeing as she is not a concubine. Jokingly, the emperor offers to take Mao Mao as a concubine, laughing as he wonders what Lakan will think. As an alternative, Jinshi enters with Mao Mao and the emperor tagging along, all listening to Mao Mao as she chooses to pick the same blue door as the emperor. When greeted by the green, brown, and light blue door, Mao Mao opts to choose the blue door over the green one, all following Mao Mao as she states that the colors of the doors will be the deciding factor. Reaching their 10th room, they're greeted by a white, purple, and green door, all whilst a sign asks the visitors to choose the red door. Seeing as there is no red door, Mao Mao immediately picks the green door, surprising everyone as the door opens up to a balcony overlooking the palace. The teacher congratulates the gang for picking the right path, hearing that in the past the mother royal would choose who would become king, even making use of concubines to help them solve the shrine's puzzle. The teacher remarks that it's the first time an outsider like Mao Mao solved the shrine's puzzle, annoying Mao Mao as the teacher asks Mao Mao to explain her thought process. Mao Mao utters that the stories wrote that the royal mother could see in the darkest of nights, meaning that those who carried the mother royal's bloodline would share her genetic eyes and not be able to discern colors. Going through the first room, Mao Mao states that both green and blue doors are correct, but with the color genetic defect, true descendants would only be able to recognize the blue door as the correct option. Mao Mao says that the color genetic defect makes men unable to discern red and green colors, with only 1 in 10 Western men affected, something Mao Mao learned from her father. As for the next room, brown and green would have appeared the same, leaving the blue door. Finally, the 10th room reversed the trick, meaning purple and white were visible, but the green door would have been blank for those afflicted by the genetic defect, meaning the green door was the only option. The emperor wonders how such an illness was never noticed, but Mao Mao says those who grow up with it live normally with said illness, and in exchange those afflicted can see well in the dark, just like the tales of the mother royal's brilliant eyesight. Mao Mao adds that although people may have been chosen from lucky guesses, the abundance of runes and doors whittles down the chances of a non-descendant passing. Plus, the mother royal had supposedly arrived from the west with many servants. Jinshi points out how the mother royal apparently didn't have a husband to pass down the genetic trait, but Mao Mao says this was all part of the mother royal's plan. Seeing as the genetic trait is so rare, the mother royal needed to keep such a trait in the family, allowing concubines with such a Western trait to take the shrine test, ensuring that royals would marry someone with the genetic trait. The emperor wonders if he is a descendant of the mother royal, but Mao Mao reassures the emperor that not all descendants carry the genetic defect, impressing the teacher as he suggests that the emperor marry Mao Mao, seeing as she is quite intellectual. Sadly, the emperor doesn't want to anger Locken, nor is he interested in Mao Mao's childish body. But as the gang leave the shrine, Mao Mao suspects that Jinshi is more than the emperor's favorite eunuch, choosing to suppress her suspicions as she doesn't want to pry too much. Several days later, Hongyang assigns Mao Mao a storage shed, reminding Mao Mao of her antics, cutting back to when Mao Mao scared Yinghua and made her faint. When Yinghua woke up, she warned Mao Mao to conserve her weirdness, afraid Hongyang would move her room to a storage room. But Mao Mao said a storage room would be more beneficial for her, rushing off to personally ask Hongyang for a room change. In the present, Mao Mao gleefully thanks Hongyang for her new room, rushing to assign spots for her medicine making. But later that evening, Giyuan and Aelin are surprised to learn that Mao Mao is now living out of a storage room. Hearing that Mao Mao has stopped collecting insects and now collects lizard tails, Yinghua points out a strange rumor of a girl running around catching bugs. But Mao Mao realizes such a rumor may be about Shi Sui. That evening, Mao Mao asks Xiaolan if she knows where Shi Sui is, prompting Xiaolan to ask other servant girls. Seeing the girls hesitate around Mao Mao, someone who directly serves a concubine, Mao Mao eases the tension by offering up Jinshi's handkerchief. Having been pointed to the north side of the palace, Mao Mao gets bitten by a mosquito only to notice some white blossoms, having collected the plant's seeds with fellow courtesans when she was younger. Mao Mao reveals the seeds can be used to make an abortion drug, reminded of Shin, who was after Li Hua's concubine position. But Mao Mao points out how the lantern plant, peony, balsam, and mercury would also be needed to create the abortion drug. Although all the plants can be found in the rear palace, Mao Mao still wonders how Shin learned of the drug, believing Shin acquired the ingredients from the caravan. But the question is who and where is the person feeding Shin the information. At that moment, a bush rustling can be heard nearby, only for Shi Sui to leap out of said bush, having been hunting down bugs. When Shi Sui tries catching a bug that landed on Mao Mao's head, she accidentally smashes it, forcing Mao Mao to rinse off nearby. When Mao Mao asks about the bug Shi Sui caught, Shui gleefully drags Mao Mao elsewhere, crying that the bugs she's caught are unique in the East, but that moment loud noises can be heard in the distance. Rushing to check out the noise, Mao Mao spots the Empress Dowager passing by, amazed that such a youthful lady could be the current emperor's mother. Shui mentions that there is a clinic solely run by court ladies, and that it was the Empress herself who founded the clinic. Shui reveals that the Empress Dowager is very kind, being the one that banned slaves and eunuchs. Sadly, courtesans still offer up their bodies in exchange for money and goods, a loophole that bypasses the slave ban. Before the girls leave, Mao Mao wonders if the Empress Dowager visiting the clinic is connected to what happened with Shin, holding back from digging further, not wanting to be scolded by the other girls. That evening, Mao Mao notes how serious Hong Yang is, having ordered the girls to clean the pavilion until it's spotless. It's revealed that the Empress Dowager was personally visiting them, formerly known as Lady Ungshi, as Ungshi, someone who knows of Gyokyu's pregnancy. As Ungshi plays with Lingli, Mao Mao notes how close Ungshi and Gyokyu are, only for Ungshi to personally greet Mao Mao. Ungshi says she's heard of Mao Mao through Suiren, surprised that Suiren used to be Ungshi's lady-in-waiting, but as Ungshi gives Gyokyu a stare, Gyokyu requests to put Lingli in her bed. With everyone leaving the room, Mao Mao is left alone with Ungshi, asked to sit down only for Ungshi to voice the rumors she's heard of Mao Mao solving mysteries throughout the palace. Staying humble, Mao Mao says she simply advises people with her limited knowledge, intriguing Ungshi as she personally asks Mao Mao to look into something for her, asking Mao Mao to see if Ungshi herself had placed a curse on the late emperor. That night, Mao Mao gets to work, rehashing the horrible rumors she heard of the late emperor, hearing he was a fool and a puppet to the empress, but worst of all, he favored younger women. The late emperor had chosen to go after younger women, resulting in Ungshi giving birth to the current emperor at such a young age. But luckily, Luo Min had ensured a safe delivery. Not long after, the emperor's younger brother was born. Someone Mao Mao knows should be 1 year older than her, meaning the Empress Dowager should be reaching 30 years old by now. Mao Mao notes how strange the ages of the emperor's current brother and the late emperor's age is, stopping herself from speaking nonsense, only to cut to several days later, where Ungshi is holding a tea party with the 4 high-ranking concubines. Before the tea party starts, Hongyang escorts Gyokyu to a room where she can rest, a symptom of early pregnancy. As Mao Mao and the girls make preparations, they voice how scared they're seeing as the tea party is outside the rear palace and is in the inner court where the emperor lives. The girls fear that Gyokyu's pregnancy will be obvious when people see her, but Mao Mao notes how Li Hua probably won't probe too much, seeing as she is pregnant as well. As for Li Shu, Mao Mao doubts Li Shu or her head lady in waiting will step out of line, but gets worried seeing as Lulan may be unpredictable. Just then, Hongyang asks to speak with Myomoa privately, pulling her aside only to remind Mao Mao the significance of not having Mao Mao taste for poison. Mao Mao knows that they're showing their respect to Ungshi by not having poison tasters, but Hongyang asks what Ungshi had asked Mao Mao to solve. Seeing as Mao Mao can't divulge what she spoke about with Ungshi, Hongyang lunges forward only to warn Mao Mao to never betray Gyokyu, something that terrifies Mao Mao as she promises she would never do such a thing. With Hongyang reverting back to her calm demeanor, Mao Mao admits that Hongyang is well suited to be head lady in waiting, but as we cut to later that day, Mao Mao is seen being summoned by Ungshi. Believing that Ungshi wants an answer to the possible curse placed on the late emperor, Mao Mao is guided through the rear palace by Ungshi's lady-in-waiting, amazed that their current location is spotless. Seeing as the landscape has also been perfected, Mao Mao suddenly stops before some doors, learning that not even cleaners are permitted to enter the room before them. As the lady escorting Mao Mao opens the room's doors, Mao Mao is suddenly hit with a strange smell, hearing that the room belongs to a court lady turned low-ranking concubine that lived during the reign for the current emperor's grandfather. Mao Mao also learns that the room before them is where the empress lived with the late emperor and is also where the late emperor was raised and passed away. Taking Mao Mao elsewhere, The lady enters a different room where all the high-ranking concubines can be seen having their tea party with Ungshi, hearing that the late emperor and his mother, the empress, had spent the remainder of their years in the Forbidden Room, both passing away around the same time. Mao Mao asks if the emperor was young when he passed, but the lady utters the late emperor was old enough to pass away for natural causes. But Mao Mao is confused as to how Ungshi would think she cursed the late emperor. Although the lady agrees with Mao Mao, she states that Ungshi had confessed to cursing and wishing for the death of the late emperor. But Mao Mao says that's not enough to be the reason for the emperor's passing. Mao Mao hears that the late emperor's body was placed in a mausoleum for a year due to customs. But when the current emperor and Ungshi went to check on the late emperor's corpse, they were mortified to see the late emperor's corpse had yet to decay. Seeing as this is abnormal, Mao Mao utters that corpses are meant to rot and decay unless they've been preserved in ice. Hearing the lady requesting Mao Mao figure out what this curse is before the mausoleum is torn down, but Mao Mao replies that she has one request. That evening, Mao Mao passes through the palace, remembering that she must investigate this so-called curse on the late emperor who passed 6 years back, curious to inspect the preserved body for herself. Having returned to the outer palace, Swearin had gifted Mao Mao a nice room, seeing as it has been a while since Mao Mao lived there, but Mao Mao stresses about how Hong Yang is doing. Mao Mao knows that it's awkward for herself to be serving multiple concubines, wondering what her actual position in the palace is. But as Swearin dims the lights in the room, Mao Mao spots Swearin reading a book by candlelight. Swearin suggests Mao Mao pick out a book of her own to read, heading into the back room only to notice that Swearin has such young taste with the abundance of romance novels. Before Mao Mao can inspect other items, Swearin catches Mao Mao, but Mao Mao rushes to explain she was only looking around. Opening a basket, Swearin shows off some toys Jinshi used to play with, asking what Mao Mao thinks of Jinshi, but Mao Mao simply utters Jinshi is a great boss as long as he gives her rare materials. Swearin mentions how she always took away Jinshi's favorite toys, something that made Jinshi cry often even when Gaoshan would try and show off other toys Jinshi could play with. Mao Mao wonders why Swearin took away his favorite toys, hearing that Swearin was simply training Jinshi to not hone in on one thing at a time, something especially important for Jinshi's position. Mao Mao feels sorry for Jinshi, learning that Jinshi was forced to mature at such a young age. But Mao Mao is relieved to know Jinshi is okay with acting vulnerable around her. Seeing a piece of paper, Mao Mao picks it up and opens it, but Swearin quickly snatches it away from Mao Mao, uttering that she was supposed to throw the paper away, but forgot. Seeing another item in the basket, Mao Mao picks up a shiny object, but Swearin said she had to confiscate the object, seeing as it looked like a dirty pebble Jinshi was playing with. Mao Mao declares that it was the right call, seeing as the so-called pebble is poison. Racking her brain, Mao Mao asks if Jinshi would often visit the inner court, confirming that Jinshi did. Having come up with a hypothesis, Mao Mao promises to explain why Jinshi was in possession of the poisonous pebble tomorrow once she solved the curse on the late emperor. The next day, Mao Mao is escorted by Ungshi and Jinshi to the late emperor's room, covering her nose, seeing as there is a horrible stench, but when she kneels down to inspect a paintbrush, she sees the end has been trimmed for a straighter finish. Mao Mao asks if the late emperor loved to paint, prompting Ungshi to explain that the late emperor only ever painted one painting for Ungshi, having hid the painting so as to not get in trouble. Mao Mao notices Jinshi getting more restless, but seeing as she needs more information, Mao Mao hears that the late emperor only had one servant before he passed, asking to speak to this mysterious man. As Ungshi's lady-in-waiting heads to retrieve the servant, Mao Mao notes a strange odor on the brush along with various shards of colors on the floor, all mixing and growing more frequent as it approaches the nearby wall. Touching the wall, Mao Mao feels several pieces of paper layered along the wall along with paint coatings, something Mao Mao is saddened to discover. Having brought the late emperor's servant, Ungshi recognizes the man, but before Mao Mao can ask the man questions, Ungshi reports that the man is sadly unable to speak. Mao Mao knows it's common practice to have servants unable to speak in fear of private information leaking, But as a compromise, Mao Mao asked the man to nod or shake his head, starting off by asking the man if the late emperor's room was once filled with paintings. Seeing the man not replying, Mao Mao wonders if the man is refusing to answer. But when Mao Mao states she knows something is on the wall beside them, the man begins to behave strangely. With Mao Mao getting permission to tear down the paper plastered on the wall, she notices the servant glaring at her, but taking the time to delicately remove the layer covering the wall. Mao Mao reveals a painting the late emperor was working on. With Jinshi demanding to know what this painting is, Mao Mao thinks about how unfortunate it was for the late emperor to have passed before he could show off his hidden talent as a painter. Seeing the yellow color used to paint, Mao Mao knows a mineral known as orpiment, a material similar to arsenic that prevents decay of living things. Mao Mao had initially believed that the wallpapers had contained orpiment when made, but it turns out the late emperor had used orpiment to paint, and unknowingly the chemical was absorbed by the late emperor's body, explaining how the late emperor's body didn't decay even after death. Thinking about the late emperor's life, Mao Mao deduces that the emperor had spent the remainder of his years confined in a room to indulge in painting, explaining the mute servant that would keep such a look down upon a hobby secret from the outside world. Pushing against the painting, Mao Mao knows that there are multiple layers of paintings behind their current one, but seeing the lady in the yellow dress, Mao Mao realizes that the lady must be the late emperor's mother. Mao Mao wonders how the empress felt when she found out her son was not fit to be the emperor, suspecting that the empress took over the role of ruling to protect her son, only to give the late emperor a room filled with paint where he could express his deepest desires. Sadly, the empress's gift to the late emperor was ironically poison, but regardless, Mao Mao declares this is the secret curse Ongshi was looking for. Satisfied, Ongshi takes a moment to appreciate her husband's painting, something that makes Mao Mao tear up. That evening, it's revealed that Ongshi actually despises the late emperor's painting, pissed to see the empress had been painted, but not herself. Ongshi reveals that her giving birth at such a young age was due to her family pressuring her to give herself to the despicable emperor in order to give her family political advantage. Flashing back, Ongshi was working as a lady and waiting in the rear palace for a mid-ranking concubine, her half-sister. That night, Ongshi and her sister had met up with the late emperor, but when Angshi's sister had tried to touch the late emperor, he threw her away, quaking in fear. Seeing the late emperor in such a pathetic state, Ongshi had taken the chance to check on the late emperor, immediately captivating his eyes. As several years passed, Ongshi grew pregnant with the late emperor's child, even dodging several assassination attempts, but luckily gave birth to a son that was accepted by the empress at the time. Ongshi had heard of a case where a lady had claimed her daughter to be the child of the late emperor, but the late emperor had refuted such a claim, instead assigning a random doctor to be the true father of the baby girl. Ongshi knows that all doctors have to be castrated in order to enter the rear palace, feeling bad for the doctor that helped her give birth, but even more sad for the lady that was forcibly separated from her baby girl. With more time passing, the late emperor no longer visited Ongshi, but one day whilst Ongshi was touring the palace, she noticed the late emperor passing by. Seeing his head hung low, Ongshi despised the late emperor who wouldn't even look at her, growing more infuriated when she sees the late emperor prioritizing younger women over her. One night, Ongshi had confronted the late emperor, taking out all her frustrations on him for the scar on her belly along with the lack of attention he had shown her over the years, and not long after that the late emperor shut himself away from the outside world. Thinking back, Ongshi admits that the late emperor truly had no ambitions except painting, remembering the only time when the late emperor had painted her, but Ongshi reveals she had swearing her lady-in-waiting at the time throw it out. As Ongshi leaves the room, she notices Jinshi waiting for her, uttering that the late emperor did visit him in the past. Taking out the pebble he had as a kid, Ongshi feels sad for Jinshi, seeing as Jinshi was born out of mistake, but still Ongshi values Jinshi. Jinshi reveals that he had seen the painting of Ongshi the late emperor had painted for her, reminding Ongshi that her favorite dress color was yellow, something that makes Ongshi wonder if the painting was truly about her and not the empress. brushing that fact off as a coincidence. Jinshi wonders what the late emperor was trying to tell him in the past, but Ungshi admits she doesn't know, nor does she want to know. Ungshi takes the chance to ask what Jinshi thinks about Mao Mao. Noticing Jinshi acting shy as he utters Mao Mao is a useful asset to him. But having raised Jinshi from birth, Ungshi reminds Jinshi to hide his favorite toys or else someone will take them from him.